We are live from the Denny Sanford Premier Center in Sioux Falls, South Dakota for Summit League Basketball Media Day here on Field of 68. We are pumped that you're with us for this one. Rob Dauster, Alex Heinert. Rob, you've been doing these pretty consistently through your time with Field of 68.
I think this is year 3 for us up here,
which is awesome.
Sioux Falls for the Summit League Media Day.
Yeah, now this is, how many stops has this been for you now this year on the tour?
So we did 4 stops. We did Kentucky, Louisville, Purdue, Indiana earlier in September. We've done Missouri Valley Media Day, CAA Media Day. We were in Pittsburgh last week for A10 Media Day. We were in Greenville last week for SoCon Media Day. We're down in Charlotte for ACC Media Day. It's a lot, man. The Media Day tours is fun. It's a fun circuit to be on. You get to talk to, I think last year, we spoke with 174 of the 364 Division I coaches before the season started.
It's a pretty good percentage.
It's a lot. It gets you ready for the season, I'll tell you that.
That's what this is all about today. Now, here in Sioux Falls, again, the Summit League, this is an ascending mid-major conference in the country. We've seen some of their teams go and have great success in the tournament in recent years. That's what the next 5+ hours or so are going to be about, chatting with the coaches and the players that are going to be the teams to watch essentially this year. We're going to go through all 9 men's teams. It's going to be a really fun handful of time to get to spend with these guys. And you've done this the last handful of years. But even though you're familiar with this league and familiar with the programs, there's a lot of new. A third of the coaches in the league are new. A third of the rosters are essentially completely new. It's a fact-finding mission almost today to get a sense of who these teams are, who these kids are. Again, some of the faces are the same from a coaching standpoint, but it's a lot of new in this league.
Yeah, you can do as much prep as you want, but it's all about trying to figure out who these teams are once the season actually begins, right? Like, we're going to be talking to Kansas City first. Kansas City last year was one of the favorites heading into the season. They had all these pieces coming back. They had all these all-league guys coming back, 5 starters returning, and a couple injuries, missing an important piece in the middle, and then all of a sudden, you look up and they're 13-20, 4-12 on the season. So it's so hard to predict, and it's not just at the Summit League level and the mid-major level. It's like this with teams all over the country, where it's so hard to know how everybody is going to fit together, right? Like, I try to explain this to people. When you're building a roster, it's not like playing a video game. You can't just say, I want all of these pieces to work, and then you go make it work, because they're all robots and they're all these are human beings. These are kids. These are 21, 22-year-olds, young men that are trying to figure out their spot in the sport, how well they fit together, whether or not they like their teammates. I mean, that you don't know if any of that stuff is going to work until you see it work.
Yeah, there's a culture piece that has to fit. And then there's obviously the basketball piece as well. Do these talented pieces come together and fit? You mentioned Kansas City last year as the preseason favorites. Let's talk about who the preseason favorites are this year as we look at the Summit League Media poll, which just came out this morning. St. Thomas is at the top of that list. The Tommies had a fantastic year last year, finished second in the league behind the Omaha Mavericks, who, by the way, were picked to finish 8th last year, ended up finishing 1st and won the regular season championship and the tournament title. St. Thomas, though, to pick to win the league this year in their first season now as a fully NCAA tournament eligible squad.
Yeah, I'm not really surprised that they were picked to win it. They got 3 starters coming back. They got the preseason player of the year in Noah. Help me with his last name.
Nolan Minisale.
And they have a program that I think is, we've heard this quite a bit, a sleeping giant, right? They have resources. They have a nice new arena that they're going to be playing in now, and they got a guy that really knows how to coach and really knows that program. It's not surprising. I was a little more surprised, to be honest, that Nolan was the preseason player of the year, because I thought they were going to give it to a guy that, like maybe an Isaac Bruns, that has been around the league a little bit more. And I think there's a lot of talent in this conference, but St. Thomas probably is the best team in this league in my mind.
It does feel like, when you look at what they've got coming back, even though they lose 3 really important pieces, you lose Miles Barnes-Stable, who goes to Tulsa. Drake Dobbs graduates. He's playing in Holland right now in the Pro League. He was there, do everything point guard, one of the league leaders in assist to turnover ratio. And then they lose a guy to Nebraska too. And you think that's a lot, but compared to everybody else in the league, they bring back a ton. And Minisale, again, even though he was just a freshman last year and wasn't an all-newcomer or an all-conference player, put up the numbers to justify that. And I think people expect him to take a big leap now as a sophomore. We're going to get a chance to talk with him, and we will talk with Carter Bjerke, who's one of the best three-point shooters in the league, who brings a little size
Another preseason first-team All-League guy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so the fact that you've got two of those guys coming back for the Tommies makes a big difference. We're going to talk with Johnny Tyler, who's the dean of coaches in this conference now, 15th season in charge of the Tommies, a St. Thomas guy through and through. We'll chat with Johnny coming up at 10:25 today.
It really is amazing when you think about the fact that this was a program that 5 years ago was playing at the Division III level. And they move up to the Division I level, and within 3 years, they're competing for league championships. And within 4 years, they're the preseason favorite to win the conference with the preseason player of the year and another first-team All-League guy. I don't know how many programs would be able to make that leap up levels the way that they have. It's really impressive what he's been able to do.
Yeah, incredible stuff for St. Thomas. So they'll be coming up. They're picked to win the league this season. Omaha, a close second. Last year's
champions. That would surprise me too, because before I kind of dove deep into this conference, you're thinking about it, right? And they lose Markel Sutton to LSU, and you lose J.J. White to Baylor, and you think like, okay, this team, so much of their success was because of how good those two guys were, and those two guys go and take bigger opportunities at bigger conferences for, let's face it, much bigger paydays, and it's really hard to criticize the kid for jumping and making the money that he can make. I did not expect to look at that roster and be as impressed as I was with how good the Mavs have a chance to be. And I think it says something about Crutch. I think it says something about the program that they've built. And I think it says something about again, I'm going to use this word. You're going to hear this word a lot on the show, but the culture that they've developed there. Because I think that really, really matters, being able to have a place where the way that it works in basketball these days, right? The mid-major teams are going to get rated by the high-major teams because all they want are these veteran guys that have shown that they can excel at the Division I level. But then what programs at the Summer League level will do is they'll go look at teams that are maybe lower-level Division I, low-major teams, or Division II programs where you can go and get guys that were All-Americans and bring them up and let them be able to showcase what they can do. Or a lot of times, those high-major programs, they got kids that couldn't crack the rotation that want to be able to get a chance to just play. And you can go and get some of those dudes too. So just because you lose your best players out of the portal doesn't mean you can't find a way to develop a successful program. I think Omaha is one of the examples of that.
Yeah, Chris Crutchfield's done a great job developing guys. And like you said, this was a team that was picked 8th in the preseason last year. They go 13-3 in conference, and they win the league, both the regular season and the tournament title. And yet they do lose, the player of the year last year in Markel Sutton. They do lose J.J. White, who was a do-everything point guard, first-team all-conference. But they do bring back a ton. Everybody else essentially is back from that team, and they added some good pieces as well. So the fact that they're second in the league, merited, I would say. I think they're a team, when you really think about it, is going to probably be there and thereabouts. South Dakota State was picked 3rd. Again, the Jackrabbits have been a staple in March. I think 7 NCAA tournament appearances since 2014. North Dakota State 4th. Then it's USD 5th. All those teams received first-place votes. It does feel like in this conference, parity has become the norm, really. The last handful of years, we went from having two teams run the table 3 and 4 years ago, respectively, in SDSU and Oral Roberts, to now 3-4 losses wins this league. Do you feel like, is that a good thing for the conference when you don't really know coming into the season who's going to be the last one standing in March?
I think it makes for a more entertaining product during the season. I think it makes it a little bit more difficult for you to be able to get those big wins when you get to March, right? Like when you have an Oral Roberts team with the stars like Max Highsmith and some of the pieces that they had on those teams, right? Then you have a chance to be able to make a little bit of noise in March. So maybe the actual conference run isn't as exciting, but you get that 1 week in March where you're going to be able to, make a little bit of noise nationally and get a little bit more publicity. I think there's probably positives and negatives to both ways that it plays out. Personally, I like it when you don't really know who's going to win and you got to kind of watch it and figure your way through it.
Yeah, as someone that gets to cover this league sort of day in, day out, having parity is fun when you show up to the gym and you don't know who's going to be on top of the scoreboard every given night. But there is that trade-off. You do like to have a team that is going to have a chance to go and make some noise in March as well, leave your conference. But the year you mentioned Oral Roberts, the year that they did make the Sweet 16, which was just a couple of seasons ago, they were the 4th seed in this conference and kind of came out of nowhere and beat some big teams. So you never know. That's what makes this game fun. That's why we love it so much.
Who was the so you had Max. Who was the other guy that was on that team? I'm blanking on his name on that Oral Roberts team. Because we're about to be joined by
Kevin O'Banner.
Kevin O'Banner, yes.
Yep.
Yeah. We're going to be joined by Kansas City head coach Marvin Menzies over here joining us. Just you, Coach.
Yeah, Marvin. We just want Marvin right now.
Yeah.
We'll get Cash and Jason in just a little bit.
Yeah, we want to make sure you guys are able to be fully fed, get some coffee, get hydrated, get ready for us. Coach, good to see you, man. We are live. Mics are hot.
Oh, mics are hot.
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
Marvin.
What's up, brother?
Good to see you.
man.
Marvin Menzies, 4th year now at Kansas City. Marvin and the Roos coming off a season where I think expectations were high, and then just for whatever reason it didn't quite click, but you've really rebuilt this squad with a couple of really good returners coming back.
Right. You're so kind. It didn't quite click is a very nice way of saying you were voted first. You took 8th. What happened? Well, we lost 2 starters last year, which all those close games we might have been able to get over had we had them. So I'm not too worried about the preseason stuff as much as I am getting this group together now. 13 new guys, 9 juniors. What do we got? 4 seniors, a freshman and a sophomore. So balanced heavily on the experience side. But guys that never been together. Yeah. Ducash and Jason are the only 2 that are in that locker room that know what it looks like here with us. And so I think they've been awesome in buying into, sending that message every day to the guys how to operate from a, kangaroo standpoint. And so we're excited to see if this group can mesh quickly. We got a lot of talent, a lot of athleticism, a lot of guys that maybe didn't have great stats, but we did extensive dives into character and upside and watching practice film. I watched more practice, the other teams practice this offseason than anything because I'm recruiting off of a bunch of our guys didn't play last year, but we had D1. So,
what do you learn from a season like that, right? Where you have this level of expectation and for whatever reason it doesn't work out. What do you take away from that experience?
That is a $1 million question, right? So the thought is adversity, challenges, or your opportunities to grow. You've seen all the social media clips from the motivation standpoint and so forth. But it really is the truth. Those things are cliches for a reason, a lot of those quotes. And when you go through a season like that, like we had, which is a lot of tough losses, I think we did a phenomenal job of keeping the guys together. Omaha beat us in that second round in the tournament, and they were better, so they should have won, right? However, we were patched up from the emotional part of losing a couple guys, like I said, and then I thought that they really acted and did all the right things off the court, even on the court. They kept coming practice with energy and positivity, and losing can beat you up, and it can reveal some blemishes emotionally with guys in terms of how they operate because they have high expectations for themselves to continue playing, and then all of a sudden you're losing. And so there were a lot of one-off meetings. We learned how to deal with the adversity. I think they did. More than anything, and we as the instructors, our staff is phenomenal. I put our staff up against anybody in the country. Joe Esposito and Mike Bowden, Anthony Richardson. We added a new coach, Justin Tabor, who moved up. He's been with me ever since he was at New Mexico State. And then Jake Cates, who's a local high school coach that joined us. But those guys, man, they understand servant leadership, and they were pivotal in helping me navigate losing. I'm used to winning. So
used to that.
Yeah, it was a different beast, and it was but you're good if you're walking in to work every day and you got some dudes that are still like, seem like you get in at 7 or whatever, and they seem like they had 2 cups of coffee already, and it's like, hey, wake me up some days. I'm not having to pull them along with me.
I love that. Now, you mentioned, going to work in the off season and getting ready to go. So much of your job this off season was just building this roster. Again, you really had to overhaul things with some guys graduating, some guys leaving.
Right.
How do you go about crafting a roster from scratch to get ready to compete right away?
Lot of video. Joe Esposito is probably my point recruiter as an associate head coach, and he's been with Tubby. As you know, Joe, he's been all up and down Memphis, Texas Tech, Minnesota. He's just been all over the place. And so he was really super helpful in guiding the team because I was down and out for about a month and a half with a back injury. So during that span, I thought he did a phenomenal job of taking 13 new guys and teaching and really getting them to understand who we are. So as I come back to the office, it's like, whoa, we're ahead of the curve here, you know. So that was really good. But interesting enough, I had been to 26 or 27 straight Final Fours as a fan.
Mm-hmm.
I wish it was as a coach, but as a fan. So I go. And I don't go this year. I go consistently every year. And this year, because of the portal, because of the need to fill the roster, I would have just gone and sat in the hotel and recruited the whole time. You know, that wouldn't have been very fun for Tammy. So I decided to just stay home, man, and it paid off. We locked up a couple really good kids during that Final Four period.
So you guys had your trip to Toronto, right?
Yeah,
headed up to Canada. Mm-hmm. When you have this many new faces and this many guys you are trying to learn and to get to know and to figure out what they can do together, how valuable? You get 10 extra practices, right?
That's
and
big.
You play those 3 or 4 games up there.
Yeah, you know, it's more. People always talk about the practices and then the game experience that you get playing there, and those are definitely, you know, PowerPoints. However, with 13 new guys, it's like, just hang out. We just get to know each other. Spend some time here. Give me your phones. You know, it was really valuable in that space because thank God they like each other, and that could have gone the other way. And I think they all are connected to each other as a result of that.
Do you try to evaluate that when you are recruiting?
Oh,
the
yeah,
portal?
yeah. Oh, yeah.
These different personalities, like this kid is going to be able to get along with people. Ooh, you know, he had problems with people at his last stop. We're not going to recruit that guy. Correct.
And that's a good question. I think I learned early in my career from working with some of the guys I had with Lon Kruger and Steve Fisher, Coach Pitino, Henry Bibby. Those guys were all very instrumental in my philosophy as far as recruiting because the character piece is heavy. So we do FBI background to figure out, do we want to add this dude to our family? You know what I mean? Yeah. Like, because these guys are at the house in the basement hanging out. Yeah. You know, it's a real family environment, and I know a lot of coaches say that, but ours really is. You could ask any.
That's what we
player.
Did before we brought Alex onto this, just to make sure. Look,
yeah, you got to check it out.
Show. I'm going to spend 4 hours with him here at Summer League Media Day.
Say how deep I am. I did a background on him before our first interview together. And I wanted to see if he tried to throw curveballs or what. You know, he had a good resume. So
thank goodness it checked out. You haven't ever sit down with him. So now that you've got this group together and you've had some of those experiences,
right?
Talk us a bit about the group that you've got. Maybe the character, the personality, and what they're going to bring to the floor.
Yeah, I think it's holistically speaking, in general, we're athletic. We like each other. They go hard. They have a very good sense of the unknown that's out there. Sure. They know that they don't know who we're going to be playing. We have no clue. I mean, outside of what's posted on media sites and rosters, you know, we have to dive, and we're just now diving into like, okay, this kid transferred from Illinois or Nebraska or wherever he is. Okay, let's watch film there. Man, he didn't play much. Okay, let's go back to his junior college. So we're exposing them to the basketball players they're going to see, but I think a lot of the conference has guys that have transferred from basketball schools, and that makes it intriguing for your current players and exciting for them to look forward to that challenge. So I think putting them all together and getting a good feel for them has happened here over the summer. And so we're excited that we like our team. We love our team. We just don't know who we're going against yet.
Yeah. We have Kashim and Jason here. We're going to hear from them in just a minute. But I wanted to ask you about CJ Evans, because you got a kid coming in from JUCO. He averaged, 18? And I think he led all of junior college. Is correct? Led all of junior college in assists?
Yeah, he did. It's a accurate point. He is one of the quickest, prolific point guards we've had in a long time. Both him and Jamaria Clark are we call juices. Those two have solidified that spot for us. And we've had guys in that position that might not have been their natural position, or in the style of play that we wanted to play didn't quite fit, but we, would lose somebody or we'd have an injury. And so we've struggled there. Christian Cosart was probably our truest point guard that we had. And we ended up taking second in conference that year, but that position and CJ specifically, I feel really good about that. right? And I didn't always have that feeling sitting here, in early October trying to figure out like, okay, who are we gonna try there? Who's gonna put in if this guy goes down? We got two really, really good point guards.
Mm-hmm.
And they're going to be tested this year. You talk about playing basketball schools, man. You got Texas, TCU, Oklahoma State on the roster. You play 4 Big Sky schools in a row, kind of in and around the Summer League Big Sky
Right.
Challenge.
Yeah.
What do you want to see from your group in non-conference as you try and get things ready to go for Summer League play in December?
Just lessons, man. Our goal is to go to the NCAA tournament every single year. That should be winning the conference, competing for the regular season, competing for championships. So it's great to knock off a guarantee game. We had 4, I think, last year, and we ended up winning 2 of them. And that was a first in my career. And then we have the injuries, and now we're, struggling in conference. However, I think these guys will see what it looks like when you play, at Texas, at TCU. You'll understand the environment that you're going to need to succeed in, whether you do or not that day. Because when you come to South Dakota State, North Dakota State, this tournament, we're in true road games that they need to have some experience with before they get here.
Jason Petty, guy, he was the freshman of the year in the Summit in 23-24.
Yep.
Has stuck with you.
Yep.
In this day and age, when you have a player that's had that level of success and notoriety and sticks with you for multiple seasons, that's not something as common as it was maybe 10, 12 years ago. Talk to me about Jason.
I'm okay with guys going, like I have to, right? I gotta be. I have to be walking around, mad all day if I wasn't. But Jason saw something in common with myself, which is doing something extremely impactful in Kansas City. And that's winning, 20 plus games, making it to the finals of the tournament or winning the regular season. Like we both have that same vision, that same dream. So he felt like had he gone into the portal this year, he would have had plenty of opportunity and he would have probably got more than we can give him. Right. But that's short-term money. And he realizes that. And I think, after this year, we got to sit and look, say, hey, Brad, where are we at now? What's in your best interest? Maybe you test the portal, and just where's the market at? Have we won and we're getting the investment in Kansas City? Are they willing to match that now? That's the GM hat I wear. But I want what's best for him and his family. Erica and Samuel's mom and dad are like rock stars. I mean, they're the most solid parents you could imagine. And so apple doesn't fall far from the tree. So when they're looking at where you want to be in 5 years, they don't look at where you want to be in 12 months, right? And so he came back because we do things right.
Yeah, I love that you mentioned that. Like, this is a kid from Phoenix, and you've had a great connection with Phoenix, and he's kind of the last one of the Phoenix 4 from your group from last year.
Right.
But the fact that he sees the value in being in this city of Kansas City, being in that community, trying to make a difference and leave a legacy, that's pretty special, pretty rare these days.
Yeah, it testifies to what we preach in recruiting, right? I mean, we're always selling development and family and, having a blueprint and strategy for your career, not just helping us win games, because I won a lot of games. You always want to win games, but that's not, and I got to say this the right way so I don't get fired, but winning is a result of how you operate, not the initial, product. You have to operate a certain way and winning will follow, right? Guys like
you have to love the grind to be able to get the victories. And if you don't love the grind, then you're not going to be able to get the results at the end.
100%. And that's what he is. He's a grinder, and he's a guy that'll, whatever we are allotted to do with him, those 20 hours, he does the extra. And those are the guys like Pascal Siakam and the guys that I've had in the past that are playing either professionally or still playing. Chalizi Napawa, and the list goes on and on and on. We saw a bunch of them in Canada. I actually, when we went down there, I had a heavy Canadian connection at New Mexico State, and I had a bunch of former players there. I'm kind of segueing into another topic, but they came back and they all talked to the guys, and it was just it was almost like, oh, he does track his players and stay in touch, and because they all were coming over, and I'm helping them with business plans or introduce them to a financial advisor or give them advice on real estate. And that's where the joy for me comes in. And some coaches will say it because it sounds good. I live it. And that is why I got into coaching. I got into coaching to give back in my old high school. And 44 years later, I'm still giving back every year. I almost got out of this thing, man. This landscape started to change a lot. And I was like, wait a minute. They should be paying me. Well, these kids should be paying for me for what I'm giving them. I don't get this. And then you adjust, right? And you go, wait a minute. I'd want my son to get what his value, right? So now we try to help other people's sons get the most they can get in this journey, as well as the other stuff, the basketball, the life skills, the beyond eligibility, like all those things are where the smiles and the joy come in for me, so.
Yep. Well, Marvin, it's great to see you, man. We appreciate you jumping on. I hope your back is feeling better.
Much better.
Good,
that was quite the journey. Good. Went in on a Saturday, operated on a Sunday. I was like, wait a minute, is insurance going to cover this?
Doing what now?
Thank you, guys. Good to see you again, too.
Best of luck this year.
Take care, brother.
Send your players. We got Kasheem, Grady, and Jason Petty coming up over
hanging
here.
out in the green room.
Yeah, they're hanging out in the green room.
Oh, appreciate you, Marvin.
Hopefully this won't be the first time they're in the green room.
He's one of the absolute best, Marvin Menzies. And again, their team just 2 years removed from a great season. They were second in the league 2 years ago. Obviously a very new look group. We're going to see a couple of the guys, though, that are the returners, the faces that we know from the Summer League that are coming back, along with these 13 newcomers.
I'm excited to talk to these guys. Kasheem, how we doing, man? Come on, come sit down.
How you doing?
Yep. Jason, come on, come sit down. We are live. Mics are hot. You got anything crazy to say? Get it out before you get the mic in front of you. How we doing, fellas?
Doing good. How are y'all?
Yeah, doing great, man. Yeah, appreciate you guys. Thanks for being here.
Yes, thanks for having us.
Welcome to Media Day. Yes. What is this experience like to have to bop around and chat with everybody here for the whole day? Talk me through that.
It's been good so far. It's been better than I was expecting. I was a little nervous coming into it, but it's been great so far.
Yeah, JP, what about you?
Yeah, it's a lot of bright lights, a lot of cameras, a lot of smiles. It's nice.
Feel a little bit like it's big time?
Yeah.
Yes. We're trying to give you guys a good experience here.
Yes, it's been great.
Yeah. Jason, I wanted to ask you, because we talked to Marvin about this. You're a guy that was freshman of the year in the league. You come back, you're a starter, you average double figures. I'm sure that there were people that were reaching out to you asking, hey, you should come to this program for this dollar amount. Come here, and you didn't jump at the opportunity. You're back at Kansas City. Why?
Just the coaching staff, what they brought, whatever happened my freshman and sophomore year and the experience, and then coming into my junior year, knowing my situation and knowing what comes with that, and I'm just ready to take on the challenge.
What does it mean when you hear him saying that he's coming back?
It feels good to know that he's just locked into like the brotherhood that we have. Me and JP are very close, so like just knowing that he's, staying was great.
Yeah, especially for this offseason where there was so much change. I mean, you guys are the two only holdovers from this team last year. What has it been like to try and incorporate now all these new guys to the roster? Let them know what Kansas City basketball is all about.
Now, it's been nice just showing them every day in practice what it's meant to be a Roo. They've been putting in a lot of hard work. Everybody just getting better every single day, and just excited to see everybody, like our product on the court.
Yeah. Jason said what it means to be a Roo. Cash, can you explain what is that? What does it mean to be a Kansas City Roo?
To just be loyal, have faith, brotherhood, just to be together, like to be a Roo, you gotta be very, I would say, just like locked into family, like family oriented. I feel like that's what it is for us.
So you guys are, like you said, the holdovers, right? You are the ones that are establishing that culture. Has that been a difficult process for you, trying to step into maybe more of a leadership role?
For me personally, I would say no. I kind of like to help and go through the learning process with people. I feel like that's how I was taught and how I came up. So it's been fun, just like teaching.
I'm a quiet person, so I had to get out of my shell and talk to everybody and express and
we can tell. My producer is saying, make sure Jason talks into the microphone.
Yeah, just sharing my experiences with them, getting them on the same page. It's been a process.
You might be a quiet person. Did you know you played the tuba in high school? Is that right?
4 years of tuba.
Middle school. Yeah,
in middle school.
Yes.
Can you still play the tuba?
I can.
You can?
Yes.
Have you seen him bust that out yet?
I didn't know this until
didn't know
yesterday.
that?
Yes, he told me
I thought you guys were best friends. You didn't know that?
I didn't know he played the tuba. Yeah.
Do you still have one with you on campus? Is there a marching band at school?
Yeah, they have a band.
Yeah, we have a band, yes. JP should join.
Are we going to get you in that?
We can push him towards it.
That looks like a no. It looks like
I'm
a no.
always saying that's a no. I'm not sure if a tuba is one you just like keep around the house. I don't know if
Yes,
that's
too big
not
to
an
carry around the
instrument.
house.
Yeah, a
Yeah.
little bit. So this team obviously had so much success. Again, your freshman season, you guys had this incredible year, kind of came out of nowhere and really took the league by storm. And then last year it was more of a struggle. Again, there were injuries. Things happen. How did you guys process what happened last year and try and learn from that to bounce back this year with this new group and try and get back to the heights where you were 2 years ago?
Well, sharing the pain that we had at the end of the season, knowing just how injuries and the things derailed us, just sharing with this team how we can't let anything stop us. We need to focus on the goal, get better every day, and just no excuses or anything.
Yeah. Cash, I thought that was one of the great things about last year. Like, even though you were eighth in the standings, you had to play in the first round. Like, there was still fight. I think every time we saw Kansas City take the floor, we always expected it was going to be a game, even if you were going up against the top seed. We saw that in the tournament.
Yes, sir.
That's got to give you guys some confidence, at least knowing, hey, even if we didn't have the best season last year, we still gave everybody our best game.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
I think that leads into like our culture of like the coaches and how they've like shown us the ways of just being together. Like, no matter what, we're going to fight. No matter what, we're going to stay together.
Yeah.
I feel like just having that was what pushed us last year.
How valuable was the time that you guys were able to spend in Toronto with this new group of guys, right? Like we asked Coach Menzies about it, and he was like, it's not just the practices, it's not just the games, it's the fact that these 15 kids all have to go hang out and like get to know each other.
Yeah.
It's one thing to be on the same roster. It's another thing when you have a relationship like you guys have and play for each other. You know what I mean? Like, it's a team.
Yes, sir.
Not just a group of guys.
I'll say for like the off court thing, it was good to like just meet the new guys and just hang out with them and get to know them like on a different level outside of basketball, and to just learn more about like their families and what they actually like to do, you know, off the court. I feel like that brought us closer together and just knowing each other, and you got to know who you're going to war with, you know? So just coming together, that was a good aspect for the Canada tournament.
Yeah, I feel like the off the court correlation comes onto on the court. So the chemistry that we were building in Canada was really important, and we really grew and got to know each other. And I feel like that's going to really help us later in the season.
All right, I got a couple quick hitters for you guys before we get out of here. You guys both have to answer them.
Okay.
All right? The three artists that are on your pregame playlist.
Gunna, Little
Baby. I like Lil Durk.
Future.
All right, I was going to say if they have all three of the same guys, then we might have the same player here. Which of these new teammates that you have cannot be trusted in the kitchen?
In the kitchen?
In the kitchen. Like, who's not making the team meal for you? Or we could flip it and who actually can cook.
Who is a
Yeah,
good cook?
Jason Hilliard, I would let him cook.
Yeah.
He says he can cook. He's a good grill guy. So
He's a grill guy.
Yeah.
Okay.
In Kansas City, that carries a lot of weight if you say you're a good cook.
Yeah.
So the player that each of you model your game after, like who are you watching film of when you get back to your room?
Model my game after. I'm a big fan of Tracy McGrady. So I like that he's like a bigger guard, you know, more versatile two-way player. So watching him a lot was my player.
Donovan Mitchell and Drew Holiday.
That makes a lot of sense. Did you know, isn't T-Mac's son on Oral Roberts?
Oh,
right?
yes?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that. That'd be good to go against them.
Yeah, that'll be good. The toughest place in this conference to play, and you can't say your arena. Toughest road environment.
Toughest road environment. I would say for me, St. Thomas last year, because their gym was kind of packed and it was like a tight environment, but they had a lot of energy in there. So yeah.
I'll go with something. I'll probably say Denver, just the altitude.
Oh,
no matter how much you prepare for it, it still kicks you in the butt for the first 5 minutes.
You can't breathe when you're up there.
A little bit.
All right, last one for you. If you could have a meal with one person in history, dead or alive, to learn from, to talk to, who would it be?
Michael Jordan.
Michael Jordan?
Yes, sir.
I was going to say that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was going to say that.
You're going to say Michael Jordan?
Yeah, I'll say
All
Michael
right,
Jordan.
fair enough.
I think it's a good pick. Yeah. Awesome. Well, fellas, we're excited to see you guys in action this year. Okay. Thanks again for being here today. Good luck getting the season rolling here coming up in less than a month. All right.
Yes, sir. Thank you for having us.
Thanks, Josh. Yep. Thanks, JP.
Best of luck, guys. Appreciate you. Thank you.
Kasheem Grady, Jason Petty, Kansas City Roos. Yeah,
Best
thanks,
of luck,
Jason.
right?
Yep. Good luck, buddy.
Appreciate you.
they're going to be fun to watch this year. And that was a team last season that had a lot of talent, and for whatever reason, it just didn't click. But they've reloaded. Marvin Menzies, one of the best coaches in the business. I think they'll get things rolling again. So that's Kansas City, again, picked to finish 6th this year in the Summit. We're going to turn our attention now to Oral Roberts, the Golden Eagles. New head coach Kory Barnett, one of 3 new coaches in the Summit League. Yep, come on, Kory.
Cool.
Yeah, we'll let Connor chill for a little bit. We'll chat with you first.
Kory, great to see you, man.
Good to see you guys.
Yeah.
Hey, Kory.
Good to see you.
Congratulations on the job.
Thank
yeah.
you. I appreciate it.
You look good. You
Yeah.
excited about
It's
it?
been a whirlwind, yeah. Drinking through a fire hose still, just less of a fire hose day by day, but yeah, it's been fun.
What is the first thing when you kind of take over this program? You know you're going to have a lot of new pieces. Like, where do you even start? Like, is it you have to put together a staff? Is it starting to dive into the portal? Is it begging some of the guys that were your last stop, like, can you please just come with me?
Yeah, it's a great question. Didn't honestly expect for it to happen as quickly as it did. And obviously once it happened, my focus first was staff. Trying to put together a really good staff. And I had an individual in Kory Alford, who's Steve Alford's son, who we grew up in this game together. He was an elite head coach at the NAIA level, won 80% of his games there. And so I had already known once one of us got this opportunity, we were going to follow each other. It was kind of our dream. And so I had one guy who was in the trenches with me already. And then it was just trying to build around that elite human beings who were going to help build it the right way. And we were blessed enough to put together a really good staff. And then
I know Kory, and he is a really sharp basketball mind.
Yes.
And he's also a guy that has head coaching experience. Like,
Right.
he's run a program. It's not the same at Oral Roberts as it
Right.
is at Huntington, but that's got to be some value that he kind of has a feel for being that one chair over.
Huge. And like for me, I've been at the high major level and then the mid major level at Nevada. And now he's been at the NAIA level. And so we're kind of have a mixed level of experience throughout our staff, which helps us navigate whatever issues might come. And obviously with Oral Roberts being the university it is, 2 chapels a week. And like he's done that before. He's been that at Huntington. He did it in a really, really great way and won at a really high level. So having him on a daily basis is great for the basketball side and even better for the staff. We have a lot of fun, probably too much fun.
That's the last nice thing we're going to say about it. It's
Thank you. I
mean
agree.
stuff now.
Hopefully he sees none of this.
So, Kory, you are from Rochester, Indiana,
Yes.
correct? Now, you
Yeah.
were coaching with Darren DeVries at West Virginia last year.
Yes, sir.
He gets the Hoosiers job,
Yeah.
I think, on March the 19th. I know just about a week later or so, you were announced as head coach of Oral Roberts. Talk me through that timeline. Was there any pull? I mean, obviously, you went to Indiana. You coached at the Hoosiers. What was that like to see the guy you were coaching for go back there? Was there any pull to maybe join him there? How did that all shake out?
Chaos, to be honest
Yeah.
with you. Yeah, it was a lot. Like, obviously, not, and even before that, to take it a step before, it was, we got left out of the tournament in a way that wasn't awesome.
Heartbreaking.
Like,
yeah,
it was. We were at the selection show as a group thinking, like, what seed are we? Not whether we'll get in or not. You couldn't even bet on us in Vegas. It was such a sure thing. And then we ended up not getting in. And so then it was just a whirlwind from then on out for the next month. And but it was a huge blessing. Obviously excited for Darren. That's an unbelievable university that it will be special to my heart for forever. But this opportunity was something that I never would have even thought about passing up. To be able to take over such an historic program that has had the coaches that have come through here, that's won at the level it has. Like, it's built to be sustainable, to be able to win at a high level if you can do it the right way. And for us, it was about bringing in the right individuals. And like, you'll meet with Connor Dow here, who's an elite human being. We have 14 others that are around him that are doing the same things and are focused on the right things every single day, which has been a massive blessing.
So when you were at Indiana, you were there for kind of the rebuild, right?
I was,
the bottom fell out after everything that happened with
6
Coach
wins
Sampson.
freshman year.
Yeah, so you get there and it's I believe Crean was the first year. Like, yep, you were the first guy with Crean, and you kind of see it build, and then it grows. You were there for the Watt shot. I think you were a senior
there for the Watt shot. Yep.
You guys make the tournament that season. I believe you won the
Sweet 16. We lost to Kentucky, who we beat in that game. We lost in the Sweet 16. Yeah.
But so you know a thing or two, and you've seen how to build this program from the player perspective. What did you learn from that, and what are you kind of taking here as you kind of try to get Oral Roberts on that same path?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I've been through it a few times. Even at West Virginia last year, we had 13 new guys. There's a whole new roster. So I've been through this, and I've seen it, especially with the portal. It's a little bit different than in Indiana. Indiana, Coach Crean built it in a little bit of a slower way. Now you almost have to build it in a faster way, and the portal allows that. So it's just really trying to dig in. Like, from answering your previous question, day one of us, once we had our staff in place, it was just making phone calls, trying to make sure whoever we brought in was built in the right way. Because I've learned through the portal, you can average as many stats or rebounds or whatever you want. You can shoot whatever percentage, but if you get in the trenches and you can't handle yourself, and if you can't stay connected with your teammates, then it ends up being a detriment to the program. And so just trying to find guys who are about the right things and had had great experiences with other staffs, other rosters, other schools, whether that be D2, NAI, D1. We didn't care. We just wanted to find great young men, and we were blessed enough to be able to do that.
Yeah. So is it culture first? Do you look for culture and then you see, okay, this is what we've got. Now let's tailor our style to that? Or I'm guessing maybe a little bit of both as you try and build out your roster.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, the basketball side of it, you can pretty quickly tell. Like with statistics now, the majority of our roster was college guys. We had a few freshmen who have an opportunity to play this year, but majority of the guys who were going to play were college. So we could watch film, watch them against opponents. So once you check off the box of their skill, their field, their shooting ability, their defensive ceiling, now it was all character background. That's the hardest thing, honestly. It's a lot of different phone calls because the majority of guys will give you the 30,000 foot answer. Yeah, he's
they'll
great
tell you
kid.
what you want to hear.
Yeah, they'll tell you what you want to hear because they don't want to hurt the kid.
For sure.
So you got to really do research to be like, has he had any instances? How was he in the locker room?
How many coaches killed a kid because they didn't want you to take him? Oh, he's the worst. You don't want that kid at all. He's terrible.
Honestly,
never shows up to practice. He just averages 26 a night.
Correct. Yeah, you don't ever call the previous coach. You do as out of respect, but they're not going to give you much. It's pretty much always it's usually sour grapes. Yeah.
Lane Sparks, I wanted to ask you about him because he big year last year at Huntington, but that jump from NAIA to Division I is something significant. Now, I think that the gap has kind of gotten a little bit smaller.
Agreed.
Between the two levels. I think the only difference really the best levels of non-Division I basketball, the skill is there. It's just you might have a 6'1" point guard instead of a 6'3" point guard.
Right.
Or your big guy might be 6'5" instead of 6'9".
Yeah.
But I think the skill level is there. When you got a guy like Lane who's a guard, I think you can make that jump and see a level of success.
I would agree. I mean, Sparky is an elite.
Is that
motor.
what you call him,
Yeah,
Sparky?
Sparky has an elite motor. You guys will see it. He plays unbelievably hard, probably too hard. I have to chill him out in practice because of how hard he goes. But he has been way better defensively than I thought. And I think at Huntington, he had to play a certain amount of minutes to where he wasn't able to do what he's been doing in practice so far for us. But he's always been able to score. He was born being able to score, and that's what Kory had seen through recruiting him all through high school and middle school. And he recruited him for a really long time. So he's known Lane since Lane was really, really young. In NAIA, they have no rules. Like I would call Kory, and he'd be like, yeah, his game got canceled because of COVID. So we're going to the gym, and I'm going to work him out. Then I'm going to go have dinner at his family. I'm like, how is any of that? He's like, we have no rules. We can do whatever we want. So, yeah, his recruitment is a lot different than the majority of mine. But he's known Lane and his family for an incredibly long time. Unbelievable family, unbelievable kid. I think he's going to help impact our program in a real way this year.
What are we going to see from him on the court, right? Is he going to be able to score at that level in the Summit League?
I think somewhat, right? I think a lot of his game at that level was overpowering guys. So he's got to really adjust of what overpowering looks like at this level because they're a little bit stronger and faster and taller. Playing off 2 feet's been the majority of our focus because he's always just kind of gone off one, either got fouled or something good usually happened at our level. It's not always happening that way. And he's learning that, but he's adjusted really, really well. And he is loves film, loves getting in and learning, and he takes coaching in a really, really great way. Even like I just did a keep this morning watching our last practice. Like I sat with him and watched all of his 2-foot finishes from last year, and then he had 3 in our last practice. Like whatever you tell him, almost to a detriment at times, he's going to do exactly that. He may never take another 1-foot shot. That's just how he is. But he's been great to coach.
Oh, I love that, Kory. So you've obviously got a blank slate to work with. What kind of style do you want to incorporate? But what are we going to see? What type of basketball are we going to see from Oral Roberts this year?
Yeah, for us, it's a little bit of a mixture. Where I've been at UCLA, we were able to kind of put in a lot of the offensive concepts we like, just trying to play as fast as possible, but within what's best for our roster. So it's going to be a lot of the actions Kory ran at Huntington. He's a really, really smart offensive mind, coach in general, but offense especially. So we're going to take a lot of what he did there, implemented a little bit of what I've had in different spots. I've been a defensive guy for the last probably 4 years. I took over the defense in Nevada, and so I kind of wrote down a ton of things that I hated guarding. So we're trying to implement as much of that as possible, the really, really hard stuff try and do that as much as possible. So
when you have this many new guys and this many new faces, what are the things that you are doing to try to turn them from just a roster into a team, right? Like I probably asked that question to 30 different coaches at this point because of how many places are just completely blank slates. What are you doing for the team bonding? What are you doing for the team chemistry? How do you go about getting these guys to have a relationship that is just beyond, okay, this is what we're doing in practice?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it's full transparency. Like, I think as honest as you can be with them, and then get them around each other as much as possible. So the one thing I took from Darren at West Virginia was we structure our practices where we start in the film room every single day. Then we go, when we do a review, we do a mini lift, and then we go to practice. That film session, I think, is incredible for us because it allows us to connect with our guys. A lot of those film sessions, we don't have any film to show them because we may not even practice the previous day. So it'll be straight team building, talking to them about their history, their families, what's going on in their lives, to where they can kind of connect in a real way. So we're really intentional about trying to do that as much as possible, because it's 13 new guys. They don't really know each other. They're from all different areas of life, Israel, Japan, all across the country. So to have that many new guys and try and get them as connected as possible. And that's our main theme this year. We want to be the most connected, hardest playing, most passionate team in the country. And I made that was really intentional because of how hard it is to get guys connected. So if that's the main thing we're talking about every day, hopefully it'll give us a little bit of an edge there.
It's even different now with the amount of European and Asian imports that we have coming in,
no doubt,
to college basketball, right? It's not just now, okay, well, I got to get this kid from Indiana to find common ground with this kid from Connecticut.
No doubt.
It's now I have to find this kid from America to be able to find common ground with a kid where English is the second language.
Yep. Yeah, and that's a hard balance. And we have everything from Latvia to Israel to Japan. And those guys have done a really good job of being connected in the right way. And a big part of it is trying to find guys who've been coached. That's one edge that I feel like at West Virginia, but especially with Steve throughout the years, he always was very, very diligent to get guys who were coached well. He was very, very focused on that. And I think it came from his Indiana background. Obviously, hit with Sam Alford being a legendary Indiana basketball coach, his dad. He knew great coaching is going to usually help me. When we get in the trenches, we only have so many practices. We only have so much time with them. A lot of their habits that they've already built through their time are gonna show. And what are those habits? And I learned from that and try to take that as much as possible.
Yeah, this Oral Roberts program, Kory, is just a couple years removed from being a Sweet 16 team, being undefeated in the Summer League and Conference just a couple of seasons back. When you came on campus or got your first look at it, you touched on it a bit ago. It's impressive. The facilities are impressive. Like this program is set up to win. Talk me through, if you, for people watching this that are from a national level that haven't been to Tulsa and seen ORU, sell your program a little bit. What's it got going on?
I mean, honestly, I was blown away by the facilities, and I took the job without seeing them. I saw them on YouTube, but I hadn't been there yet. So going over and actually spending time on the campus, it's a beautiful campus. Obviously, there's a couple different historic things, from the Praying Hands to the Prayer Tower. And Mabee Center is really, really well loved, not only in the state of Oklahoma, but everywhere. But Oklahoma, that's where the state championship was for many years. So a lot of people who grew up there, it means a lot to them. It's special to them. And then obviously the facilities that they've built. The Sweet 16 team built an unbelievable practice facility just from that run. And Tim Johnson and his efforts as our AD to go raise the money. And it's a beautiful facility. Everyone who's came is blown away by it. And then to me, and I know I'm supposed to say, but Tulsa's a hidden gem. Like, it's a beautiful spot, great spots. I mean, for me, it's always Easy Airport, Trader Joe's, Whole Foods. You got those three things. It's a pretty good spot, and we have all three of those in a pretty great way.
Birthplace of Route 66. Man. I know I've been to the Mabee Center before, and like that place is rocking. Like when that place is full, and even last year when the success wasn't quite there, it was still top 3 in the league in attendance. Like, there's so much passion for this program.
No doubt.
It's one of those things. I know for you, that's got to make you so excited about what's to come.
No doubt. No, and Tim does a great job of making it a very family environment where people, they're excited to come. And I've had multiple people stop me, whether it be at church or at a restaurant, and be like, we love going to ORU games, and we would love it a lot more if you guys would win a lot, but there's a lot more fun to watch. But we love going because of the environment and the atmosphere and the people and how kind everybody is. So it's a really, really cool spot, and we're excited.
I was told to ask you about Road Game Fridays.
Okay. Road Game Fridays for our guys. We try and do, it's another connectivity thing that we try. So throughout the entire off season, Fridays were really, really hard. We went and did something, whether go to the sand and have them crawl through the sand, do med volleyball, different type of things, run through campus with ropes. It was trying to make it as miserable as possible on those Fridays, like it would be in a road game. And then who are you in those moments? Are you getting more connected? Are you thinking about yourself? Are you thinking about your teammates? Are you pushing each other? So we did that the whole off season. The guys did an incredible job with it. I think they're happy that they're gone.
I was going to say, you're ending the week with the most difficult thing that they have to do during the week.
In their defense, that's Friday morning. Then they get all Friday, Saturday, and Sunday off. So they can go back home. They can spend some time. They can rest their bodies.
Can't really complain about that.
No.
You get the whole weekend off.
That's good structure, Kory.
Try.
Yeah. I love that.
All right, well, listen, man. No, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, we're going to get Connor up here in just a sec. We're excited to see what this team can do. I know the program, again, has been so fun to watch over the years, and we just feel like the sky's the limit for ORU basketball. So glad you have you in the league, Kory. Good luck.
I appreciate y'all. Thank you.
Thanks,
appreciate
man.
you.
Great to see
Kory
you.
Barnett. Oral Roberts, Golden
Thank you
Eagles.
very much.
Thank you. Good luck this year.
Yeah, don't forget your credential, man.
I'll try not to.
You got Connor Dow coming up.
Connor, one of 12 new players on this ORU roster. He's making his way
Come on,
over.
sit down, Connor. Don't look so nervous, man. We don't bite.
I'm good.
Good to see you. Connor, the pride of Broken Arrow, Oklahoma. So this is Tulsa. Like, this Broken Arrow is just a suburb of Tulsa,
Yes, sir.
essentially. For you were at Oklahoma State last year. What's it like to come up the road from Stillwater and be back home a little bit this
It's
season?
nice to be back home. Nice to be back where I've grown up my whole life. I've been around ORU my whole life, so it's nice to be in a familiar area.
Love that.
Coach was just talking to us about road game Fridays, right? And I guess what he did was basically give you the most difficult thing he could possibly have you do on a Friday morning, and then you get the weekend off.
Yeah.
What did you, first of all, what was the hardest thing that he had you do for a road game Friday?
There was one where we had a circuit, and it was just where we had a circuit, a Versa Climber, 22s. We had like some med ball throws incorporated.
What are 22s?
Down, back. So we had to do
in 22 seconds?
In 22 seconds. So we had like 5 of those back to back. And then we had hill runs on that same day. So it was just a bunch of stuff that he made into a circuit, and it was terrible. It was terrible.
What did you take away from those experiences, from doing those things?
Really just you're not going to get through it if you don't band together as a team. You got to be connected as one. So if you're not doing that, you're not going to be able to make it through anything. So just finding ways to get connected with each other and ways to push through, and how we can do that in season.
So his plan worked.
It did. I would say it did.
Who, by the way, is administering that? Like, is Coach Barnett saying, hey, here's what we're doing today? Is this your strength and conditioning coach?
Yeah, it's our strength and conditioning coach.
So you could hate him. That was the guy that you would.
Coach Earl's getting us. Yeah, Coach Earl's killing us.
Oh, I love that.
That's smart, man. Like it's all his idea, but he's not the bad guy because it's someone else doing it. That's smart. I think he knows what he's doing.
Exactly.
So, Connor, you're one of 12 new guys on this roster. You have 4 freshmen, 8 transfers. That's a lot of new personality to try and gel together. What has that getting to know you process been like this offseason with this new group?
It's been really good, honestly. The coaching staff's done a bunch of good stuff to help us, kind of guide us along that. But it's been really easy because the group of guys we have are great. So it's been really easy to get along with them. We've just been doing a bunch of stuff, obviously on the court and off the court, hanging out no matter what it is, going golfing, whatever. So it's been really fun. It's probably the most enjoyable group I've been around so far in my college career.
Awesome.
So you were in the Big 12 last year. You were at Oklahoma State. I believe you started 8 games last year, right?
Sure.
I'm sure when you put your name in the portal, there were a number of programs that reached out. Why was Oral Roberts the place that you ended up and decided on
honestly, it's
spending the year?
really because of Coach Barnett, just because of the man he is, the kind of guy he is, and then how he believes in me and trusts in me, and the way that we're going to play fast and shoot a lot of threes. That's how I like to play. So it fit my style, obviously. So really just the trust in him and the belief he has in me is really why I came here.
Yeah. Was there a relationship prior to? I'm assuming, knowing he was in West Virginia, you're an Oklahoma kid. I'm assuming you didn't know Kory probably until that initial transfer.
There was no relationship prior, but once we did connect, it was an immediate relationship there.
Oh, I love that.
Of the new guys that you've brought in, we talked with Coach a little bit about, I guess, Sparky is what you call Lane Sparks, and he had good things to say about him. Who's kind of impressed you? Who are Oral Roberts fans? Should they be excited about seeing play this year?
Obviously, Sparks. He's definitely one guy. Ty Harper will be run. He's really good for us. He'll be really good for us. I would also say Jack Turner. He'll be good. And Udo and Luke, they'll also be very good for us.
Talk to me a little bit about what those guys can do and what gets you excited about playing with them.
Yeah, Ty, he's a freak athlete. Dude, he's a point guard. He can shoot the ball. He has a good mid-range game, gets to the rim whenever he wants, super quick. He can pass too. He's just a very well-rounded point guard. Jack's a bucket getter. He can go get a bucket whenever he wants. Same with Sparks. Sparks he's a lefty. He can go get a bucket whenever he wants. He has a nasty mid-range game. And then Luke and Udo are 2 big men. They're just massive. Luke was here last year. He can stretch the floor out too and shoot it. So can Udo. Luke has really good footwork on the inside, so they'll all be really good for us.
Yeah, I assume in the off season, coaches trying out different lineups and trying different things out. And when there isn't really an established starting 5 or an established hierarchy, I'd imagine the intensity in practice is off the charts. How do you guys, I don't know, as a player, how do you kind of figure out, okay, where do I stand? Where's my role? Talk me through that communication between you and the staff as you are trying to fight for role and fight for minutes.
Obviously, a lot of that communication comes with the staff and through watching film and knowing your role, what your role is going to be, and buying into your role. So obviously, every day in practice, we're all competing like crazy, fighting like crazy. So the competitive nature there with everyone is there. It's just a matter of who's going to end up buying into the role and who's going to rise to the top from there.
So you have all of these new faces that are coming into kind of your hometown, right? What are you teaching these guys about the area? What restaurants have you put them on? Have you invited them over to the Dow household for a cookout or anything yet?
Yeah, a couple of them have come over to the house. We've had some dinner. Definitely a lot of restaurants. I've shown a lot of them to the golf courses. That's my favorite thing, being able to go out there and golf. So
a golfer,
been to a lot of those.
What's your handicap?
It's probably like a 9 right now.
And who's the best golfer on the team?
Chase Martin. He's the best.
Yeah.
I
thought he was going to say me.
You say yourself. That's a humble man. I love that. You mentioned inviting people over to your house. Now you're married, right?
I am.
Did I get that right?
Yes,
Talk me through that. When did you get married? Talk about your spouse.
So I got
things?
married this last May. She also played basketball at Oklahoma State, but we had met prior. So just got married in May. It's been an easy transition, honestly. We're both from Tulsa, so moving back home for both of us. We got a house like 10 minutes from campus, so it's super close, nice, easy drive. And she started working also as an assistant for a wedding planner, so she's really enjoying that.
So you married a wedding planner?
That's right. That's right.
What kind of discounts did she get on the wedding? Anything good?
Nothing crazy, honestly, but it was definitely nice to have her plan the whole thing. I didn't have to worry about anything.
You have to show up and say I do, and there you go.
What decisions did you make? Because when I got married, I had one job. I had to get the centerpieces for the tables.
Okay.
And what I did was I used Photoshop to take our favorite rom-coms. I'm a big rom-com guy. So I Photoshopped the names of whoever was seated in those seats for the poster from the rom-coms and put their names as like the stars.
Yeah.
That was the only job I had for the wedding. That was it.
I had 2 jobs. First job was to plan the honeymoon. So I planned the whole honeymoon.
Where'd you go?
That. We went to Negril, Jamaica.
That's smart.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Good job.
Good job.
Choosing the food. That was one thing I wanted to do, was choosing the food for the wedding. So we did that. It was like a pork loin with chicken, and we had a bunch of other sides, and then the cake. We had 2 cakes, which was really good.
2 cakes, huh?
Two
Look
cakes.
at that. Smart. You're a dessert guy.
I am.
Yeah, there you
A
go.
little sweet too.
All right, I got a couple more questions, a couple quick hitters before we let you get out of here. We're going to start with this. What was the 3 songs or the 3 artists that are on your pregame playlist?
I would say I'm a little different, so I'll go Luke Combs. Let's see, Cody Johnson, and probably Zach Bryan.
Zach Bryan?
Yeah.
Okay, that's acceptable. Which teammate is the one guy that you've learned cannot be trusted in the kitchen?
In the kitchen?
Yeah. Is there anyone that can't cook?
I would say Alex Kudo.
Why?
He's just a terrible cook. All he does is make frozen foods.
That's it?
Yeah.
That's it. All right. Putting that air fryer to work.
Yeah.
Huh? Yeah. The one player that you model your game after, who are you watching film on when you get home?
Tyler Hero.
Tyler Hero.
Yeah.
Okay, interesting. I like that. You know his brother?
I do.
Is
Yeah.
playing in the
Playing
league.
for St. Thomas this year. Yeah.
Yeah, so we have there's a lot of famous siblings and sons that are in this league this year. We'll talk about that. The toughest place to play in the Summit, I guess you haven't played in the Summit League yet.
Yeah.
So what's the one home court that you're really looking forward to going and kind of experiencing? And you can't say the Mabee Center.
Okay. I've heard St. Thomas's gym is fun, and South Dakota State's. So probably both of those.
Okay. Last thing I got for you. A meal with one person from history, dead or alive, where you can talk with them and learn from them and get to know them.
Oh, that's a tough one. Probably Kobe.
Kobe?
I liked his mindset on
Yeah.
everything. So probably just picking his brain.
I think Connor's got me bought in.
The Mamba mentality.
The Mamba mentality.
I love that. I got one last thing for you. First off, you opened the season at Oklahoma State.
Yeah.
So that's kind of fun to get to go
that'll
back
be
and
fun.
show what you
That'll
can
be
do.
fun.
You I know didn't get to play as much as you wanted to for the Cowboys. That game aside, how fired up are you to get a chance to come out and show what you can do? You were a phenomenal high school player in Oklahoma. You get a chance now to really prove yourself. you got to be pumped just to get back on the floor and try and bring this program back to prominence like it's been.
Yeah, I mean, it's probably the most excited I've been in a while about basketball, just being able to get out there and do what I can do, you know? So I'm super excited about it. Get out there with my teammates and see what we can do.
Yeah, I love that.
Look, our sign guy, Cody, the sign guy, says that we're officially done. So, Connor, great to see you, man. Best of luck this season.
Appreciate it. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, congrats, Connor.
Thank you.
Yeah, good luck, man. Connor Dow, junior forward for Oral Roberts. Yeah, we're going to step aside for just a sec. We're going to come back with the Denver Pioneers. Tim Bergstraser starting a new era there. That's coming up next here on the Summer League Media Day for Field of 68.
The college basketball season will begin right here on the Field of 68. At 8 a.m. on November 3rd, we will be tipping off the inaugural Field of 68 opening day marathon. 15 hours of nonstop basketball. It will begin in Rock Hill, presented by our friends at Visit York County. Plan your itinerary today at visityorkcounty.com. Winthrop will face off with Queens in the opener, followed by Bradley taking on St. Bonaventure. Then we head out to Sioux Falls, South Dakota, where it'll be presented by Sanford Sports, who is changing the way people play and making sports accessible and fun for all. Murray State gets Omaha at 1 p.m. Eastern Time, with Drake taking on Northern Arizona in the second game in Sioux Falls. Then it's back to Rock Hill for a showdown between Furman and High Point, with Merrimack taking on South Dakota State in Sioux Falls in the nightcap. Tickets for all 6 games are on sale now at the links in the description below. Field of 68, opening day.
Summer League Media Day here from Sioux Falls, South Dakota continues on the Field of 68. We're proud to be joined by the new head coach of the Denver Pioneers, Tim Bergstraser, Alex Heinert, Rob Dauster. We're here also. Tim, hey, thanks for being with us, buddy.
Thank you. Appreciate it, guys.
Now, you were coming from an outstanding program at Minnesota State Moorhead that you had been at for a long time. I think 3 straight 25-win seasons at the D2 level for NSIC, and now you make this jump up to the Summit League. Just talk me through why DU was the right fit and what has you excited about the season.
Yeah, well, it's when I was at MSCM, I knew it was a great situation, and I knew if I was going to leave at any point, like, it had to make sense, like I've told everybody. So I went to DU. We went through the whole process, checked the campus out, realized just how invested they were in athletics, and I really liked the vision that they had there. And again, you're in Denver, Colorado. So when I went back home, I just like, I really believe we could go there and have a chance to compete at a high level, compete for championships, bring in high-level talent, and I think we've definitely proven that so far. But I really do. It's a spot we could go there and have some fun. And, me and my family were extremely happy to be there. We've always wanted to be in Colorado. That's always been a goal for us. So I don't want to sound cliche and say it's a dream come true, but in a way it really is. And, I don't want to say I've been gung-ho on being a D1 coach, but if it made sense and I believe we could win and go there and compete, that's what I was going to not really second guess and just go with it.
Because this is the first time that you're moving up to the Division I level, right?
Yes, sir.
Because you played at
St. Cloud State, baby.
Yeah, St. Cloud State.
Yep.
And you're coach of the Division II programs.
Yep.
And now you're making that jump to Division I.
Yeah. I went from student assistant, D3, D2 GA, D2 assistant to D2 head coach. And, I've been very fortunate, man. I've been in the right place, the right time. Even for me being a D2 assistant, I don't think people understand how hard it is just to get a job in general. Whether you're a GA, an assistant, no matter what level, it's really hard. So I do know wherever I was at, I just tried to do the best I could, put guys in the right situation and work extremely hard. And if it works out for me to be here we are. So I know it's the coaching tree that I'm coming from, being at the right place, right time. I've been so fortunate. I don't overlook that kind of stuff because I know how stinking hard it is to get to this point.
If I would have told you in 2013, 2014, that season at St. Cloud State, you were a student assistant. If I would have told you then in 11 years, you're going to be a Division I head coach, you're going to be one of 364 people that can say the head coach of a Division I program, how hard would you have laughed at me?
Very hard, man. I'm not saying I'm mature now, but I was a very, very immature young man at that point. I was, I don't want to say misguided, but I had no idea what I was doing in my life. I was worried about the wrong things. Would have said that as a college athlete. And then, I think it was a blessing in disguise for me to have my 3 ACL tears and to just try to shift my path. And because I just wanted to play basketball. That's all I cared about. And then it was just unknown. I didn't know what else I could do in my world. So I just jumped into coaching and here we are. And I always look back on that, just like you said, man, of just when that first press conference that I had at DU when I walked in there, they did such a big job on that. I really soaked that in, man, because I don't want to sound like I've came from the hard times or nothing, but I do believe I've came a long way to where I am right now, and I'm just fortunate the coaches, my mentors, the players especially.
I don't have all the answers, and I definitely know that. It's all about these players that have helped me get to where I am right now.
I love that. 3 ACL tears.
Yeah.
I've torn both of mine.
Okay.
Congratulations on one-upping me, by the way.
Yeah.
Rob, have you ever torn a cruciate?
No, I have not.
Rob never got off the three-point line.
Yeah,
You have to,
I was rebounding for you. That's what.
one of the things I know I've heard you talk about is the connection with Josh Burlow, the Denver athletic director, and how your visions aligned. What are those visions? Like, what vision do you have for this program that is so much in touch with your athletic director?
Yeah, and I really believe it was all about the fit. It's just like recruiting. It's all about fit. But even like as I sat down, and it all happened so stinking fast, but the more I sat down with Burlow, the more people I met, and every step of the way, I just realized it fit for me. And I knew that I fit how they were trying to do things as well to fill this position, because I really believe they're just looking for a guy that didn't care about all the fancy stuff and all the bells and whistles and nothing like that, and they just appreciate an opportunity. And I do believe I'm a good human being. I'm not perfect, but I do know that was important to him. But when I was coming from MSU, I'm like, we didn't have everything, and I don't need everything. I just need a great opportunity in a great city with the great support, and all that's what they had. So I think when they understood who I was and that I don't believe I need a lot, I think that's what made it a perfect fit overall for a department and their staff. So that made it fun for me, because like everybody wants more. That's like that poison of anything you're doing in life. But it's like when I go to their place, like, yes, we all could want bigger facilities and all that stuff. I was like, I think it's well more than good enough to bring in high quality people and talent. And I think we definitely proven that in our roster so far.
I think it's the gap between Division II basketball and Division I basketball, in my mind, is really closed in recent years, partly because of the ability for some of those D2s to go and get players from the lower D3 and AIA and bring them up. And partly just because I think the biggest difference is it's just the size, right? Like, I don't think the skill level for the best players that you had at Moorhead is going to be all that different from the best players at Denver. It's just, instead of having a 5'11" point guard, you might have a 6'3" point guard now. Instead of having a 6'5" big guy, you might have a 6'9" big guy now.
Yeah.
And so I think that adjustment for the guys that are good enough and maybe do have that size won't be as difficult, which is good for you because you have, I think, 4 players followed you, right?
Yep,
and you have
4
5 non-D1s that are coming in.
Yep. Yeah, and it's, I totally agree, man. And when I was at the D2 level, especially at NSIC, like we knew that it was Division I basketball. And anytime, like for those 2 guys with Carson and Logan, we told them, I believe they're Division I players. And if we're not getting those kind of guys, you're not going to compete at the upper level of that league. You're going to be at the bottom. So we've always understood that. I don't think there's enough respect for the D2. I think people are seeing it more now. Yeah. It was like 5 years ago, everybody's like, no, D2 basketball, not good enough. D1s can do their thing against them. But I think there's a much better respect for that now. But I totally agree that it's going to be the –
I mean, there definitely is, because you have all these D1s going out and getting all the best D2 players, so they better respect it at this point.
Yeah, no kidding. And it's a different landscape that we're not all a fan of, but it's, you got to be wired to recruit like a JUCO coach. And that's you got to build relationships in a different way, and you could like it or love it, but that's just what it is. So I enjoy the recruiting process of bringing in those kind of guys and bringing in and filling rosters. But I think everybody could fill a roster. It was like, all right, how do you put the talent to get together and get them to play together? I think that's the most important thing. But the size, the athleticism, without question, I think that's going to be the bigger thing, and the physicality.
Yep.
But I'm very curious. Like, I'm going to be ready. I'm going to be as prepared as possible. But I'm just very eager and curious to see what it's going to be, because it's going to hit me in the face. I know it's going to come. Like, all right, that's very different. It's going to happen. So.
Well, there's a lot of proof of concept of guys going from specifically the NSIC and having success in the Summit League. We saw it last year with Jackson Money, who used to terrorize you guys at Northern State.
Yeah, he was
pretty
good.
And they first team all conference last year. He's playing in the G League now. I know you're doing that obviously with these 4 kids who are going from Dragons to Pioneers. Carson Johnson, who we're going to talk to in a bit, averaged 20 a game last year. And this was a kid you were planning on redshirting.
Yeah.
Can you talk a bit about...
Good decision, coach.
Pretty good choice.
Some people said I was dumb to do it in the first place, so redshirting him in general.
But for a kid like that, what's going to allow him to be successful here in this conference?
Yeah, well, it's one heck of a story. I mean, for him, redshirting, and he was good enough to play. We just had the 6-year seniors ahead of him, I should say. And, it was fun to watch those guys go at it in practice. We knew that Carson was to be that guy to lead the program in the right direction. But for him he didn't bat an eye once when we went up to him. We had the injury situation. We went up to, hey, man, we think you're ready to play. Do you want to play? He just smiled at me. He's like, well, I'm ready to go. Coach. Like, all right. And that's a tough decision. Like, I want to make sure it's his choice. I don't want to force him into that. That's a family decision. But from that point, then he averaged 20 a game. Like, his first game, he had like 22 points. So that's impressive. You don't see that a lot. But he's everything that he's done, he's earned. Like, he puts in so much stinking time, and he's just one of those rare guys that he's such a good human being. He's a great person in the class. He's 4.0 student. obsessed with basketball, just a relentless competitor. Like, you don't see a lot of guys that combination as much anymore, I think, that just like love this kind of stuff. But I'm eager to see, I'm excited for him for this jump, because I know he's ready to play at this level. He knows he's ready to play at this level. Some guys might say that he's small, and I mean, go ahead and tell him that, because I know that's going to light a fire.
I'm gonna tell him
so
when
please do.
Up.
Yeah, go ahead. Put that fire
Coach
in his
said you're
belly.
small, Carson.
I won't tell him that, because I know he's proven that he's good enough. But he's a privilege to coach, because I mean, he's a rare guy, like I said, him and Logan, that we brought here today. But when the lights are on, I mean, he's a gamer. He's not afraid to step up and make those big plays either.
I want to know what the reaction was when you pull his red shirt and then he comes out and he has 22. What is the reaction around your program? You're like, you were redshirting this kid?
Yeah. Oh, that's exactly what happened. Like, I had a bunch of guys like, wow, like, you're an idiot. Why didn't you play him right away? It's like, well, we had 2 6-year guards that were actually pretty stinking good too. They just unfortunately we hit catastrophe. When it's a guards game. I'm a big guy, but it's a guards game. I gotta admit it. But when your point guard and your shooting guard go down, we had to make that decision. But yeah, there's a lot of some side jabs from the league of like, yeah, why didn't you play him?
So I want to ask, now you coached under Chad Walthall at Minnesota State Moorhead, and he had developed obviously an incredible program there. Like, they were consistent winners, region titles, etc. This is a little more of a rebuild. I mean, Denver certainly has had their moments. They made the Summer League title game 2 years ago. I know you mentioned it's an easy school to recruit to. How do you attack this challenge maybe a little bit different than the way you attacked your Dragon teams the last handful of seasons?
Well, like I said before, to a lot of people, it's just like the pulling and tugging of more guys and how we do things. I think that's been the biggest adjustment for me. We're not going to budge on our standards by any means. We'll always be willing to adjust. But I don't want to change who we are, because it's worked so far. But it's like I said, I'll be ready to change some minor things, but just how we operate as a program of showing up every day, working really hard, playing for each other, those kind of things that bring high character guys that compete, we're not going to ever deviate from that. So that's a blueprint I need to make sure we stick right to. But with this transition, and I learned a lot of that from Walthall, like you brought up with him, and he's been a proven factor of rebuilding that program. So at MSUM, it was not in a good spot, and he rebuilt that program to a national contender, national success, and people that know who MSUM now is. So I'm not going to say that's my motive by any means, but I think it will be pretty fun to just reestablish what the DU logo looks like on the basketball side when people look at that. So that's important to me, and if we're doing it the right way as well.
So now that you're in Denver, do you fish at all? Because I've been to Colorado quite a bit. I'm a big fly fishing guy.
Okay. I have not actually. I haven't fished since like junior high, to be honest. Ever since I got into just basketball, it's just taken over my life. But I'm obsessed with hiking. I absolutely love hiking, and that was another, obviously, living
You're
in
an awesome
Colorado,
spot.
that works out pretty well. But me and my wife were big into hiking, and I did the first hike the other day. It was a 3-mile hike with my son on my back, the old backpack. Then he's 1 year old. But so you want a trap workout?
Was it the Osprey that you put him in?
Yeah, something like that. I don't know if that was the actual brand, but
so we had one of those for my son that had like the zipper in the bottom where you could put all the stuff in the bottom. They sit above your shoulder, and it's got like the shade over the top.
Yeah,
that's a workout.
I was like 2 miles in, man, and my traps were on fire. But that's the beautiful thing of Denver. Like, there's just endless things to do there. Like, just food wise, city, the hiking, being outdoors. So it's been awesome for us. Now, I wish my family was here the entire summer so we could enjoy that, but we had a good month just to really just enjoy living in Denver before this chaos really hits.
Is that what does that take people through? What that is like when you are taking a new job? You got your family. Were they in Minnesota until?
So I think everybody would do it differently, but like for me, like we moved out of Moorhead, and thankfully my in-laws, they live in Minneapolis area. So my wife and my kids, they stayed there as I was flying back and forth. We didn't find a house until July, I think. We didn't lock in a house. So like then I lived by myself for a good month. So being away from my kids and my wife, man, that was tough. Like we knew that, like, all right, we set the plan, like, all right, that's plan, we're all good. But like when I actually had to go through that, and like I don't mind, like I'm a pretty low key guy. I'm a homebody, just relax at home kind of guy. But when you're away from your kids and your wife, man, that hits you hard. And I mean, I had a couple times like it was tough. But again, that's just part of the journey. That's what we signed up for. This is part of, being at this level, especially.
It's the gig.
And I had to tell my wife that when this was all starting to shake, of like, hey, I might have an opportunity to stick my hat in the Denver job. And she's like, yeah, that's fine. I was like, no, sit down.
Yeah.
This is a big move for our family. Like we've all been in Minnesota our entire life. We're going to go down to Denver. The Division I lifestyle is so much different. I'm not always going to be home. It's going to be maybe a little bit more on you just to, with our kids. So, but she's a rock star, man. She hasn't second guessed nothing. She's always been there for me to make these make these moves. She's made more sacrifice than me because I've been the one that's been moving her around. So I love her to death, and my kids, my wife. I mean, we're all happy and healthy, so I'm grateful.
Yeah, it doesn't work if you don't have that support.
No,
right?
no, not at all. And
work.
we wouldn't have left MSCM if it wouldn't have worked. Like if she didn't think we could make it happen, we would have said MSCM and still been happy. So go where you're happy, and that's worked so far.
Yeah, well, DU is a pretty happy place.
Yes, yes, it is.
This we could go a lot of different directions. We got a couple minutes left.
Yeah.
You know, Denver is a hockey school, obviously. Like they've won more national championships in D1 men's hockey than anybody else in the country. So you've got this. They're an incredible skiing program. Like they're the best alpine skiing program in the country.
I did not know that.
Oh yeah,
true story. Oh man, you get a chance now to take over this basketball program, which is a part of this. Men's soccer, etc. Like all these things. In most schools, it's not like that. Usually, men's hoops is like up at the top. I assume this is a positive thing, though. You get a chance to join into this athletic department where the standard is so high in all these other sports. Now it's your job to try and help raise men's hoops to that.
Yeah, without question.
Yeah.
And that was part of my decision process. Like when I went there, I started doing my research. It's like, okay, lacrosse, men's and women's soccer, hockey, skiing. It's like there's gymnastics. Like there's so much high level success. So it's like, all right, why can't basketball figure that out? And again, there's an obstacle no matter where you go. Like there's always some type of obstacle. But when I was really doing my research, like obviously you can have success here. So I just want to jump on board right there with them. But like when I saw that athletic success and the investment, like they're investing into basketball. They want basketball to be successful. When I saw all that together, it's like, all right, man, like I think it makes total sense to make this jump and make this move. So they've been very welcoming. Like they're just my kind of people, man. They're all very low key. Like they're incredible human beings. Like there's no egos or nothing at staff. Like, family butt heads every once in a while, but just authentically as this them as human beings across the entire department. I just know they're good people. And that's important to me.
Yeah. What would be your elevator pitch on what Denver basketball is going to be about on the floor this year? What are we going to see for the Pioneers?
I just want you to see nasty, tough, disciplined basketball. I was like, I'm the more gritty, grindy guy. Let's play some defense and we'll get nasty and chippy and the defense, the rebounding. But like, I just want disciplined basketball. We're going to play great ball on both sides of the ball and they're playing together. We preach together. That's how we start every practice, finish every practice, break it down together. But I want us taking care of the ball, defending and rebounding. And just playing disciplined basketball. I think that's the most important thing for me.
Love that. Nasty, tough Denver Pioneer basketball.
And I'm not saying we're going to win every game, but that's how I want to play.
No, I love that, Tim. Awesome.
Thanks, Coach.
Thank you.
Best of luck this year. I know we're going to get Logan and Carson.
Send Carson and Logan up over here.
Got you.
We'll get them on here next.
Thanks, Tim.
Yeah.
Good luck. Thanks. Tim Bergstraser, again, one of 3 new coaches in the Summit League this year.
You want both or just one?
Yeah,
we'll take both. We'll take both. Why not?
We
We got Logan Kinsey, who's going to be a senior forward this year for the Denver Pioneers, and then Carson Johnson, sophomore guard. Hey, guys.
Carson, good to see you. Logan, good to see you. We are live. Mics are hot. Don't say anything too crazy. So, Carson, I got to ask you because I think it's my favorite part about your story is that you were supposed to redshirt last season.
Sir.
Take off the red shirt. You averaged, 20 points, 3 assists. You had 22 in your first game. After that first game, what did you say to Coach? Was it like, you should have been playing me the whole year?
Not quite. I mean, we knew we had 2 really good guards right before me, older guys, and they just happened to get hurt. Gave me an opportunity as much as injuries suck. But they also did a good job, like, coaching me through that. Being put in, like, middle of the season and not playing a college game yet. I mean, I knew I was ready to play. I understood that, like, the older guys before me, like, had that spot and everything like that. But I knew I was ready when Coach called my number. So yeah.
He said you didn't even think about it. It was just like, hey, you want to play? Yes. Yeah, put me in. I'm ready.
Anyways, after one of the games, our 6th-year guard got hurt, and I was in the gym getting shots up after the game, and he came in and was just like, you want to play tomorrow? And I was like, yeah, for sure.
Logan, what was that? I mean, last year's season obviously was another good one. You had 25 wins again with MSUM, but to have so much adversity and to be able to overcome it, thanks in part to him and his emergence. What was that like for you to see that team come together and keep moving forward, even though it was such a struggle in different ways?
I'll speak more what he was saying. Like when he first, we got redshirt pulled.
Hold your mic up a little bit. There you go. Thanks.
When he first got his redshirt pulled, I remember we were at team huddle right before the game. Before we went out for tip, he's like, "I got you guys. Like I got your back. Like, let's do this." I was like, "All right." He's ready to go. He came out, burned a couple threes. I was like, "All right, he's here." But yeah, it was fun. A lot of adversity, a lot of injuries. Guys came back from injury, then got hurt again. But it was fun though. Fun year. fun way to end it. A little 13-game winning streak, and then
Yeah, that's not bad.
16. Yeah,
that's not bad.
fun,
13 games. You left your twin brother back in Moorhead,
sure
though. You bailed on him?
Sure did.
I mean, he's having fun there, though. I mean, I mean, definitely miss the dude, but everyone's got their own story too.
Now,
I respect that. I miss the dude.
Everyone's
got their own story.
He was up over the summer. We went to climb the mountain. Me and him and one of my buddies came up.
Awesome.
It was a good time. So
now, Logan, I need you to confirm something for us because we just talked to your coach over here,
Okay.
and he said he thinks Carson is ready for Division I, but he might just be too small.
Yep.
Is that true?
Yep. So as an undersized guard, I also don't think he's ready. He's a little too short, but no, he'll be just fine. I think he is
Not too small?
no more than capable of competing at this level.
You both came to Minnesota State Moorhead to play for Tim Bergstraser. What about him as a man, as a coach, really drew you in and made you want to play there and come to DU as well and play for him in the mountains?
Yeah, right away, coming out of high school, he made sure that he wanted me more than any other coach, and that just like really stood out to me. But playing for him, like realizing the kind of coach he is, how he coaches us every day, like what he expects out of us. He's just like a coach you want to go to battle for every day, and it just made it easy to like make that jump with him.
I mean, he just loves the game so much. I mean, he'd die for this if he could. So I mean, I'd love to play for that type of dude. Like, he wants to be out there with you if he could. I just respect that.
He has given 3 ACLs to this game.
Yes.
I mean, that's
probably
blood,
another-
tears, and
another if he
cruciate
could.
ligaments.
What is, as you getting ready for this adjustment, right? Like, I don't think the gap between Division II and Division I is as big as anybody thinks it is, right? I think maybe it's just a little bit of a size thing, right? Your point guard might be 6'1" at D2, who's going to be 6'4" at D1. Big guy might be 6'6" versus 6'9". What have you guys done this summer to try to get ready for that?
It's really just been focusing on ourselves every day. We are very like confident in our abilities. We think we can compete at this level with anybody, and so like every day in like summer and then preseason, all that stuff. It's just like getting all of our guys like playing together. We have a lot of new guys, so like teaching them like what we expect like every single day. And we've been coming along really well, getting everyone like on the same page, playing together and all that. So it's really just focusing about us and like just letting the outcomes of the games take care of himself when it comes.
And what he's saying, just like every day, build on every day. In the weight room, get stronger, eat more.
Yep.
Just keep building and growing.
I think that you mentioned something, Carson, that's really interesting, and I'm curious both you guys take on this, because a lot of these new coaches at the Division I level, you have 13, 14, 15 new faces on the roster, and you guys have that many new faces on this roster. But I think, 4 guys came with him from Moorhead?
Yep. Yeah.
So it's not completely new. So there is some kind of like, you got a presence in the locker room, Logan. They can let all these other guys know this is what the expectations are. This is what our culture is. We might be at a new university, but this is what we do in this program.
I mean, it's just really just being an extension of the coach's voice. Like, you're coming with him, like, to come help lead. So it's me, Carson, other guys, like, help. Like, let's build this winning environment. Let's get it going. And then there's, 11 new faces that I don't know previously. So just getting everyone on board. And
are they buying in?
Oh yeah, everyone's buying in.
Yep.
Like, everyone's bonding together. It's been looking great.
I think it's so unique, like Rob mentioning. It's 4 guys that were playing together last year, 3 guys who were at DU that stuck around, and now this other new group of guys. I assume, like, at this point, you don't really recognize, okay, you were here last year, but you're new, or you're like, there's no clicks. I'm assuming. I think Coach Bergstraser, I feel like, has done a good job of breaking down those barriers, making sure everybody's kind of one team moving forward.
Yeah, he does a really good job of like finding his guys that he wants to come play for us, and just like setting that standard that like we're gonna be playing as one, and like that level of like losing is just unacceptable. Like just getting everyone to buy in together has just like been what we've really been working on the most, I would say. So
Who's the best golfer on the team?
best golfer,
Oh,
I'd have to say me. I'd have to say myself on it. It's not
That's
definitely
what
it's not Sean Wysocki.
no,
It's not Sean Wysocki.
no, for sure.
That's what I heard. It was you. I wanted to see what Logan would say.
I will say Spencer Bland too.
He's got an
He's a
interesting
coach.
swing though. His
Yeah,
swing looks
yeah.
horrible.
He's not bad,
crunches
though.
down.
Yeah, I think you're saying that for a very specific reason. All right, I got 5 more questions, quick hitters,
Okay.
that you guys both have to answer. The 3 artists on your pregame playlist.
You got that?
Yeah. Metallica, Black Sabbath, Motley Crue.
And then
That's not where I thought that you were going to go with that. There you go.
Pre-game for me, I just listen to a bunch of like Christian music right before the game, so it's a little different vibe, but that's what gets me ready. So,
which teammate of yours cannot be trusted in the kitchen?
in the kitchen, got to be Sean Wysocki again.
Sean,
Yeah.
he's got-
Poor
yeah.
Sean.
Yeah,
I know.
Man.
Yeah.
He's got nothing going for him. Can you say something nice about Sean, Logan?
Come on. Great, good dude. Yeah. He can guard, long, lengthy dude.
He has a lot of length.
Yeah.
He's got long arms. That's all
That's
he's
the
got.
best thing we can say
Yeah.
about poor
Can't
Sean.
cook, can't play golf,
Nope.
doesn't listen to good
He's got
music,
long
but he's got
arms, though.
long arms.
Yep.
Yeah,
Yeah.
long arms. Good dude.
Like-
Long arms.
The-
Sean Wysocki.
The player that you guys model your game after, if you're watching film
LeBron.
at home, LeBron.
I love LeBron.
I'll be pulling from Steph Curry and Trae Young, kind of mixing some of their game together.
So you don't play much defense. Got it.
Yeah.
What is the one arena in the Summit League that you're really excited to play in? You can't say your own gym.
St. Thomas, saw they're building a new gym. Probably that one.
I'll say just NDSU again. Just like all the home guys from Moorhead will be out there. It'll be a lot of fun.
You guys just about beat them last year in an
Yeah,
exhibition.
we'll
Yeah,
get another shot. I mean, get a whole new squad. It'll be fun. I want to look forward to playing that.
You get to have a meal with one person from history, dead or alive. Who would it be?
I think I just have to go Steph Curry again.
Steph?
Yeah.
Jesus Christ. I don't know what's going on back then.
Respect.
Yeah.
Okay,
Fellas, that's a good one to end on, I think.
That's a
Yeah.
good one to end on.
Carson Johnson, Logan
Carson
Kinsey.
Johnson.
Appreciate you,
Logan.
fellas. Yeah.
Yeah,
Best
thank
of
you,
luck
guys.
this year.
Best
Excited
of
to see you
luck.
guys on the floor.
Be nice to your brother, all right?
Oh, I will.
He's a good dude.
Just text him before the section.
Thanks, Logan.
Thanks, man.
Yeah, good luck,
Thanks,
fellas.
fellas.
All right, we're going to step away for just a second. Come back with St. Thomas, Johnny Tower, and the preseason favorites. Talking Tommy's Hoops here at Summer League Media Day on the Field of 68 after this.
The college basketball season will begin right here on the Field of 68. At 8 a.m. on November 3rd, we will be tipping off the inaugural Field of 68 opening day marathon. 15 hours of nonstop basketball. It will begin in Rock Hill, presented by our friends at Visit York County. Plan your itinerary today at visityorkcounty.com. Winthrop will face off with Queens in the opener, followed by Bradley taking on St. Bonaventure. Then we head out to Sioux Falls, South Dakota, where it'll be presented by Sanford Sports, who is changing the way people play and making sports accessible and fun for all. Murray State gets Omaha at 1 p.m. Eastern Time, with Drake taking on Northern Arizona in the second game in Sioux Falls. Then it's back to Rock Hill for a showdown between Furman and High Point, with Merrimack taking on South Dakota State in Sioux Falls in the nightcap. Tickets for all 6 games are on sale now at the links in the description below. Field of 68, opening day. The college
Summer League Media Day continues here from Sioux Falls, South Dakota, and the Denny Sanford Premier Center. We're joined now by Johnny Tower, getting set to start his 15th season as the head coach of the St. Thomas Tommies, the preseason favorite St. Thomas Tommies in the Summer League this year. Johnny, thanks for being with us.
Hey, thank you guys. Great to be here.
It's 4 years now, I guess technically 5 seasons removed from being a Division III program, and you're here in the Summit League, picked as the preseason favorite. Did you, when you guys made that jump, did you think that this was something that was realistically possible this quickly?
Yeah, I don't. That's a great question. I don't know. I mean, you're familiar with Division III basketball, and I what I knew is our school is very committed to being good. We get unbelievable young men. I think we have a style that's fun to play. I preach every day to them, block out the outside noise, which is harder for this generation than ever before. So other people's opinions on what our team's going to be or isn't going to be doesn't really matter. So I'd be lying if I didn't say, hey, it's nice, because I think it indicates probably a level of respect for our program and what we've been able to do the last several years. But last time I checked, it doesn't get us 2 extra points on the scoreboard, which then I'd be really excited.
It does not.
You get a handicap when you pick favorites.
Yes. But I think we're thrilled with the trajectory of the program, what we've been able to do, what we continue to build. It's just been a lot of fun, and doing it at a school like this, for me, is really, really special.
Yeah, well, you've seen that growth. I mean, since you came into the league, you made steps every season. Last year, you finished second. You make a real run at the regular season championship. You get to play on this floor for a title. And now the fact is, if you win that game this year, you're going to the big dance. You're NCAA eligible for the first time. That was something that came up about halfway through last season, that was possible that you'd get that extra year lopped off in the transition. What has that meant to this school, knowing this is now a tangible thing we can go out and be a part of March Madness this year?
Yeah, it's awesome on so many levels, right? I mean, and first off, we know that means you're eligible, which 365 teams are eligible. It doesn't give you anything other than an opportunity, but we're very grateful. I mean, when we signed up for this, we expected that it was 5 years. So there were a lot of people throughout the last 4 years who said this isn't fair. Well, we knew we weren't eligible. And so we're very grateful to get that opportunity this year. I do think when you look at college basketball and what we've been able to accomplish, a lot of that speaks to our players just buying in. That in this era where era's relatively transient, we've only had 5 kids go in the transfer portal in 4 years. And so you look at that continuity, even though we do have 4 new transfers this year, we've been able to, I think, maintain a culture and a continuity that has served us really, really well. And, you talked last year, 24 wins. I'm not going to say we're going to replicate that, but I do like the spirit of our guys, and I think they're really excited to have this chance.
What I think is really interesting, you mentioned the continuity part. Of those 4 transfers, I believe one of them is a redshirt freshman. You got 2 sophomores, and you got a junior. So you have at least 2 years, in theory, with all of them, if you want those 2 years with all of them, right?
Yes.
That feels intentional.
Well, and 3 of the 4 of them redshirted. I think 10 or 11 guys on our roster redshirted. So eligibility-wise, we only have 1 senior, 1 junior, but I think 10 or 11 of them have redshirted. And so I don't know if that's intentional. I think those are kids that we all had relationships with in terms of recruiting them, knowing their families, et cetera. And so, when that happens, when the transfer portal opens and it's chaos in the spring, I think we've tried to take a really focused approach on who are the guys that we may know already that we know would fit our system, but that has to be reciprocal. We also want guys running to St. Thomas who say, this system, this culture, this style of play, this school, this is where I want to be. And so we feel very fortunate because I think in different ways, all 4 of those were kids that we knew ahead of time, and they're running to us for the right reasons.
You mentioned just the way that you've built this and how it hasn't necessarily been like new teams every year. And this year it feels the same way. I mean, you lose some big names to the portal and guys graduate, but at the same time, you keep the core, at least a good chunk of the main guys who were on the floor for you last year, and you add in a couple of high major transfers with Minnesota or Wisconsin roots. It's been a pretty good formula, Johnny. Would you say the product on the floor is going to look pretty similar in that regard, even though some of the faces are different this year?
Yeah, I think the way we will play will be very, very similar. And if you go back, our first year in Division I, we played the same style. Yeah. We had guys who, to me, they laid the foundation for all of this. We won 10 games that year. We also lost 12 straight. I mean, that was a year where they led the country in fewest turnovers. They took the most threes. They knew how we could win. And so that is part of it too. Part of our style is humility, self-awareness, knowing who we are, and then playing to those strengths. And so our staff does a great job with that. I think the players we have returning know our culture so well. So they're going to be leaders, but there is certainly an element of getting players who understand what they're buying into ahead of time. And, people ask us a lot, how do you get them to pass the ball so much? It's like, well, we watch them pass in high school and AAU, and if they don't like to pass there, I may have a background in psychology. I don't think I'm going to change very many people's behavior. I got 4 kids at home, and I ask them favors all the time, and sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. So it's recruiting players that are going to embrace and love playing the way we do. And so it's been a lot of fun, and I think this year's team will play very similarly.
I want to ask you about Nolan Minnesala, because preseason player of the year, it's a lot of hype and expectation for a sophomore, but he seems like the kind of guy that should be able to handle that.
He's calm. He's unflappable. The first interview we were doing, a fly landed on his cheek, and he noticed it. I mean, a fly lands, you're going to note, and he didn't move. The guy interviewing him actually commented later, and that is Nolan. Like, if you know him, he hardly says a word. It'll be fun for you guys. You've had some of our talkative players over the years. Get Nolan talking, and I want the keys to that. But he competes. He led his high school, Milwaukee Marquette High School. 9 of our 16 guys won state championships when they're in high school. Nolan and Carter, who are here today, are 2 of them. But he led Marquette High, which hadn't won a state title, I think, in decades and decades. And it wasn't a team littered with Division I talent. They had good players, but he really was the unquestioned leader. And so, Nolan is a freshman. If you watch, and we use him as an example for a lot of our players, he hardly took threes last year. He was an undersized 4. He's worked on his 3 a lot. But again, self-awareness, he knows who he is. And so, when people would talk about his scoring last year. It's like, but watch his defense, watch his rebounding, watch his passing. That's the first thing that we notice about him. He plays like a point guard. He's not a point guard, although in our system he kind of is. And so, no, I think he will have a very good perspective, knowing that, you look at how many people return in the conference. He's one of the better players on paper. Now, there's also tons of transfers who are coming in here that, when I look last year, Oscar Clough wasn't a first team all conference preseason, neither was Markel Sutton. And I said that at our coaches meeting yesterday. Anybody who didn't vote for the first team all conference ought to have their vote rescinded. So preseason polls, I'm not diminishing them. They're fun for fans. But I do think Nolan is mature beyond his years, both in terms of how he approaches the game and how he plays.
Yeah, you mentioned he's an undersized power forward. I was going to ask you what position is he? Where does he play?
He's just a basketball player. I mean, literally, if you watch us play, Carter's our post, and he's kind of the hub of our offense. But after that, I mean, Nolan's as likely to bring the ball up as a point guard as anybody else is. In our system, I'd say those 4 perimeter players are all probably 6 or 7 guys on our roster played some form of point guard in high school. So but they have to buy into that, right? If you have a point guard who says, I'm the point guard, I'm the guy that dribbles the ball up the floor every time, then you're going to have 3 guys calling for the ball after every defensive rebound. And so I think the beauty of a kid like Nolan
my son's
is
10 UT right now.
Correct. But the beauty of Nolan is you watch him and he's as happy running to the rim or running the wing or bringing the ball up. And he tries to make the right basketball play. He's not perfect, but he tries to do that over and over and over. And when you get a group, a collective that does that continually, that's where you usually see good possessions following.
Yeah, positionless, selfless basketball. I think that's one of the reasons why people look at this team and think, yes, you are a favorite in this league, even though you do lose a guy like Drake Dobbs that was so important the last handful of seasons, and you lose Miles Barnstable that was first team all conference, and Kendall Blue. When you look at you don't replace those individuals, but from the production standpoint, who are you looking at to try and replace what some of those guys brought to the table last year?
Yeah, that's a great question because, it's funny. Somebody asked me with 5 new players, they said that's not normal for you guys because we haven't had a lot of transfers out, but we also been building our scholarships over the course of 4 years. And so last year we had 8 new players. If you look last year, we had five freshmen and 3 transfers. And so I think each of the transfers has an opportunity. It's hard for me. If you watch us practice right now, I think there's more than a dozen players who could play for us. And so I think the 4 returners are going to certainly contribute. I think our transfers will have an opportunity, but I think a lot of our young guys, I think of a guy like Ryan Lafferty, who was the state 3A player of the year coming out of Mount Spokane High School. And he, his freshman year, he learned a lot, he grew a lot, he played some, but that's another guy who was on the fringe of our rotation all last year, and he's made some great strides. And so, again, there's a litany of them, and we only have so much time I get to hang out with you guys, but it's fun to come to practice every day because right now we know we're going to play up tempo, we're going to play a lot of guys, and I think our guys, that does breed a certain competitiveness, but also a certain selflessness that they know none of them is going to play 40 minutes, and so they better go play their butts off, and then when their number's called, they go do it again.
So you got some big name little brothers on this roster, right? You have Austin Hero, who's Tyler's brother, obviously, and you have, I believe it's Luka Momcilovic, who is Milan's. Milan is obviously the all-league guy at Iowa State. Is that you're bringing in pedigree, right? Those guys have seen older brothers have success and have grown up in successful athletic families.
Yeah, no question. I think, when you look at pedigrees, some of it is family background, right? And that could be a younger sibling. There's some good research out there that younger siblings tend to be a little bit better than their older siblings. Nick Janowski's brother's playing Division II basketball as well. So you look at our kids, and I think there is an element of toughness that a lot of them have grown up in or grown up with. So yeah, it's interesting. My 2 boys are walk-ons. 2 of my 3 sons are Adam and Jack. So Adam would probably say they argue over who's better. So the sibling rivalry is fun. I think they also handle it really well. Austin's brother is one of the best players in the world, and he doesn't talk about it. You wouldn't know that. He's certainly proud of his brother, but Austin doesn't play like his brother. I think he's one of the better passers I've seen. It's unbelievable, his court vision. I'm not saying Tyler's not a good passer, but Austin, you watch him and he sees certain things where it's like, how in the world did he see that? And again, he has this humility that you would not know his brother's one of the best shooting guards on the planet. And I think Luka is the same way. He's a true freshman for us. His brother's one of the best players in the Big 12, and yet they're living their own journey. And I think we try to really honor that too. It's not like we talk to them about their siblings other than normal stuff, because each one of these guys is in a special place in life. We're in a special place at St. Thomas, the journey we're on. So it's you can probably hear in my voice, it's just fun to work with these 16 guys in our staff every day.
One thing, Johnny, you talk about a special time. You're opening a new arena, this incredible new arena, the Lee and Penny Anderson Arena, coming up on the 8th against Army. We talked, though, to a couple of the guys from other teams earlier today, and we asked, what's the bar maybe you enjoyed playing against most or being in most? Schenecker came up a couple times. The guys, that St. Thomas Arena was awesome last year. You were perfect at home. Like, what a great way to send out that facility. I don't know, obviously you're pumped to be in this new place, but it will be a little bit different being in this massive new state-of-the-art facility versus what you've had, which was so great and so good to St. Thomas over the years.
No question. It's been a special place. We won a couple Division III national championships there. I think we were 38-4 the last 3 years there, and the crowds were electric. Our players haven't been in the new arena for 6 months, since April, and so we move in tomorrow. So literally, after this, I go back. We have our last practice in Schenecker Arena. We move in tomorrow morning, and it is going to be, it's hard when you talk about getting goosebumps at my age. That probably doesn't happen as often, but when I walked through there on Friday with my boss, Phil Eston, who's our VP and does such a masterful job with our entire athletic program, but what he and his team have done in terms of fundraising, designing this building, Kory Chapman, who's here and is our basketball sport admin, Ben Frazier, his team, when people see it, I think they're going to be blown away because it's 5,300 seats. So it's not the biggest arena in the country, but it has every amenity you could possibly want. So when you talk about recruiting, two of the bigger objections we would find were, we did not play in this massive arena and we couldn't go to the national tournament. Well, I'm so grateful. All the kids that have come to play for us the last 4 years have said, that's okay. I still love St. Thomas. But now I think this is going to be, only going to help our trajectory. And you guys, we're going to have to get you out there because it is one of the cooler spots I've ever been.
So he just guaranteed some level of championship this year.
I guaranteed absolutely zero, but I did guarantee it's a beautiful place to watch a basketball game. And you're going to get to see kids play really hard and really unselfishly.
Love it, man. Great to see you, Johnny.
Hey, thank you for having me.
Great to see you guys. Best of luck this year.
Send your stars over this way. Send Nolan and Carter. It's coming up next.
Johnny Tower. He's been with that school on the bench for 25 years, played there, D3 national champ again. One of the best. Oh, my gosh.
Awesome story.
One of the best stories in college basketball.
I played Division III, right? And it's baffling to me that they've been able to get to that point this quickly. What's going on, guys? How we doing? Rob Dauster. We're all live.
Alex,
don't say anything crazy.
Nolan?
Mics are hot. Mics are hot.
Well, welcome, fellas. You're used to this building. You've been here before on the court. You guys had a phenomenal year last year and made it to the Summit League title game in this spot. Now you have a chance to, if you win that game, you're going to the big dance. We talked to your coach about it. How excited are you guys the fact that you are eligible for the NCAA this year, Carter?
Yeah, we're super excited. Obviously the day-to-day operations don't change. We're taking every practice the same way, every game the same way, but having that first year of knowing that if we win on this court, that we're going to the big dance is really exciting. It's something that I've dreamed about since a kid, and I'm sure Nolan as well. So we're pumped about that.
You guys both committed to this program and stayed with this program when that wasn't an option. Why?
I believe in St. Thomas and everything that they have going. I wanted to be one of the first to be a part of the transition. My parents went to St. Thomas. My head coach played for JT as well. So there was a lot of connections for me, but I just believe in the coaching staff and what they offer and the program. And I think it's going to be something special moving forward once we graduate. And even as of this year, we have a chance to do something very special as well. So I really believe in everything that the program stands for.
I love that. Nolan, what about you?
Yeah, I think there's a special culture here, and I think it's evident. And obviously our coaching staff is great, and I believe in them a lot. And I think if you just look at St. Thomas and the trajectory we've been on from D3 to D1 and just the improvement we've had, I think sky's the limit. And I think it's just something I really wanted to be a part of. So
I'm sure this offseason you had people reaching out to you. I mean, you average 11 points a game as a freshman in any league in college basketball. People are going to say, hey, get in the portal. We can offer you this, that, and the third, right? And you didn't jump at those opportunities. You're still here. Why?
Yeah, I mean, after the season, to be honest, I didn't even really think about going in the portal. I love it here. And, after last year losing the championship, there was kind of a sour taste in our mouths. But I think we knew some of our returners. We knew we could do something special, and we knew this year with especially just being able to make the tournament and stuff like that, we were super excited. And I think we just wanted to run it back. So
People obviously think you guys made the right choice and they believe in this team. You're picked to win the conference. I know you had a great season last year and expectations are always kind of high now for this program. Do you feel I don't know, what do you make of it when you see number one next to St. Thomas on the preseason poll?
Yeah, I mean, we think it's really cool, and it's great that teams around the league are starting to respect us and giving us respect. But at the end of the day, it's earned, not given. So the preseason rankings really mean nothing in the grand scheme of things because any team can finish first. So I mean, it's good that we got the respect, but we got to go out there every day and earn it and build the culture and build the chemistry and go out and earn it. So we're excited to do that.
They really are a Division I program. Now that was a well thought out, well schooled PR answer right there. I like it.
No, it's just what we believe. Seriously, it's earned, not given.
Nolan, you are the preseason player of the year in the conference. That's going to carry with it a little bit of a target, right? People are going to be coming for you. Are you ready for that? And were you surprised when you found out that you were named the preseason player of the year?
Well, I mean, in this day and age, like with all the transfers and stuff, I mean, it's really hard to tell, and it really doesn't mean much. So, I mean, I wouldn't say like it brings any pressure. I would say, if anything, I mean, it's cool to get recognized, but at the same time, it's just
you really just don't care about it, do you?
I mean, I don't know. If you ask me right now to make a goal make my goals for this year, I wouldn't put, wanting to be the player of the year in there. I think we all have the same idea as a team. We just want to win. We don't really care about. I think that's what makes our culture so special. I mean, look at last year. We had 5 or 6 different guys who could lead us in scoring. Mm-hmm. And the locker room just would not care at all. So I think that's what makes us special.
Is that's something that, I mean, Johnny targets that, right? Like he looks for guys, and he said it to us. If he watches you in high school and you don't pass in high school, like you're not going to come into this program and be a passer, right? Like it feels like he targets guys with this same mentality that you have.
Yeah, absolutely. The coaches do a great job of recruiting guys who buy into the culture and are skilled and unselfish players. But like Nolan said, I mean, none of us care who scores or who gets player of the year. We just want to win. I mean, we had that sour taste in our mouths, like he was mentioning, from the last year's tournament, and we don't care about accolades or anything. We just want to win. That's all we're here to do. Win, have fun together, make memories.
And you guys have done a lot of that. I mean, 24 wins last season was pretty impressive.
Yeah.
Go ahead,
well,
Rob.
you get into the new arena too, right?
Yep.
Like, you're going in tomorrow? Is that right?
Yeah,
to go check it out?
Yep, we're moving in tomorrow.
We move in tomorrow. I was kind of joking. We feel like kind of like kids on Christmas. It feels like Christmas Eve right now because we haven't seen it since the spring of last year, and it was all construction. So it's kind of, we don't really know what to expect, but we're really excited.
So Alex just mentioned that you had 24 wins last year, right? And was it undefeated at home?
14-0 at home.
14-0 at home.
Chenneker, yeah.
And you're leaving it. You're leaving a place you can't get beat.
Yeah,
it's a little risky.
I like to say that's the perfect season. 14-0, great way to end on Chenneker. It's got a lot of history in that gym. We've had some
drop the mic and walk away.
Amazing D3 teams, national championship teams. So I think that's the least that we could do last year, out of respect for the tradition and the history, is
not
to win
lose.
out. Yeah,
no better way to close out the arena. So.
Absolutely.
Oh, that's awesome. I know, obviously, that's an exciting thing. The NCAA eligibility is an exciting thing. But you have this really exciting team, too, from this group of new guys that's meshed in with the group of returners, because you have a lot of guys that contributed last year that are back. And these two, by the way, both first-team all-conference preseason this year, which is pretty cool. The play on the floor has got to get you guys pumped. What are we going to see from St. Thomas on the court this year that have you guys excited?
I would say kind of the same as last year. Very unselfish, moving the ball a lot. And then I think just a defensive team. We kind of get looked at as an offensive team who shoots a lot of threes, but I think we're a really tough team and we're a tough group of guys, and I think it's a group of 15 guys that really want to win. Is what I think.
Yeah, I'd absolutely echo that and say that it's going to be very similar to last year. Any given night, any guy can pop because we have a lot of talented players, and the transfers and the new guys have been great. They're very talented players, and they're going to fit our system perfectly. So it's going to be very similar to what you guys saw last year with different leading scorers almost every single game.
All right, we got about 2 minutes here, so I got a couple quick hitters for you. You guys have to answer all these questions, all right? The 3 artists on your pregame playlist.
Lil Baby, Drake, who else? Future, I'd say. Those 3.
Yeah, I actually listen to those 3 a lot. I'd say I just highlight Drake, to be honest, out of that.
Just Drake. Which teammate of yours cannot be trusted in the kitchen?
Oh.
I would honestly say myself. I've never cooked anything, to be honest.
You've never cooked anything? Not even like a mac and you can't even throw some.
I was going to say him.
So yeah.
You can't even throw some like pizza rolls in the air fryer, anything like that?
They might get burnt, but I can toss them in there.
The player that you model your game after.
Oh, Recently, I'd probably say Nikola Jokic for me.
I can see that.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
I like watching Tyrese Halliburton, just the way he passes the ball. And then I also kind of like watching like Shea and Jalen Brunson, just the way they operate in the post.
Do you consider yourself a point guard? I asked your coach what position he thinks you are.
I consider myself just a basketball player, whatever they need.
JT said too.
Positionless. He can guard at 1 through 5. He can play any position.
The toughest place in the Summit League to play, and you can't say your own gym.
I would say this place. I would say here, Sioux Falls in March.
Why is that, Carter?
Well, especially if
The
you're playing
pressure, I suppose,
South Dakota
yeah.
State, you see a lot of purple and yellow in the stands, and it can be overwhelming at times. But at the end of the day, we're used to it. So we like to be road warriors and go play and have fun. Play to our principles.
I'd probably say South Dakota State. It got pretty loud in there last year. So
Last one. A meal with one person from history, dead or alive, that you guys can have. Who would it be?
Great question right there.
I'd probably say Kobe.
Kobe?
Yeah.
It's the second time. It's the second time we got a Kobe.
If we're going basketball, I'd probably say
Doesn't have to be basketball. It can be anything.
I'd go with Michael Jordan though.
Michael Jordan?
Okay. Go right there.
One guy said he wanted to sit with Jesus Christ because he wanted to find out what was going on back then. Which
That is a really good answer.
That's a good answer. I wasn't expecting that. Fellas, it's great to catch up, man. Great to see you. Best of luck this season.
Yeah, thanks
All
for
right?
having us.
Yeah, thanks for taking the time to talk to us, guys.
Yep. Thank you, guys.
Yep.
Thank
Carter
you.
Bierke, Nolan Minnesali. Good luck, boys.
Thank you, guys.
We'll see you down the
Thanks,
road.
fellas.
Yep, we'll see
Yep. We are going to be joined by the commissioner
Summit
here of the
commissioner.
Summit League in just a minute. We will do that as soon as we get back from this break.
The college basketball season will begin right here on the Field of 68. At 8 a.m. on November 3rd, we will be tipping off the inaugural Field of 68 opening day marathon. 15 hours of nonstop basketball. It will begin in Rock Hill, presented by our friends at Visit York County. Plan your itinerary today at visityorkcounty.com. Winthrop will face off with Queens in the opener, followed by Bradley taking on St. Bonaventure. Then we head out to Sioux Falls, South Dakota, where it'll be presented by Sanford Sports, who is changing the way people play and making sports accessible and fun for all. Murray State gets Omaha at 1 p.m. Eastern Time, with Drake taking on Northern Arizona in the second game in Sioux Falls. Then it's back to Rock Hill for a showdown between Furman and High Point, with Merrimack taking on South Dakota State in Sioux Falls in the nightcap. Tickets for all 6 games are on sale now at the links in the description below. Field of 68 opening day.
Appreciate it.
Welcome back to Sioux Falls and Summit League Basketball Media Day. We're proud to be joined by the commissioner now, Josh Fenton, getting set to start essentially year 3.5 or so. Year 4, we'll say. Year 4.
Fourth
Josh.
academic year. So
there we go.
He wants that 4th year. Alex.
That's
Come on. Don't shortchange it.
How time flies, Alex.
It goes. I know it goes quick because 2023. Yeah, it's crazy how fast things go.
Yeah.
Josh obviously had done a phenomenal job with the National Collegiate Hockey Conference for a decade before coming over, and that's continued here in the Summit. Just talk us through really quick. What's kind of on your horizon right now? What's happening within the Summit League that people should know about?
Yeah, I mean, what I try to tell people from my standpoint, my desk, my priorities, first off, everything starts with how do we enhance experience and opportunity for our student athletes, whether it be basketball student athletes. And this is an event that tries to bring on experience and opportunity for them. But really kind of the nuts and bolts of my priorities, membership, the national environment. How do we find our way through the national environment, media rights, and the sport of basketball? And that isn't to diminish the other sports, but obviously we put a lot of priority around this sport within the league. And I think it has shown over the past few years with media rights agreements, media day like this, a very successful mid-major conference basketball tournament. So for me, those are the 4 things that I tend to focus on most of my time.
There's a changing landscape in the world of college basketball. A lot of it is NIL, a lot of it is portal, a lot of it is the field of 68. And I did want to ask you about that because I've asked all the commissioners that we've been on with, are you pro expansion? Are you anti expansion? And before you answer, just know that you might get an invoice. These things are not cheap. You might get an invoice if we have to rebrand a field of 76.
So Rob, I'll answer it this way. How about you send the bill across to all of us commissioners, and we'll all split it and help support, buy you new shirts, mic flags, all that good stuff. No, I mean, I think it goes back to what I said before: experience and opportunity. Can we enhance it? Yes, I think we can enhance it. And so I'm certainly of the camp that I think expanding the men's and women's tournaments to provide more opportunity for a few more teams is a good thing. You know, I've said in the past that, and others have said this, that the business model has to work. You've heard from Danny Gavitt and people at the NCAA that they've been working on the business model with media partners, CBS and Turner. And I think we're going to get to a conclusion here. However, we get to a conclusion where expenses can be covered, unit values won't go down. And so the business model can be set up to be successful. And then we can provide more opportunity for, a few handfuls of teams that would get in that they wouldn't otherwise in the current situation.
I just hope if that happens, that it is programs from leagues like the Summit League or the Valley or the CAA that are getting in. I don't think we need to see 6 and 14 teams from some of those Power 4 leagues. The ones that get those bids.
Yeah, I mean,
this is what it's about, the Cinderellas, man. That's
correct.
what everybody loves.
Yeah.
They want to see these programs that I don't want to say you haven't heard of, but the programs from the mid-major level, those are the darlings.
Yeah.
Those are the ones that everyone loves. When you
I
make
mean,
those runs.
you're right. I mean, that is the mystique of the men's tournament especially, but the men's and women's tournaments kind of similarly. And so, sure, we would love to have more Summit League programs in. You know, my colleagues
3 or 4
across,
a year, right?
Yeah. My colleagues across the mid-major conferences, I would root for them. And I think that the data and the statistics would show that over the past couple of years, you know, for instance, the obvious one is the Indiana State situation from a couple of years ago. They obviously would have been in the event, and so. Again, I think it goes back to how do we enhance the opportunity, and this is an opportunity to do that.
Regardless, from a national tournament perspective, the Summit League tournament has been fantastic, and there's no need to shake that up. This has become one of the best mid-major tournaments, and one of the best conference tournaments, full stop, in the country for both the men's and the women's side. It's going to be staying in Sioux Falls through 2029. Now that was just announced, so nearly 2 decades straight inside this city, the largest in South Dakota. What about this tournament, Josh, is so special?
Well, first off, we think we provide great experiences for the student athletes and the fans that attend. We do think it's the best mid-major conference basketball tournament out there. I think the attendance statistics would show that we are in, I suppose, that position, top 5-ish on the women's side across all Division I, top 10-ish across all Division I on the men's side. And so it is a fantastic experience. The city of Sioux Falls, the surrounding community, and, really fans from our member institutions come and support it. And so the other thing that we're pretty proud of is that it's a gender equitable tournament. It's a combined gender event. And so we play the women and the men together. And really the experiences are replicated equally for both genders. And so we're really excited about it.
Makes it easier for fans too, because
you
can get a South Dakota State fan can come down here and watch both the men's and women's teams.
That's right. That's right. Yeah. And Alex, you referenced that, recent extension here at the Premier Center in Sioux Falls through 2029. We went through a process. To look at other opportunities. It was a full-blown bid process. Back in the summer of 2024, we had a committee that helped us kind of usher that process. But at the end of the day, just based upon the circumstances that Sioux Falls, the Premier Center, put in front of the league, and knowing the experience that we've had, the membership decided that this was the best decision, at least for the next few years. And we're excited to continue to be here.
Yeah, and I give you guys credit for it too, because we've had 2 players. One of the things that we're doing here is we're quick hitter questions with the players.
Yeah.
One of them is,
what's
your favorite environment to play in the Summit League? And we've had twice somebody say that it was this building, this arena for the conference tournament.
And what's great about that is I think you would ask most student athletes and they would say, hey, would you rather play in, a building where there's some atmosphere and an environment with people in it, or would you rather play in a quiet building? I think we know what the answer would be. And I think that those kind of responses speak to that, especially knowing that those responses probably didn't come from local-ish schools. And so, we're excited about the experience that can provide. And, the statistics and the data has shown that, our top seeds are typically the ones that are winning the tournament. I suppose that could change in the future, and we have a model set up to where we're protecting number 1 and number 2, and so we like where we're at and look forward to the next few years.
So Alex asked me this question earlier. This is the last one I got for you. He said, "What do you enjoy more? Do you enjoy when you have a league where it's competitive, right? And there's like 3 or 4 teams with 4 or 5 losses, and you don't really know what the outcome is going to be, or do you enjoy it more when you see one of these 18-0 Oral Roberts make a run, and it's very obvious that they're best team in the league, top 25-ish kind of a program? What do you enjoy more as a commissioner?" It's a loaded question.
Yeah,
right?
it is a loaded question. I mean, you could obviously answer both sides of it. I think I would tend to side on what is the exciting storyline that can be created, and I think the aspect of having many teams in the hunt towards the end of the season really kind of plays out the excitement. And the hope is that the teams in the hunt have separated themselves competitively as we kind of start to think about what's going to come nationally, to where, the seed line can be maybe a little bit higher because we've done what we need to do in the non-conference setting. And so I think anytime you can have a race to the finish that kind of comes down to the end, I think that's great for the fans. I think that's great for the programs.
Yeah, we certainly had that last year with Omaha and St. Thomas and South Dakota State North. Everything was alive going into the final weekends, and we had a great tournament here in Sioux Falls. And we expect more of the same. I think that's what's fun when you look at this conference this year. St. Thomas is the favorite, but anybody really from 1 to 9 could come through and be successful this season.
Yeah, I mean, the aspect of the national landscape and the transfer portal combined with NIL and just, where we are nationally allows mid-major conferences to come into seasons with a lot of unknowns, right? And I think that's an exciting thing as we start to tip off in January with conference play. We'll have a sense a little bit of where teams are stacking up, but it'll be fun when we get to that point. So appreciate you guys being here.
Appreciate you having us, man. It's always great. I think this is year 3 for us here.
Yep, year 3. So I think we were one of your first in-persons.
I believe you were the first.
Were we the first?
Well,
there we go.
The first one to agree
first.
to it. I can't remember if you were the first one we did, but you were the first one that was like, we need to do these in-person conference media days.
Well, you've added a lot, so thank you guys for being here. Appreciate
you set the tone, man.
Trendsetters.
Trendsetters.
Yeah, that's awesome. Josh Fenton, appreciate you.
Thank you guys. Appreciate
Enjoy
it.
the basketball season ahead.
Thank you.
Always great seeing
Thanks,
you.
Alex.
Awesome.
Thank
you,
we
Josh.
we have
North Dakota State,
coming up
David
next.
Richman and company on the way right after this. So good stuff from Josh Fenton, getting set to start year 4 here as commissioner of the Summit League. We'll take a quick break and come back with David Richman and the North Dakota State Bison here on the Field of 68.
Do you need your fix of college basketball analysis at the end of every night during the season? If you crave instant reactions and informed breakdowns, make sure you tune into the Field of 68 After Dark every night with access to the biggest stars in the sport and a cast of characters that includes the likes of Tyler Hansborough, Randolph Childress, John Fanta, John Henson, Terrence Oglesby, Jarrell McNeil, and many, many more. The Field of 68 After Dark is where college basketball happens. Would you be surprised to find out that the Field of 68 is home to more than 35 podcasts? More than 25 team-specific podcasts that are hosted by the people that know what fans want the most. The Goodman and Hummel podcast, the DTF podcast, the A10 Insider podcast, and the Mountain West podcast. But wait, there's even more. The Field of 68 will be launching the ACC Insider podcast this year. Subscribe to this channel and come along for the ride.
Well, Bryan, I'll tell you after.
Summit League Media Day continues here from Sioux Falls. We're talking LeBron James, and we're talking North Dakota State Bison basketball here with David Richman getting set to start year 12 in charge of the Bison.
2 things on the same level, right?
Dave Richman and LeBron James.
Yeah.
Here's the other thing that we figured out too: is the Summer League is way bigger than the ACC.
Yes.
Right? We get the A team.
You got the
and
veterans.
the ACC
you got the
is stuck
pros.
with Goodman, the B team. Like it's all fair.
Well, the truth was, and I don't know if I'm kind of giving away the game here, is that we had 4 coaches from the league request no Jeff Goodman at Summer League Media Day.
5. I think I would be 5.
Yeah, 5. They said they wanted Alex Heinert instead. We need somebody that, this is a quote, knows ball. So
fair.
That's from the coaches.
Yeah,
you can't argue with that.
Right from the sources.
Yeah. How you doing, man?
I'm great, man. I'm great, man. I love my team. So that certainly helps. And I got 5 beautiful women that are healthy at my house and chasing a lot of volleyball around.
How old are your girls now, Dave?
Got a senior, which is crazy.
Middle one's playing volleyball, and then the twins are volleyball, little basketball, a lot of social media, all the things. I got called a screenager the other day by Noah Peterson. A screenager. You are on your phone. Screenager. So you're scrolling and you're doing all the things.
Please don't tell my wife that, because I would get that so much.
Oh, I got put on my tracks a little bit like screenager, and then I step back and realize what they're talking about.
You know what am I doing?
Yeah.
I'm just sitting here scrolling, looking at nothing, man. Looking at nothing. All right. You say you like your team. Okay. We have two of your guys here. We have Noah. We have Damari coming in. The first thing I want to ask you is Damari's health.
Yeah.
Right. He missed last season. He's obviously dealing with the shin issue. Where is he now? How healthy is he? And what can we expect to see from him this season?
I think he's as healthy as he's ever been. I think probably mentally he's as healthy as he's ever been, meaning from I trust my leg now. I mean, the young man had a rod put in his leg before he ever played college basketball. And I think that's a major I know it's a major surgery. And then the first game we throw him into is at Kansas, Fog Allen. And it's just an uphill
Good
battle.
luck, kid. Figure it out.
Exactly. It's an uphill battle for him. He's very, very talented young man. Obviously, on this court, he's been in the championship game. But I think there was just a lot, and he just never felt like he was able to really get healthy. And I think it was important for us to take a bigger step back, shut him down, and get healthy so he could trust himself out there again. And we're starting to see that. We saw that, really the back half of last year. He started kicking our asses every day in practice a little bit, and it was good for Andy Stefanowicz. He made him better. And you're seeing a healthy, more consistent Damari. Now, we're still smart with them. There's some of the running things that we can't beat him up with right now, and we're doing some things for him. We're on the Versa Climber and stuff like that, but he's in as good as places he's been since he's been a Bison.
Yeah, he was obviously a 2-year starter for you as a true freshman and sophomore.
Yeah.
What does his return mean for your group this year?
Well, I think it's experience, it's maturity. I mean, it's the premium of what mid-major college basketball is, right? I mean, and you can talk about a lot of things, but I know today I'm better than I was 5 years ago, 10 years ago, and that's the same. Just having some miles, especially at that position. I think the other thing that's been good for Damari is, being out last year, perspective.
Sure.
He's able to now really realize what the game means to him. When you get something taken away, how bad you miss it. And then Damari needed to become a better basketball player. He's a great athlete. He's a very competitive kid. He can get to spots. He can do a lot of things. He needed to figure out ways he can make others on the court better, off-ball defense, some of those things. And we're starting to see some of those things in practice as well.
Is it Marquis Strickland?
Marquis
Strickland. He was named a preseason second-team all-conference guy. What is his impact going to be this season for you?
He just brings something different athletically. I don't know, Rob, you probably don't, but Alex, maybe like Trayvon Wright, way back when I was an assistant and associate head coach, where Marquis is an elite athlete, a very powerful athlete, and has the ability early for us to impact defensively, rebounding the basketball.
This is a 6'6" guard, by the way, who just long, lengthy from Western
Well, in
Michigan
his
last
mind,
year.
he's a guard, right? Sure. We all want to be guards. I would say Marquis is more of a forward, but his game is really expanding. I've been very, very proud of him. He needs to find ways for the game to slow down offensively a little bit, because he can get to some spots. He can do some things that, the majority of our kids cannot. Now, the decision-making when he gets to those spots, some of the basketball things, like I've been very pleased at how he's embraced our culture. Let him coach, those little details that matter in winning programs. And, there's a reason why, Marquis was picked second team here.
Yeah. You mentioned the defensive prowess he's going to bring, or at least the ability athletically to bring. Feels like that's what this Bison team has been built on in your time, like defense and rebounding. That's what we think about when we think NDSU. It felt like last year it became a little more offensive-minded. You averaged 81 points a game. I was going back to even the records. Your first year, you averaged 65 points a game, but you only gave up 62 when you won the league and you won both the regular season and conference tournament title. How have you seen that evolvement? Just in your time as head coach over the last 7 years?
That's been the fun part, Alex, of the portal is, there's been many things negatively that have been brought to light, sure, and I understand some of those, but you get to adapt. You get to embrace some things. You get to play some different styles. And loud and clear, I love the three when it goes in, right? And so if we want to take some threes and they go in, great. But I actually thought defensively we were okay on first shot defense. We just didn't rebound the basketball very well last year. We didn't turn teams over like we had in the past, and you're going to see a different style of defensive play too, where the old hope they miss and we're in your way. The individual player in college basketball is better. Is the game better? You can argue one way or another, right? But the individual player is better, and you got to make them make some tougher decisions and take some things away rather than hope. And our defense will hopefully reflect that this year.
I can't believe that it's year 12 for you here at North Dakota State. It feels like I remember the first time I met you was at a dinner at the Final Four. I think you had just gotten the North Dakota State. I remember when Tim Miles used to always have the dinner. He doesn't do that anymore. Now that he left Nebraska, he doesn't want to pick up.
There's a lot of
checks.
things he doesn't do anymore.
Yeah,
let's put that on him.
It's 12 years here, and you were here for 9 as an assistant coach before that, right? You basically spent your whole career at North Dakota State.
No, I think it's a very different resume, Rob. I don't think I know, but when you look at it, the fact that when I started, Ray Giacoletti, then Greg McDermott, his assistant is Ben Jacobson, Tim Miles, his assistant is Saul Phillips, and for me to work under those guys and see who they were as men, to see who they were as basketball coaches, pretty unique experience for me to do that at one place. And
I would say working with Saul Phillips for Tim Miles is unique is the way that I would phrase
the
that.
Stories and the flipping the microphone upside down that we would have to do to get through those. But, it was great. It really was. And I think for me, too, is Fargo is a special place. NDSU is a special place. And so, are we happy? Yes. Are we comfortable? No. I don't ever want to be comfortable. And I think there's been some things of the changing landscape of our profession that has certainly been different, challenging, but some of that has been good for me at the same place to add some new things, to my plate, to the new challenges that are there. Not that we have everything obviously figured out basketball wise, but just some new things to continue to challenge us.
Yeah, it's with these media days, sometimes you don't always come in and sit down and the coaches sound excited. But the last 3 years since we've been here, you've always been, I like my team. I like what's going on. I like where I'm at right now. You feel, it seems like you're comfortable in a little bit of what the chaos is right now in the world.
And you have to be. Like, I love what I do. And I think you and I talked about it a little bit last night. Like, there is a lot and it's never ending. It's exhausting. And, and those are some of the things that I hear. But right now, I'm not to the point where I want to do something else. I don't know what the heck I can do else, right? But I mean it. Like, we're very convicted, Rob, Alex, in the people that we bring into our program. Whether you're on our staff, whether you're a manager, whether obviously you're one of our players. And there's some values that we refuse to compromise. And because of that, it's a joy to go around it. And I was pretty excited last year. And, we go and win 21 games. We beat Butler. We do some things. I think we're trending in a pretty healthy direction. We had some unfortunate circumstances, where I feel the same, and I'm not going to hide behind those things. I don't really care how anybody else takes those things. We're excited about who we are, and we can control those things about who we are.
You mentioned some of the work you had to do, how it does never stop. You did have some big shoes to fill, this year, 4 or 5 starters, either graduate or move on from this program. As you go about trying to fill those holes and figure out how this team is going to look, talk about those conversations that you're having with your staff and some of the guys you went out and got who are going to make an impact this year.
I mean, I think that's the fun part about it, right, is we don't have some of those answers right now. But I sat here last year and wondered who our guy was, and, Jackson Money came in and wasn't in the right place last summer. Jackson Money, the first 4 or 5 games was just very average. He was damn good against Butler, and that confidence just bred into who he became the rest of the season and who we became, too. So I think some of those things I don't have the answer to right now. They're going to matriculate into that, but I know I'm really excited about the 2 guys that you're going to visit with, Mari and Noah. Noah has taken a big step with his mentality, and it needed to. He needed to start. He looks like Tarzan and sometimes played like Jane. He's starting to play like Tarzan, as well. And Damari's experience.
Wasn't he a football player in high school too?
He was a great tight end.
He was a great tight end. And then his high school team, he played point because that's what he needed to play. And then the guy like Travion Carson, who go back and look at his resume where he won 2 state championships. He was in back-to-back, Division II JUCO national tournaments. The guy wins, and he's played like that. And then the other thing that we've had success with is we've got some chip-on-the-shoulder portal guys where, like a Tatum Smith, you can see his track. He went from a small college to a Division II, had success at Division II, and now he's got a last year where I love those guys. They're appreciative of the opportunity. They got a chip, but they're still about the right things, winning basketball games. And so Do I have all those answers for you today, Alex? I don't. That old Dave Richman 5-6 years ago, that might have been unnerving. Those are things that, based on my faith, very convicted and secure that, those things will take care of themselves as we go forward.
All right, last thing I got to ask you about is you got Dan Marley's son, Max Marley, on the roster.
Yeah.
I'm
going to put Dan on blast. You ready for this?
Yeah, let's go. Let's do it.
I made Dan Marley cry this spring. He's going to kill me for saying that. But I think
can you explain that
story?
Yeah,
absolutely.
Yes,
I think there's something to us. What I really appreciate as a father was, being Dan Marley's kid can be hard.
Mm-hmm.
There's some expectations, unfair expectations. I want Max Marley to be the best version of Max Marley he can be. But Dan came up on the visit and was great. And, when Max decided to be a Bison, Dan got emotional, and I think he was very appreciative of our message, who we are and our transparency throughout, and to feel probably more than anything and see his son at a place where he can grow as a person and as a basketball player, it was a really cool experience. And, Mark High Strickland, his dad is Mark Strickland, who played in the NBA. All of those things are great, but I'm excited to coach Max. I'm excited to coach Kai, and watch them become the best version of themselves.
Mm-hmm.
I love that. So my thought about Max is it'd be Thunder Max Marley out here shooting threes and dunking over people.
And I get that, and I do, and I appreciate that, right? We were all, big fans of Dan Marley, but this is about Max, and I want that to be heard loud and clear.
Well, listen, Dave, it's great to see you, man. It's great to have you on. We're going to be joined next by Damari.
Drill them with the hard questions, gentlemen. They'll just tell you how great I am, though.
They said that you were out a little bit late last night.
I was disappointed in how early you went to bed.
Well, I had to prepare for this. I had
excuses are like, you know what? But here's the thing, though. I didn't see Alex anywhere last night, so really disappointed.
Good. Look at the notes I have.
Really,
I had to read my kids several extra bedtime stories.
Excuse. I had to prepare all the things, and here I am.
I also didn't get invited. I think that should maybe be.
I
None
went
of
to
us
the airport.
did. We just showed up.
Yeah. It was the hotel is connected. The Crooked Pint. Is that what it's called?
Oh, sure.
Yeah. Really good nachos.
Crooked Pint's great.
And I had fried walleye. I never had walleye before. Fried walleye.
Welcome to the Dakota.
You're in walleye country.
Oh yeah, and it was good. So
beer with green olives in it too. It's a South Dakota martini.
We're very cultured here in the Mount Rushmore.
Appreciate you, gentlemen.
David, thank you for stopping by.
That feels like a shot at South Dakota from the North Dakota State
not at
head
all,
coach.
because I drink it too.
No, there you go.
Yeah.
There you go. Great to see you, man.
Making Wapping proud.
Appreciate you jumping on.
Appreciate you. Good luck this season.
We will have Damari Wheeler-Thomas and Noah Fetterson joining us here very shortly. Noah is staring at his phone right now. He's a screen agent. Yeah.
Oh, man. Thanks, Dave.
Well, we're gonna have to ask him about that.
We can ask him about that.
Noah the screen agent. They're on their way up here right now.
Yeah.
The North Dakota State program, man. They always find a way to be good. There's no bad years.
No.
In Fargo.
4 tournament titles since 2014. They reached 5 straight Summer League championship games from 19 to 23. These two guys were a part of those runs.
Yep.
Noah, what's up, man?
Good seeing you, man. Damari, good seeing you.
Noah
Mics
Fetterson,
are hot.
Damari Wheeler-Thomas, but good to see you. A couple of the returners for North Dakota State. Again, 21 wins last season, 10-6 in conference, but a pretty new group coming back. You guys are kind of carrying the mail for what Bison basketball has been. Just talk about the excitement that comes with the dawn of the new season and trying to get this new group ready to go.
Yeah, I'm super excited. A lot of new faces, but a lot of great guys that coach brought in, good players, but really great guys to be around. And, had a really good summer, really good start of the fall. So really excited to get things going.
Yeah, I'd say the same. It all started with us just trying to come together as a family as quick as possible, and it's been moving well.
How you feeling, man?
I'm feeling good.
You healthy?
Good. Yeah, I'm healthy.
Back to 100%?
Ready to go. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
How Coach was saying that the hard part for you was kind of like trusting your leg after the injury. One, can you just kind of walk us through what the injury was and how you healed it? And two, where are you now kind of in that recovery process?
One, it was a little tibia fracture, and the only way to get it right was get a rod put in my leg. And really, I probably should have rested, but I decided to play my freshman year, which ended up going well for me anyway. But after that, I was kind of battling it the entire sophomore year. So that junior year, I decided to rest it, and then come back practicing, getting better and better. And now I feel healthy and I feel good. I've been practicing with the guys.
So when you say the You had to rest. Was it just sore? Was it pain? Was it a stress fracture? Like, what were you dealing
Yeah,
with?
it's more like a stress fracture, and like the only thing you can really do is treat it and rest it. That's the best thing you can do for it.
Kind of let it heal.
Yeah,
And so you're back now.
yeah, I'm back.
What have you seen out of him this summer? Is he back to looking like the guy that he was
Definitely.
2 years ago?
Yeah, definitely. No, it's crazy. We've been together. This is going to be our 4th year, and we've played 1 season together. You know, I redshirted my freshman year. He redshirted last year. So I'm really excited to have him back. I'm really excited to play with him and not go against him in practice. So it's going to be a lot of fun.
That's what Coach was saying, is you were lighting some people up last year at the end of practice, at the end of the season.
Yeah, I was. Getting them ready for them game days. That's what it was.
Yeah. Damari, how did you deal with that last year? I mean, obviously, like, ball is a huge part of your life. It must have been tough to have to sit out and not be able to be there with your brothers up there on the floor.
It definitely was tough. I feel like my coaches and like the trainers made it easier. You know, Dave would always talk to me, make sure I'm good. You know, the trainers always make sure I was good mentally and all that kind of stuff like that.
So your off season was about just getting healthy. Your off season was about getting bigger, stronger. Coach Richman was talking about just a mentality shift. Is that mostly just come from being, hey, I'm an upperclassman now. I need to kind of take over. Talk about that change in philosophy.
Yeah, definitely. You know, we had a lot of conversations about, you know, like my mentality and taking that next step. You know, we had a lot of guys leave, so there's shoes to be filled on both sides of the ball. So I'm really excited for that. But yeah, it definitely comes from mentality. You know, being aggressive, being violent. He likes to say, just trying to dominate every single day, every single play.
You were a football player in high school, right?
Yes, sir, yeah.
A tight end.
Yeah.
How do you need a football teach a football player to get more physical, be more dominant?
Yeah, I mean, you got to draw the line a little bit. You know, it's not football; you don't have pads on, but it is pretty similar mentality-wise. Yeah.
How did you? Because your dad played football too, right?
Yep.
How did he let you take off the pads and get on a basketball court?
You know, he was just, him and my mom were always super big supporters, and you know, growing up, seeing my dad being a college athlete, that really put the dream into my head that that's something that I want to do, play sports in college. And, you know, he was never like, you had to play football. You had to be the same as me. He always supported, you know, what I wanted to do. So, yeah.
Were you a better tight end or power forward?
I would say power forward, but it is interesting. Like, I was getting recruited for football like a lot earlier than basketball. So it was kind of weird. You know, I always had in my mind that I was going to play college basketball. And then I started getting recruited and getting offers for football earlier. But then over time,
what was the biggest football offer you got?
I think Eastern Indiana maybe was the one. But then honestly, like once the basketball recruited started to come in, I kind of let coaches know, like, hey, I'm going to play basketball. I'm not playing football. So
you're also 6'10".
Yeah.
There are not a lot of 6'10" tight ends out there. I feel like your knees would have looked like mine probably if you were playing in your college football. You know, Dave Richman talked a little bit about how the mentality of this team is going to shift a little bit. I know Bison basketball in the past was always about just hard-nosed defense, you know, out-toughing teams. And maybe last season you went away from that a little bit. It feels like there's been a recall towards that. How have you seen the guys maybe embrace that in practice over the course of this offseason, Damari?
I'd definitely say, like, you know, because we get asked questions about like us shooting a lot of threes and stuff like that. And like, I just say we got players that do that kind of stuff the same way, except for now we got more grit than we had last year, you know, more athleticism, more speed all around. So like, we're able to go back to, you know, that tough stuff when it comes to defense and all those kind of things.
Yeah. And then you shot and made more threes than anybody in the league last year. A lot of them went in, and you had the personnel to do it. Yeah. Feels like this year more of a blend, though, of the two styles, huh?
Yeah, I would say for sure. I think, you know, just like watching our practices, you can see us, you know, just flying around, you know, a lot of physicality, a lot more length than last year, which I think is going to help us, especially on like defensive side of the ball.
Damari, I was told to ask about your bleach blonde experiment in high school.
Oh, in high school, blonde? I mean, I liked it. You know, everybody low-key liked it, but I'll probably never go back to something like that.
Never going to go back? Why not?
Nah, too old for that.
I try to get him to bring the fro back that he had in high school.
I might bring the fro back, but no blonde. No blonde.
I think it could work, man.
Nah,
I
too
think
grown
it could work.
for that.
How about this? We're gonna make a deal right here. You're the witness, Noah. If you guys win the Summit League tournament this year, then you are going bleach blonde for the NCAA tournament. Can we make that?
Be the dress though. The dress would be bleach blonde.
That's fine. Fine by me.
I'll do it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll do it.
Yeah.
Save this clip.
All right.
Yeah, save that clip. Trevor, cut that out right now.
Yeah.
Post it. We're not letting that one go. All right, I got 5 questions I want to hit you guys with. We've been asking everyone these quick hitters. You have to answer all of them, though. All right. The 3 artists on your pregame playlist.
Young Boy, G Herbo, and Lil Durk.
Yeah, Young Boy, Pretty much the same. Usually someone's on the speaker in the locker room playing the same stuff. So.
Who's the one guy that you won't let get on the speaker?
You said won't let it on the speaker?
Yeah, they can't.
Trayson Anderson.
Yeah, Trayson.
Yeah. Why?
Yeah, nah.
You
Ain't
just
no
never-
telling what's
yeah,
going
you don't know what he's gonna play.
There ain't no telling what he's gonna play. I love that.
All right, which teammate cannot be trusted in the kitchen?
The kitchen? Ooh.
I don't know. We actually got some guys that can cook it a little bit.
All right,
yeah.
so who's the best cook?
I'll
Best
say
cook.
Max Marley and
Yeah.
Emil.
And
the
Emil.
Finnish
Max and
guys,
Emil,
yeah.
yeah.
those
They
two.
actually like cooking. They get on the grill.
Tay and TC can cook too.
Yeah.
There you go. The player that each of you guys model your games after. Who are you watching film on?
I'd say I watch a lot of, Kyrie. I like watching a lot of footwork stuff from players. So, like, the way Steph Curry goes into his shot and stuff like that. Let's watch him picking, like, a lot of stuff away from everybody.
The Kyrie one makes sense to me.
Yeah.
I can see that.
Mm-hmm.
I would say maybe like a Sengun or maybe in like a Jokic. I like to think I'm a little more athletic than Jokic. But, the way that they can create for others and like the vision they have and just the ways they score it too.
So we got to start calling you Fargo Jokic. The toughest place in the Summit League to play, and you can't say your own gym.
Toughest place.
I would maybe say I have two. I would maybe say St. Thomas, but now they have a new arena.
Yeah.
I don't think it's going to be the same. And then I would also maybe say South Dakota State, but we've won there the last 2 years.
That's a problem. Yeah, going to Frost.
Yeah.
No, that's been okay.
I'll probably just say South Dakota State just because the environment's really good. So that's about it.
A meal, you can have a meal with one person that is dead or alive from history. Ever. Who would it be?
Probably Kobe.
Kobe?
Kobe.
Yeah.
Third Kobe.
Probably Kobe.
If I had to say like someone famous, I'd say Kobe. And then other than that, I'd maybe say my grandpa because he passed when I wasn't too old. So I don't really, I don't like remember ever even like having a conversation with him. So just going to know him more would be pretty cool.
That's a good answer.
Good answer.
That's the first time we got that. Listen, fellas, it's great to see you. Best of luck this season. All right. We'll be following along with you. Stay healthy. All right.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Appreciate
you, man. Thank
Noah
you.
Peterson, it's Marvin Wheeler Thomas. Yep. Good luck, boys.
Thanks, man.
Good luck. Good to see you back this year.
I think we got Omaha coming up next, right?
Actually, I think we got South Dakota.
South Dakota.
Actually,
We
yeah.
do have
So we got
South
Eric
Dakota, you are
Peterson
right.
and the Coyotes on the way next year from Summer League Media Day.
The college basketball season will begin right here on the Field of 68. At 8 a.m. on November 3rd, we will be tipping off the inaugural Field of 68 opening day marathon. 15 hours of nonstop basketball. It will begin in Rock Hill, presented by our friends at Visit York County. Plan your itinerary today at visityorkcounty.com. Winthrop will face off with Queens in the opener, followed by Bradley taking on St. Bonaventure. Then we head out to Sioux Falls, South Dakota, where it'll be presented by Sanford Sports, who is changing the way people play and making sports accessible and fun for all. Murray State gets Omaha at 1 p.m. Eastern Time, with Drake taking on Northern Arizona in the second game in Sioux Falls. Then it's back to Rock Hill for a showdown between Furman and High Point, with Merrimack taking on South Dakota State in Sioux Falls in the nightcap. Tickets for all 6 games are on sale now at the links in the description below. Field of 68 opening day. Do you need your fix of college basketball analysis at the end of every night during the season? If you crave instant reactions and informed breakdowns, make sure you tune into the Field of 68 After Dark every night, with access to the biggest stars in the sport and a cast of characters that includes the likes of Tyler Hansborough, Randolph Childress, John Fanta, John Henson, Terrence Oglesby, Jarrell McNeil, and many, many more. The Field of 68 After Dark is where college basketball happens. There is no sport in America that is more difficult to follow than college basketball. It can be overwhelming. That's where the Field of 68 Daily comes into play. The Daily is your go-to source for injury updates, recruiting news, and transfer portal additions that actually matter. For just $50 a year, get access to the same information that your favorite team's coaching staff is subscribed for. Quality content can be hard to find in the college basketball space. The Daily is here to help you with that.
Athlete AI is the story of the athlete. And every athlete deserves to have the story told. Under the lights and in the spotlight. This is your moment, your real. Download, capture, create, share. Athlete AI. Your name is trending.
There is no sport in America that is more difficult to follow than college basketball. It can be overwhelming. That's where the Field of 68 Daily comes into play. The Daily is your go-to source for injury updates, recruiting news, and transfer portal additions that actually matter. For just $50 a year, get access to the same information that your favorite team's coaching staff is subscribed for. Quality content can be hard to find in the college basketball space. The Daily is here to help you with that.
2, 1.
Back inside the Denny Sanford Premier Center here on Summit League Basketball Media Day with Field of 68, Alex Heinert, Rob Dauster, talking University of South Dakota Coyotes men basketball with Eric Peterson, getting to start year 4 in charge of the squad in Vermilion. Coach, how you doing? Ready to roll for this season?
I'm ready to roll. Yeah, I can't wait. Our players are just hoping we can play against somebody different because it's been a long summer, and when you press all practice long, it gets chippy. So we need to play somebody else for sure.
Yeah, I was going to ask you about that because you guys went from, I think your first year you were 330th or something like that in tempo, and last year you were second in tempo, and you've seen the projection of your team kind of go from being towards the bottom of the league, and I believe last year you had the 20 wins. So that seems intentional from what you were trying to do.
Absolutely. Do you remember last year at this, what Jeff said? Jeff said if we won the league, he was going to make a nickname for our program, like, it was like Bucky Ball or whatever. So we didn't do it. And when you go back and talk to him, like, tell him the deal's still on. All right.
Done.
But no, it's one of those deals you take over a program.
The only problem with that is it means I have to talk to Jeff. That's easier said than done.
Send a text message, right? That's what people do now.
Email,
or I'll email them or something like that. But no, you take over a program and, you see how you want to make it, but you always can't do that right away, right? So we slowly evolved. We became a pressing team. I think that's important. We were, I think, number 3 in the country in scoring, number 2 in tempo. We got fouled a ton. We were number 1 in the country in getting to the free throw line. And I think that's an exciting brand of basketball to watch. And in Vermilion, we're doing it, right? And if you watched us last year in the first 5 games, we had more dunks than we did probably the previous 5 years. So it's really exciting to watch. But we need to take a step this year and continue to get better at the press. And every year you get to recruit and change your roster a little bit and modify things. And I told you guys last year, we're modifying because we were awful in some certain areas. And that's why we started the press, and it's really helped us. And, we finished 5th. I think if you look at the schedule with 2 weeks left in the season last year, we were right in the hunt. We lost 3 of our last 5. And if we do better in those games, we have a chance to win a conference title. So we were right there. Obviously, we lost a lot, 6 of our top 7. But I like our class, and I like our freshmen, and I think our press will be better this year.
I think that style is really conducive to this era of basketball as well, because you're not really reinventing the wheel with the stuff that you put in, right? It's like, all right, we're going to go here, you're going to trap here, you got to understand these reads, but it's not the most complicated way to kind of throw somebody into a system.
It's not, and honestly, that was a huge reason why I did it, is when your roster is changing over every single year. And, I was at South Dakota for 4 years. I was at Utah State and Utah, and you could have guys around a little bit longer that knew your system, so you could maybe be more advanced with some scouting stuff or some defensive stuff. And then by the next year, they just knew it. And now it's like, you don't know who's going to be on your roster next year. So if you can keep things simple and teach them how to play basketball versus just running a million sets. Like if you want to be number 2 in tempo, you can't run a million sets. You have to teach them how to make reads, find an advantage right away, and then keep that advantage throughout the offensive possession. And that's why I think we got fouled so much, right? We always had that advantage. We were downhill. We were in attack mode. So that's why we did it. Honestly, just the changeover in rosters every single year, and you're trying to maximize the transfer portal.
Yeah, you also had one of the strangest, I'm a big KenPom guy.
Okay.
You had one of the strangest statistical profiles there, right? Like I got it written down. You were one of the best in the country at turnover rate, one of the best in the country at drawing fouls. You were one of the worst in the country at assist rate. So everything was it wasn't assisted. I think a lot of that has
Shoot
to
it
do
before
with
you turn it over.
Shoot it before you turn it over. And you couldn't get rebounds, and you couldn't defend the rim. I think you were 358th in defensive rebounding percentage, 330th defending the rim. I think a lot of that, you got a big 7-footer right there that's going to be healthy that might help you with some
Absolutely. Yeah. Losing Cam was a huge blow for us. We actually lost our starting 4-man too, Jake Brack, who will be back. And if you watch us those last 5 games, we played with a 6'4", 5-man for most of the games, right? So when you're looking at rebounding, that really hurts your numbers. When you're looking at rim protection in the back of the press,
that's tough.
That really hurts your defensive field goal percentage. But Cam, I think he played a couple conference games, and I was shocked that he wasn't on the preseason All-League because he's that good of a player, in my opinion. But I think the league's going to see what he can bring this year because he is healthy and he is much, much improved.
How much does that? So you mentioned the rim protection at the back. When you are gambling, and that's what the press does, you're trying to gamble for steals, you're trying to force turnovers in the backcourt. You need to have that presence at the bat to be able to make sure that if there's any mistakes that get through, because it's going to happen. It's just you're taking those risks. You can put that through the backboard, or you can make sure that it's a tough finish at the rim.
You're trying to speed teams up, right? We always talk about possessions. It's a possession game, and the Summit League is a high octane offensive league. If you guys watch games, it's people can really shoot it. We didn't shoot it great because we took some bad shots because we were playing really, really fast. We need to improve on that. But you're leaving kind of Cam back there on an island and saying, hey, protect the rim because you are trying to speed teams up and take those risks, and those are calculated risks. And you could see by the time we played Omaha on this floor in the semifinal game, Isaac went down in the first minute of the game, sprained his ankle, and we just didn't have the depth and we didn't have the rim protection to fully do it. And that's why every year you keep recruiting and you keep figuring out what you can get out of the portal. And I really like our team this year. The other sneaky piece with it is how fast you fix mistakes. So you can make mistakes, but you got to be able to fix them a lot faster. We have two speedsters in Uzziah, our freshman, and then Jordan Crawford, the transfer from Eastern Kentucky. They press a lot at Eastern Kentucky that just make up for mistakes way quicker because they can get back in the play and get our defense set, which helps Cam.
Yeah, I do want to ask, is it easy to find guys that fit that system in the portal? Are there more guys out there that you can grab and kind of plug and play? Talk about that aspect.
Depends on the year.
Yeah.
No, I think it's when you recruit to that system, you look at, we were 10th in the country in bench points. So you can tell those kids, like, you're going to play. We play a lot of guys, and the best players are going to play more minutes. So that's enticing, right? Like, I'm maybe taking a risk. I might go to a place that I might not play, right? But we play a lot of guys. And then the scoring piece, too. Yeah. Everybody likes scoring. So, hey, do you like playing offense? Yeah, coach. Well, this is how many possessions per game we play. We're, number 3 in scoring offense. So if you like that, it's a great place and a great fit for you.
Wait, so you're telling me that I can score a lot of points and we're not going to run a lot of offense and you're not going to get mad at me if I take bad shots?
Well, we got to improve every year. No.
Let's go.
We got to improve every year. So we have to take better shots, and you do have to have an IQ. So how's your IQ?
Yeah. Basketball IQ?
Yeah.
Not very high.
Not very high.
IQ,
So
not very high.
You will struggle a little bit because you have to really know how to play. If you give your players that much freedom, you got to trust them to make plays and make the right play and make the right read. And that's how you get an advantage to start the offense.
You mentioned Isaac.
Yeah.
He's back. He probably had an opportunity to go elsewhere in the craziness of the spring once the portal opens, and he decided not to. What does it mean to get him back in your program?
He really likes his coach. He's a local kid. He's from South Dakota. He's from about 25 minutes away.
How many shots a game did you promise him? 30,
no,
35?
I don't promise kids anything. Honestly, I don't. But I think he realized he can play more minutes. And I think on the season, he played 23 minutes a game. In league play, played 26 and averaged 16 points a game in league play. So if we can get him to over 30 minutes a game, what that does for him. And he's got a tremendous sense of pride. We've never made the NCAA tournament. He's a South Dakota kid. Like, he wants to do it more than anybody. And he's a stubborn dude too. Like, he wants to do it. So it means a ton. It doesn't mean that he's going to be here for 2 more years or however many years kids get to play now. Like, do you guys have an answer for that? Is it 5? Is it 6?
37.
37 years. Like,
play as long as you want to. Just file a lawsuit.
But he's here and he loves this place and it means a ton. And I think it's great for our culture.
You mentioned not getting to the NCAAs. Now, in your first stint, under Craig, you made a title game. You won the league championship in 2017. Like, you were close. Does it feel like you're on that trajectory now? Like, from zooming out, it does look that way, like the progress you made last year. But where do you see it now?
Yeah, I think it's much harder that way. It's harder to be consistent now when you lose half your team every single year. Yeah. Some of our teams in the league get lost almost everybody. So I would say that's harder. But what I said last year at this table is traditionally you want to have it built by year 3. And we won 19 games. We lost a couple really key pieces. And I'm not about excuses, but I feel like our program and culture is in a very, very good spot. We have an identity. We know who we are, and we can keep building on that identity.
did you ever coach like this before? Like, is this?
I was a JUCO coach, man. I coached JUCO for 7 years, and we pressed a lot. We did. We were very up tempo, and that was another way to play a lot of guys. Same deal with junior college. You're losing half your team or most of your team every year, so try to keep it simple. Try to get a lot of guys that fit, that want to play fast pace. So I've been through it. It doesn't bother me. I don't lose sleep over it because I was a JUCO coach for so long.
Well, yeah. I mean, the roster turnover, sure. Like we've done. I think this is my 6th media day right now, and I've heard at least a half dozen times. Well, you just got to operate a program like a JUCO coach. Like that's the way you got to have the mindset. But it's the pace of it, right? Like I do think that there's something you have to know. What you can't just say we're going to get them down the court, right? There's a method to the madness that comes with playing that style.
It's a mindset, and it starts at practice. So if you were to come watch us practice, we don't practice very long because I don't think you can, right? With the tempo and the pace
tempo that you guys play.
Yeah, you just can't do it. So you have to, and this is where I've gotten better, is just being very efficient at practice. Junior college, we didn't have catapult. You guys know what catapult is? It measures your load. So you wear it on your chest or your back, and you wear it right here, and it's a chip, and it tells you how hard each player's
It's a thing
work.
that looks like sport bras.
Yeah,
that
exactly.
guys are wearing.
So now we have that. In junior college, man, I was young, and I was pushing those guys, and we did play really fast. I don't know if we played as fast. There's the stats in junior college at the time back in 2010, we didn't have those stats. We did play frantic and we did play fast, but now we can at least monitor it a lot more and see after practices. And we can say, on day one, we're going to do this load, and it's going to get a little bit more and a little bit more on the third day, and then we're going to have a day off. So it simulates like a game. Does that make sense? So I have more control over their bodies to know that we can peak in March, and that is something we didn't have last year. But it's definitely a mindset, and you got to be ready to come to practice every day.
Yeah. Can you speak quick? And we're going to let you go. I know there's a lot. You have a million of these today. Yeah. But the fact that you do play this unique style, not a lot of teams in the league play like this. How much is that an advantage that teams do have to shift their game plan to get ready for South Dakota?
You should ask every coach that comes up here if they like playing South Dakota. I don't know. I don't think their answer is going to be, yeah, we want to play South Dakota. But I think a lot of it, too, is the prep time, right? Sure. Some of it, it's like a short prep. You play Thursday, you play Saturday. And I was just talking about this at another station is, it's always you go into this thing and you do it for the first time. And I was waking up in a sweat and my wife would be like, are you okay? Are you sick? And it's like, no, I'm just worried about the press. We've never done this before here. And I told our guys before the very first game last year, we played Southern at home. And I just told them there's nothing that Southern could have done or can do to prepare themselves for what's about to happen the next 40 minutes. You can try, but if you're not a pressing team at practice and you're throwing 5 scout guys out there and trying to press, or maybe they throw 6 and they're trying to simulate that, you can't simulate it. You can't simulate it off a day prep in league play. And so we're going to keep going with it. And everybody, and I just got this question over here, can you win 3 games in 3 days? You can, but I would love to win 3 games in 4 days too.
Yeah.
And we were close last year. We were right there at the end of the season. We just, we just didn't do it.
Yep.
Well, it's been fun to see the growth, really. And obviously, it's great to see you back healthy. I know that year 2 was awful to see you on the sidelines with that injury, and fun to see what Eric Peterson basketball looks like.
I appreciate that. I love this place, and I can't wait to keep building it.
Yeah, excellent, Coach.
Great seeing you, man.
Thank you.
Eric, appreciate you.
So is it going to be, is it PD Ball? Is that what we're going to do? Did we decide on this yet?
Yes, but I don't want to steal somebody else's deal. So I'm going to have to talk to Jeff about that.
Good.
He's taking the easy route, right? You got to be a little more creative with that.
All right.
Deal?
Yes.
All right.
Yes, we got you.
Eric Peterson. We're going to get to hear from a couple of his players now. Isaac Bruns and Cameron Fenns are going to stop by. I love his energy and his enthusiasm. Mm-hmm. It's so unique.
He's got me bought in.
Yeah, you have to be.
Yeah,
right?
He's got me bought in.
That's what it's all about.
I think it'll make a big difference having this the big fella here that you're going to see. Hopefully, he's going to be in the frame with the shot. Cam, hey, Isaac, great seeing you. Rob,
Isaac, hey,
good to see you.
Isaac Bruns and Cameron Fenns here stopping
we
by.
Are live. Mics are hot, so don't say anything crazy about your coach right now if you want to be able to get that playing time. How we doing, guys?
Good.
Doing great.
So last year, you kind of got thrown into the fire when it came to being a pressing program.
Yeah.
Were you ready for what was coming once you got into preseason? When did you first find out, hey, you know what, you're going to have to be in the best physical shape you've ever been in your entire life?
Yeah. Well, I know we talked about it one of the first few days of practice, I'm sure. And we thought he'd, press here, press there, something like that. But then he said we were doing it, 24/7 and not taking any time off. And at first, I'm sure we were like okay, we're going to have to be in super good shape. And as the season went on, I mean, we all kind of fell in love with it. We learned to like it, learned all the different things that kind of go with it. And I mean, we're going to do it again this year. And we're just, that one extra year is just, super helpful for us, helping the new guys, helping us continue to learn. And I think we're all for it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, coming in, there's some controversy early in the press last year with most of the team and everything, but it ended out working in our favor, and guys really started to commit to it and fall in love with it. And then coming back this year, all the returners having a year of that press under their belt, that's helping us immediately be more comfortable with it and any slight tweaks we make with it, but then also helping the new guys, transfers, freshmen, like kind of learn it and get
winning
used to
helps.
it.
Winning solves a lot of those
Yeah,
problems.
that also
right?
helps.
Cam, from your perspective, and it's one thing for a guard, like you think about the press. Yes, you're moving, you're in the backcourt, et cetera. What is it like for you? What do you see your role in this full court, Gata ball that Eric Peterson has brought?
I mean, it definitely ain't as physically taxing, I'll say, for me as the guards, but I definitely still have that responsibility of having to get back to not let guys beat us over the top and things like that. And then when the guards are trapping or anything like that and getting up, if it's a leak out and that ball gets out, then I'm kind of the last line of defense for the rim and everything. So while it might not be as much running for me, thank God, but while it might not be as much, I still got a responsibility on the backside for sure.
Are you healthy? How are you feeling?
Yeah, got back and it was a slow recovery process. I was itching to get back and started kind of progressing this summer to work more and more into it, and now I'm 100% and back, and practice is feeling great. It's awesome.
Are you back in the shape that you needed to be? How hard was it to go from being hurt and laid up to being in the condition you got to be in?
Yeah, it was like an involuntary bulk. I got a little stronger, but definitely gained some weight.
That's the best phrasing I've ever heard to talk about.
But
Gaining
definitely gained some weight,
offseason.
lost some conditioning, so been working to get that back, been losing some weight, and conditioning's not there yet, but it's coming back, and I still got another month to get it there, so feeling really good about it.
Yeah. Isaac, what changes with Cam back in the lineup?
Like you said, just having a 7-foot rim protector back there while the guards are running around on the other side of half court trying to cause chaos and stuff. They do happen to get it past us. Having a 7-footer guarding that rim for us is huge, and we lost that halfway through the year last year, which definitely hurt our team a little bit, but we're excited to have him back.
Where has your game changed this summer? Where are we going to see an improvement from you?
Hopefully everywhere. But I mean, just 1 year of getting bigger, faster, stronger. All the third year in the program, a lot of the defensive schemes, the press, all those things kind of come a half a second quicker to me, which is a lot of time out there on the court. And, I gotta get my 3-point percentage up this year. I've been working on that a ton in the off season. And, I'm just hoping to have a better year with the fellas.
Yeah, I thought your progression last year was really fun to watch because you went from being an important player of the team to being really one of the main guys, one of the drivers of this squad.
Mm-hmm.
And now with, four starters are gone, but it's kind of a misnomer because Jake missed so much of the season last year and Cam missed so much of the season. So there's a lot coming back.
Yeah.
But a lot of that's going to fall a little bit on your shoulders. How does that feel to kind of be one of the guys that's going to really have the ball in your hand?
Yeah.
in those
It feels
situations?
really good. I think I started starting games like first game of conference. It might have been last year, and just building off of that. And like you said, we lost. 6 seniors, 4 starters, a lot of our points and stuff. But we got Cam coming back, Jake coming back, some great freshmen that I'm super confident about, and then some transfers and stuff. And so, leading the team, being a leader, being one of the main guys again with these rested dudes behind me I'm excited for it.
You mentioned that there was I think it was controversy about getting into the press. How long did it take for you guys to kind of buy into this concept and buy into these ideas and buy into, hey, this is what we're going to do and this is the team that we're going to be?
I mean, honestly, really early on, it was just the controversy. A lot of guys have never done that before. It's physically demanding and taxing on your body. So in that scenario, just being kind of controversial, but you start to realize, like, after a handful of games and seeing that the press is working and the stats are showing that it's working and everything, kind of understanding that, okay, maybe it's not the most fun for some of our guys, but you got to buy into it, especially when it's working. So I feel like it didn't take too long for our guys to kind of realize that and just be 100% in on it.
Because it's not fun for you, but it's certainly not fun for the opposition to have to go up against you when that's happening. I want to ask, what's it like playing for Coach Pete? Like, I love his energy, his enthusiasm. What is it like when he's your head coach?
I love it. I mean, it's part of the reason why I committed here. A big reason is so I could get to play for Coach Peterson and the rest of the staff. And the press kind of sums up how we coach is, we like to be fast. We like to be energetic. And, I'm sure you guys just talked to Coach Peterson. You guys saw that. And just having him as a coach and, a mentor on and off the floor, I think is huge for us.
one of the issues you guys, I'm a big KenPom guy. I don't know if you guys pay attention to KenPom at all, but one of the issues you guys had last year was rim protection and defensive rebounding. And now you're getting a guy who just so happens to be a 7-footer who your coach said he thinks is the best big guy in the league is coming back. How much that fills some of those gaps that you had last season in the way that you played?
Yeah, no doubt. Well, I mean, so obviously we had Cam out towards the end of the year. Boom, our other center was out. We had, 6'4" Max Burcho playing the 5 a couple games, and I mean, I'm sure those didn't help. Our numbers out there, our size was a little down. You give up a little bit of that when you're in the press, obviously for quickness. But having Cam back and Jake, great rebounder, super big, plays bigger than he is. I think he's 6'9", but. And just those guys back, I think, will really increase those 2 numbers for us.
Look at Max Burchell taking strays here on media day.
No, we loved him. But I'm not sure he's a 5-man.
Who of the newcomers are South Dakota fans? Who should they be excited to see? Like who has impressed you in the summer and the fall?
I mean, our freshmen have stepped up like in a very big way. We obviously Josiah on our team having another injury and stuff, being out for the year, that one hurts the team a lot, especially when we were expecting him to come back and kind of be a bigger piece for us as well. So we're having a lot of young guys that need to step up, and I feel like our freshmen have taken that step. And with Vince, Uzi, Jesse, all those 3 step up, doing really good. But then our transfers as well. Jordan, Ethan's a great shooter. Jordan's fast and really good with the ball. Like, it's most of the guys that we got are here to make a difference. We're not trying to just fill guys to fill a roster spot. They're here to do something and have a purpose. So I feel like it'll be really good seasons for them.
You
as
need
well.
that depth when you're going to be playing like this.
No doubt. Probably play
100%.
more than most teams in the conference.
All right, I got a couple more questions, just some quick hitters. You guys have to answer them though. All right.
All right.
The 3 artists on your pregame playlist are.
This kid's terrible.
I'll tell you right now, I don't listen to music before the game or like after. I'm not a big music guy at all. So you might have to rely on Cam for this one.
Mine's a little untraditional. I'm more of heavy metal before a game, growing up with that. So I've definitely gone more like Metallica, Pantera, like those heavier bands like that. Not so much on the rap.
You're not the only one that has said that. We've gotten an answer a couple times.
That's awesome.
Yeah. Can you want to try to guess which program said? So they have Metallica on.
That's tough, Rob.
Yeah.
That's unfair.
Yeah.
These guys.
Who?
No, it was
NDSU. Was NDSU
Denver's guy. Yeah, Denver's guys.
Really?
But the kid was from Minnesota. It's Logan Kinsey from Minnesota. So it's a good.
Okay.
Yeah. So there you go.
Which teammate cannot be trusted in the kitchen?
In the kitchen.
Half of them.
Yeah, everybody.
Oh, great.
Let me think of one. I'm going to go Shea Eberwine, my roommate. He set off the fire alarm one too many times in the kitchen.
What's one too many?
Oh, a few, probably 5 or 6.
5 or 6. That's more than one too many.
Yeah, that's a lot.
That's a lot. The player you guys model your game after, like who are you watching film on when you get back to your rooms?
I mean, mine's not really a specific player that I'm modeling off. Mine's more just like a play style. I know stretch bigs, things like that, very big in today's day and age in basketball and stuff. I grew up with my dad and everything, kind of emphasizing like just use my height, my weight, like all that, my size to my advantage. So don't try to do anything fancy. Just be a bully at the rim and do your best in the things that you can be good at.
I would say 2 guys that I've always loved to watch are Kevin Durant and Klay Thompson. No, I don't exactly play like either of those guys, maybe somewhere in the middle or something. But watching those guys play and just, KD's mid-range or Klay Thompson spot-up shooting, just things like that, try to take away like little pieces from guys like that.
Toughest place in the Summit League to play, and you can't say your own gym.
Toughest place to play. I might just go with State just because it's probably the most hostile environment. That's like their biggest game probably, and same with us. I mean, it's a big rivalry, and when we go in there, they pack it, and we got a lot of our fans in there too. But it's definitely pretty loud in there, and I'd say maybe that place.
I mean, I was injured, so I didn't travel a lot last year with a massive boot on. But from like watching
what's the game that you're most excited to play in?
I'm excited to play State.
Yeah,
I've been itching. I had them on my mind last year, and I didn't get the chance, which kind of hurt. But I'm excited to play state this year.
All right, last one. You can have a meal with one person, dead or alive, to pick their brain and learn from them. Who would it be?
I would say Jesus Christ. That's what I'd want to eat.
Yeah,
that's what I would go with.
I'm gonna go the same.
That's not the first time that we got that same answer. Is it surprising that the last guy that gave us that answer was also the guy that listens to nothing but Metallica and Pantera?
That's why there's a pattern here.
Yeah, there's a pattern. Listen, guys, great to see you. Best of luck this season.
Thank
right?
you for having us.
Stay healthy, Cam.
Thanks, Cam.
Thank you.
South Dakota, 4 of their first 5 at home, 8 of their first 10 in the state of South Dakota. A great chance for that program to keep things rolling after a really good season last year. And they will be playing South Dakota State actually in the midway through the Summer League play, but they'll finish the season at home against SDSU, which is always a big game.
It's good when you make those games be the last game of the season, right?
The league has done that. North Dakota's playing North Dakota State on the last game of the season. Speaking of North Dakota, the head coach of the Fighting Hawks, Paul Sather, is going to come over and stop by for a little bit.
What's going on, man? Great to see you. We are live. Mics are hot.
All right, let's go.
Let's go.
How you doing,
White
man?
River, baby. Let's go. You know where he's from, right?
Mm-hmm.
White River, South Dakota.
Oh, I know.
You ever been?
I've never been there.
Rob has not had the pleasure.
Man, I'm telling you, it's awesome.
Yeah? Why? What
It's
makes
awesome.
it special?
It's a basketball.
It's a basketball
hotbed.
community. This is what this is a tiny Rob was given Kalen Gary, who's from DeSmet, which is like a town of 1,000, a hard time. White River is about half the size of Kalen Gary's hometown.
Oh,
I
didn't realize
How many
that.
years in a row have they been in the state B's?
19 years consecutive to the state B championships in South Dakota, which is hard. B's the smallest class in the state. 90-something high schools.
Talk about their coach for a minute.
Eldon Marshall has been our head coach for 20 years and just an unbelievable human being. Like, so White River is a town. We're here to talk about Paul.
I know,
We're not gonna get too crazy,
but I'm telling you what, it's worth talking about Eldon Marshall. It's because I coached at Black Hill State, and I think Coach Mike Olson saw him playing in a pickup game there, and ended up saying, he's a pretty good player. Let's get him on our team. But to see when you talk about impact in a community and on people, I mean, there's not a better example than Eldon Marshall and what he's done in that community for kids and that community from basketball. So I know we're here to talk about North Dakota, but like he's a special guy, and I just think there's been some awesome players that have come out of there. One of which we got to play against.
Yeah.
But like those guys like that, they don't get enough notice. And so why not talk about Eldon Marshall a little bit on the field of 68? So there you go.
I love that, Paul. No, he's a first ballot Hall of Famer whenever he decides to hang it up. Yeah, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Special man. So as is Paul Sather. So you're 7 now in charge of the University of North Dakota. Paul, talk about the offseason. You had a chance to go to Winnipeg. You got bringing in some new guys to the program. What's happening with Fighting Hawks
you
basketball?
leave this floor. We got beat by St. Thomas in the semis, and you leave this floor, and you literally don't go home. And you spend that time recruiting for the next 3 weeks on the road. There's junior college regions going on. There's national tournaments going on. And then you're trying to mix in home visits. You're trying to figure stuff out. Then you get on campus so you can get these guys on campus. And so I think anyone around here is going to talk about that off season now is so crazy in the spring because you're literally trying to revamp your roster in a short time because you got to get them on campus in June or sometime shortly into June, because you want that time together. So we had that time together. Then we came back before school started a little bit early, and we went to Canada, which, Winnipeg's not that far from Grand Forks.
2.5 hours.
So we went up there and we played 3 games, which was awesome because we've got some transfers and some freshmen. But we also have 8 returners that 6 of those guys didn't play a lot for us. And we need some of those guys to really – we need all of them. But, we need some of those guys to really step forward and show us that, hey, you can count on us, and this is the role I can fulfill. So there's still a lot of that going on, but that trip to Winnipeg was helpful for us to kind of get a better idea.
That's one of my favorite things about this program. Like some coaches will take their kids to Italy or Costa Rica.
Well, it was short notice.
But that's,
we
go to Winnipeg.
It was
at the
something that we
University of North
decided a little
Dakota.
bit late, so the cost to go to those other places is difficult.
For sure.
And really right now, when you have money like that to go, are you going to go spend it on a trip to Italy right now when the money could be spent other ways? Yeah. Right?
Mm-hmm. This is a good steward.
And I think
of the
we're all
program.
trying to figure out what that looks like. So, Winnipeg, it's a big city. It's a major city that's literally 2.5 hours away from us. So we got 3 games in.
Yeah, you were able to get those practices. You were able to get your guys together. More importantly than anything
else, we had, you know, and during that time, you know, we got the just terrible, awful news about Dang, and when that happened, that was kind of during that time. I'm glad that we were all together when that happened because we had 8 returning guys that played with Dang. And
this is Dang Mayor,
who
was killed over the summer in a swimming accident. Who had committed to Omaha, but had been a part of the Fighting Hawks program for the last 2
you know,
years.
in Omaha, I'd spent all summer with him practicing. So like the transfer portal gives and it takes, but you get to meet and coach guys like Dang, who graduated. He's a North Dakota grad, and so we found that news out right about that last practice before we left, and that was weighing on us the entire time as well. And a guy like Coach Sandoval coached him in junior college, then helped recruit him for junior college. And if you know Dang, his heart's as big as his gym. He's a compassionate. He's just such an awesome young person. You know, it was sad news to get. But you know, at the end of the day, we had to take that. We ended up taking that trip to Canada, and you know, you find out a lot about your guys. And now here we are, a few weeks away. We got Jamestown in a short time here with a exhibition, and we go to Minnesota, and then we open up in Tuscaloosa. Yeah.
I think they'll be maybe aware of how good and what you bring to the table. That was one of the highlights of last season, being in Grand Forks, being courtside to see North Dakota take on, at that time, number 6 Alabama, Mark Sears, Grant Nelson, and to go toe-to-toe until the last shot. Like, that was an incredible night in Grand Forks.
Yeah, and I mean, you look back, and there's some missed blockouts that we had. There was some opportunities that really, I mean, I can think of,
comes out.
I can think of 5 points in that last 3 minutes that we handed to them just because we didn't do our job. And if we kept doing our job, boy, that inning could have been different. But my goodness, they're very good. And we had to play exceptionally well to put ourselves in that position. The 3-point line can even it out. And for that night, for us, that helped even the score out a little bit.
I want to ask you about a couple of the guys that you have coming in. First, Anthony Smith, your freshman point guard. I've heard good things about him. Is he going to come in? Is he going to be able to impact the game? What do you expect to see out of him?
I'm telling you, he is the biggest 5'11", 160-pound guard I've ever coached. Like I would say that if he wanted to be a featherweight boxer when he was a young kid, he would have been one of those guys that's different and unique. He plays with great force. Like he is not a guy that plays like a 160-pound 6-foot guard. He plays with a great amount of, you know, he's ferocious, he's physical, and he really plays the game the right way. He really plays it hard. So start with that. You've got something pretty special. And what's been fun is to kind of see his growth emotionally, his growth just kind of going through the ups and downs of learning how to be a freshman and away from home and, you know, at a university. There's been a lot of growth from him already, and we're excited about him. But he's a freshman still. And so that day-to-day work that he's putting in is important. Handling the adversity, handling the failures, and then if you're having success, just keep your nose down and keep grinding. And as he does that, man, good things will happen for him.
What about Garrett Anderson?
He's been awesome. Now, I don't want to say surprise because I think we had a good idea what we were getting. A little more skilled with the ball than I thought he would be. And, you know, I heard he's athletic, and then I got him, and, like, he's got a very live body. Like, his body's just really alive. So his movement, you know, defensively building the mentality, so he's really bought into that. That's coming. But offensively, very talented, skilled guard that can really shoot the ball. But I've loved how he can attack the basket. And as he learns how to kind of stop and play for others too, because he'll draw defenses in a little bit as he can attack, it's going to be fun to see that continued growth because he's an awesome young guy. And he's been, you know, he's at San Jose State with Tim Miles for 2 years. He got on the court and played a lot on those teams. Especially his freshman year, they were a really good team. At sophomore, he battled through injuries. Like his experiences that he's bringing to our team and our guys, playing through injuries and the ups and downs of what college basketball is, he brings that every day. And so, like, that experience, Eli, same deal. Like, we got some experienced guys that can bring that. And Garrett's done a great job being a vocal guy with that.
I'm still just amazed that you can bring in a guy that was coached by Tim Miles and say that he was well coached.
Yeah. Well, the Phoenix Prep guys, down in
they did a
there you
great
go.
job.
They did
Central
an awesome
Washington,
job. And Central
man,
Washington,
unbelievable.
one, you know what? And they did. And the guy at Central Washington does an awesome job. But watching their tape and watching that team he played on, I mean, they had 3 guys that were all averaging right around 15 a game. So, I mean, he had a really good basketball team he came from at Central Washington.
Yeah. Paul, you mentioned, again, the crazy offseason and watching tape and trying to figure out how to put this roster together. But at the same time, you have always been a guy about bringing in freshmen, bringing in guys right from high school and helping develop and grow. And we talked about Anthony Smith. You got the Curtis twins coming in from the Twin Cities as well. Why is that still such an important part about you and your coaching journey?
Well, number one, I just think where we're at, it's really hard to build it through just transfers. And what I've noticed because of the portal is there's a lot of really talented freshmen that are getting under-recruited. Yeah. And the Twins are a great example. Like Marcus and, I combine them sometimes. It's Marley and Micah. I combine them. I screw them up a lot. I can't tell them apart now really easily. But Micah,
how long did that take?
Micah, about a week on the floor together. What was crazy was that first week in the summer, we didn't have a lot of extra practice gear. And the extra practice gear we had, we put zeros on all of them.
Oh, sure.
So they had the same numbers. I'm like, Coach Bentu, what are we doing? We got to get different numbers on these guys.
Help us out.
Like, you go back to that question, like Marley and Mike are physically and then they're awesome, engaging, charismatic guys. But going from St. Louis Park High School to where they are right now is a big leap just from the expectation day in, day out. And they have really worked at building up to that. And so to see their growth and the maturity from the summer into the fall is big, because we need them to be guys because they just can make plays that not normal guys can make. But they're still going to make a lot of mistakes that they got to keep correcting and keep getting better. You're going to make them play through them. And that's what they're learning how to do, is to play through them and just keep that right mentality. But awesome young man. And I'm telling you, really talented guys. Yeah. And they're just so much fun to coach. But freshmen have been able to come in and help us and be impactful for us. And so we're going to keep doing it as long as I think we've got commitments from guys right now that I think can be guys that can come in and help us a year from now. So we're going to continue that, but we've also got to win in the portal some. And I think this year we did. I think Josh Jones and Garrett Anderson. We got Wiley coming. That's kind of coming back from. He was at Mary. He's coming back. He's a Devil's Lake kid that's coming back closer to home. But I mean, Josh and Garrett are 2 transfers that need to come in here, and I think they will and be impactful for us.
When you look at this team, you're picked to finish 8th, but again, preseason polls don't really matter. Yeah. The team who was picked to finish 8th last year was Omaha, who won the league.
They won it.
Kansas City was picked 8th the year before. They finished 2nd in the league and were preseason favorites, so it doesn't really matter. But it is like when you see you lose your top 4 scorers and 4 starters from the year before, there's a lot of unknowns. What gives you comfort and peace when you look at your roster and look at your guys and say, you know what, we're going to be all right this year?
Just getting a chance to work with them every day. Yeah. Because first and foremost, and I talked about this a little bit before, what's our why and why we do this? It's like winning, you want to win. I mean, there's nobody, you want to win and you want to win, but there's also a process to this. And I think for us, it's keeping our minds right. We're going to get humbled a little bit. There's going to be some growth in that area. There's hopefully going to be some success. There's going to be growth in that area. Getting a chance to work with these guys and how they've kind of responded day in, day out. You see their ability to kind of fight through the adversity and get closer as a team. Like, we've really matured as a team from how we talk to each other. And that's one thing I've noticed in about the last 6 or 7 practices, as we're doing highly competitive things and they're going at each other. There's a little bit more of keeping their head right, even though they're competing. They're also not losing their mind. Yeah. And so, like, we've had really good growth in a lot of areas, but part of that is just the maturity. And when you start seeing the maturity, and maybe they're starting to see it and do the things for the right reasons, making this more about just the team and not just about my individual success. As you see that become more and more apparent, it gives yourself a chance as a team to be successful. We're a long ways from where we need to be. There's no doubt. Like that, it feels like the Grand Canyon looking across it right now in some regards. But
It's October though.
I love working with them, and part of that is because you're seeing the growth and the improvement. And as long as we can kind of keep that right mentality, fight. Hey, there's going to be tough points still. There's going to be a lot of them, and there's going to be good moments. So don't overreact to either one of them, because most times when you overreact to them, you're going the wrong direction, right? So like I said, the preseason ratings, who cares? We shouldn't even have them anymore in some regards.
Probably not,
because
everybody's different.
We're gonna put a battle cry in. Well, we're not. I mean, at the end of the day, throw them out. Just keep your mind right, and let's worry about improving the day and getting better today. And I know that sounds like coach talk, but my gosh, it's not just now for these guys. It's 10 years from now. As a father, as a husband, as there's a lot of things in life that's going to be thrown at you. And if you listen and worry about what's going on around you and believe that, you get caught up in the wrong crap and the wrong distractions. So keep your mind right. Keep your focus on the team. Don't make it about yourself. And let's have a blast through the good and the bad times. Let's have a blast doing it. Because my guy, I get to coach, and these guys get to play. There's a lot of other things going on in the world. It's a lot harder than that right now. So what a cool opportunity.
Great message. Great mindset.
Appreciate you, man.
Yeah.
Great seeing you.
Thank you. Appreciate
Best
it.
of luck this season, all right? Send Eli and Garrett on over here.
Will do.
Time to put them in the hot seat.
Good.
We were giving Paul a hard time about just going to Winnipeg, but they do go to Hawaii this year for non-conference. Yeah, we were excited for that. That's a North Dakota team that it was 5-11 in conference last year, but they won some big games. They also won on this floor.
Come on over here, fellas.
So they made the semifinals last year. Now a couple of guys that are going to help lead the charge this year.
Good to see you.
Garrett,
We are live. Lights are high.
Eli?
Don't say anything too crazy if you want to get playing time from the coach.
So
how we doing, guys?
Good.
Garrett
Good,
Anderson,
good.
Eli King, a couple of the upperclassmen. Eli's obviously been a part of this program for the last 3 years. Garrett's new this year to Grand Forks. Just talk a bit about what you guys see from your team so far as you get ready to start the season in a month or so.
Yeah, I think we got a good combination of newcomers, freshmen, and then also returners. I think over the course of the summer, we've done a really good job meshing together and kind of building to where we are now, and just trying to focus on keep building off that day by day and just trying to get as good as we can before that first game.
Yeah. What have you seen from this program, Garrett, coming in from the outside that maybe you didn't necessarily expect when you committed?
Probably how devoted the coaches are. Like they really want to work with the younger guys, kind of with that maturity level, like even off the court. Like it's you get a text every day in the group chat, like academics, do your academics, like keep it going. It's just like keeping that maturity level off the court is just going to help them so much with maturity on the court and to grow and to keep our team together. So it's just how they kind of talk to our guys and make us want to be better.
You're coming into the program from Central Washington. Obviously, you have experience at the Division I level. You played at San Jose State. We said this earlier. I'm amazed that somebody that played for 10 miles can come in here and actually know what they're doing, know how to tie their shoes, know how to dribble a basketball. But you're stepping up in level here once again. What do you think is going to be the challenge as you move back up to the Division I ranks?
The Mountain West was probably a big and point guard dominated conference, I would say. And from what I've heard, the Summit is there's a lot of really good wings. I heard the bids are pretty good, but the Mountain West, you got those 7-footers that are athletic, jumping, doing all that. So I think it's going to be the maturity level that I can bring just being in the Mountain West, kind of knowing what plays to make. I think that'll help me a lot. And just knowing where to be, defensive positioning and everything like that, making these reads, I think that'll actually benefit me a lot just from coming from San Jose. And then even playing at Central, I was a little more loose there, play with the ball. So I think that helped a lot, having the ball in my hands a little bit more. So I think that'll kind of mend those two together for me.
Yeah. Could you talk a bit about, Garrett, how do you see yourself fitting in with this group? What the style that you bring now meshed in with the likes of Eli and some of the younger guys on the team here at North Dakota this year?
Yeah, so from what I've seen, we kind of like to get out and run, just kind of play freely, motion a lot, oriented like that. And playing with King, playing with Josh, the older guys, the guys that have been at North Dakota, it's kind of helped me see the system that we do. So we went to Canada for a trip. We played a couple games up there. So those couple games, just seeing how the coaches coach those games and the subs and what we're going to run, it helped a lot. So I think I'll benefit like with the shooting, athletic ability, kind of get downhill, find those kickouts and stuff like that. I think that really benefits.
Eli, you've been around this program for a while now. You can call you one of the older guys, the veterans. You have some ownership over this program, and it's not something you see a lot in this era of college basketball. Why are you here as a senior? Why have you played this thing out the way that you did?
Yeah, I think just growing, and I think enjoying as a team the past 2 years. I think enjoying the coaching staff. I think I wanted to come back, and I knew I would have a bigger role. I knew I'd have a leadership role, and something that I've been looking forward to and been wanting to have and stuff. So I think at this point, it's just kind of trying to look over the younger guys and help them. I mean, it's a long season, and like there's going to be a lot of ups and downs. So I think it's kind of trying to just limit the emotions of that and just help us keep improving. And yeah, this is a season I'm really looking forward to, having a bigger role in a leadership role.
Who has impressed you so far?
I think a lot of guys. I think a lot of guys have made really big impact since the beginning of the summer. I think we'll have 3 freshmen that'll all play in some sort of way, probably, and then redshirt freshman that's really been impressive. So, and then I think we got a lot of different guys that are all competing for the same positions. I don't think anything's proven yet and set in stone. So I think it'll be interesting this next
Competition's healthy. That's good.
Yeah,
it's
good. It's been great.
It's good.
Yeah. Eli, when you look back at last year, you had your first year in North Dakota. You had a great season. You really had a lot of success, won some big games, really successful in the Summit. Last year, it looked like the talent was there and the pieces were there to make another run. And for whatever reason, it just didn't quite click. And we saw flashes, in the quarterfinals against South Dakota State, certainly against Alabama. You had some really big games. What were some of the things, though, that you learned from last year about what it takes to be a winning basketball team that you can carry over to this year?
Yeah, I think the biggest thing I would say from a team standpoint is playing together and kind of playing off of one another. And then I would say the defensive end of the floor. I think last year, especially during the conference season where we didn't have as good of a year as we would have liked, it was usually on the defensive end. Like, we were talented. We had the offensive skills and playmakers to get it done. I feel like it's just our defense wasn't always there. I feel like definitely having this being my 3rd summer, like, you can tell the coaches are putting a lot more effort into the defensive end and understand, as we do, players who have been here, like, that's the side we need to improve on. And I think this year will look a lot different defensively, which is a good thing and stuff. So I'm excited for that.
Garrett, true or false? You can throw in the low 90s as a pitcher.
True.
Yeah. Well, how good were you at baseball, right? And then 2, why did you pick? If you could throw that hard, I'm assuming that you probably had an opportunity to play collegiate baseball as well. How come you went basketball instead of baseball?
Yeah. So actually, my sophomore year of high school, I was 5'8", and then my junior year, I was 6'3". So then, right after my junior year, that's actually when I started playing basketball. Like, I didn't play basketball before that.
Really?
It was all baseball.
At all?
Yeah, no. I played baseball my whole life, and that was my sport. That's what I was doing. And then my senior year, that was like my first UAA circuit, and I went to, like, traveled with Arizona Select. And it's just like, I'm more of like a fast-paced kind of go type of guy, just like that energy. So just when I grew and hit those growth spurts, and just with my athleticism, it kind of just like was like, yeah, this is what I want to do. And
hold on, you never played basketball at all, or you were just like, you didn't really take it seriously? You just kind of
I had a hoop out front of my house, and I'd shoot with like my dad or brother, like joking around. But no, I didn't play any like team basketball until my junior year.
Junior year of high school.
Yeah.
Wow.
I think you made the right choice.
Yeah.
To transition.
Yeah.
What was the hardest part about that adjustment for you?
I would just say the IQ of basketball, just because I was so far behind. But luckily, like, I'm coordinated, I'm athletic, like that. So that had benefited a lot. But probably just the IQ was my hardest struggle to understand all the concepts and everything.
Because, I mean, if you've never played as a junior in high school, it's like, do you even understand? Like, do you know what help side is?
Yeah.
You know what, like, a pick and roll is?
Yeah.
You're starting to figure all that out now?
Yeah. The first couple of years at San Jose helped me a lot. Coach Miles, he helped me a lot. And that coach.
We don't say nice things about Tim Miles on the show.
And then at Central, it helped a lot too, just kind of that bigger role. And then the coaches here have helped me a lot too. So I think, I've developed a knowledge for basketball, and so that's helped.
Is there one thing that he does that makes you say, yeah, it's obvious that this dude didn't start playing basketball until late?
Not really. No, he told me that probably at some point this summer, and I was very shocked. Like, just because he's got a pretty complete like offensive game and all that, can get to the rim, score in the mid range, floaters, shoot the three really well, and he's obviously athletic. It completely shocked me when he told me that.
Last thing I got for you is, are you like the ringer now for all of the intramural softball games that they play? Is everyone like, we got to get this kid, we got to get him some NIL to be able to come play in our
for us
softball
to do
team?
something like with one of those teams or something, like home run derby or something, but we haven't, so
Just so you could go smoke everybody?
yeah, maybe
Show it
call
off a
out
little
the
bit?
UND softball team here,
Well, what about does North Dakota have a baseball team?
No, they don't.
No,
They don't.
Used to, Rob.
Oh,
Not anymore.
that's too bad.
Sore subject, Rob.
Yeah,
Don't
that's
bring
too
it up,
bad.
Rob.
All right, I won't bring it up.
No, well, we're excited you chose basketball. We're excited to see you in Grand Forks this year. Eli, we're glad you're back. Good luck getting ready for the season. Big trip to Tuscaloosa right off the jump. You guys are going to have an awesome non-conference. And looking forward to seeing it in action this year.
Sweet. Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thanks, fellas.
Best of luck, guys.
Garrett Anderson and
Yep.
Eli King, North Dakota Fighting Hawks. Good luck, boys.
Good to see you, man.
Whoa, I just about went down. That would have been. Trevor would have clipped that one out.
Yes,
that
Trevor
would have been.
would've clipped
That would have been good.
We almost lost him. Then we got Omaha coming up next.
We
correct?
do. Yes, we do.
Omaha.
So we're going to step away. Yeah, we'll get.
Come on, Crutch. Come on. We got him coming here.
These are the champs. We got to get. We got to get the champions on here. Chris Crutchfield and the
Champ
Omaha
is here.
Mavericks.
How y'all doing?
What's going on, Crutch? How we doing, man? You good? How you feeling? Last year you walked into here as in a boot. You guys were picked 8th.
Oh my goodness!
This year,
Don't remind me.
You're walking in as not only the reigning champion in the conference, the reigning tournament champion in the conference, off of a tournament bid, school record 22 wins at the school that you graduated from.
Yeah,
so that's not bad.
Not bad from where we started. From where we started 3 years ago. So
you gotta be feeling
we're
pretty
building.
good
We're
about
building. Still building. Yeah.
What I mean, obviously you lost Markel and JJ White to the portal.
Yeah.
But you did bring some guys back, a couple of guys right here that are going to be joining us.
Yeah.
How important is it to kind of get that retention and keep some of those guys around?
I think it's huge at this level. I think the mid-major level, you have to be able to retain guys and to continue the culture that you're trying to build. And we got lucky in getting those guys back. We got 3 starters back, and obviously we got 3 guys that played a really, really big role off the bench for us. And then we got 3 other guys who was in the locker room that was on this court and that saw the confetti fall down. So we got 9 guys that was part of last year's team that understands our culture, understanding what we built, and I think that makes us even stronger and more connected going into this year's season.
Because I would assume that continuity that you had going into last year, that was a massive reason why you could hit the ground running and have the kind of success. Because you did bring back so much of what you had the year before. That's why you were seeing the confetti fall, cutting down the nets going on to the NCAA. Is that tightness?
No doubt. I'm big on that. I think that at this level, because you can't go out and replace 10, 11 guys like they do in the Power 4. We have to be able to retain the guys that we think are program guys that we can win with, that can help us produce on the court. But all that being aside, we got to have guys that are talented, and we got to have guys that want to be there also. Like, I didn't have to pull these guys on at all to get them to stay, nor did the other ones. All 9 of them wanted to stay, and they wanted to be a part of something special. And they knew we got some positive things really going on in Omaha, and I think they all wanted to be a part of it.
Yeah, you guys did have a little bit. There was some tragedy that struck the program over the summer with Dang Mayor, obviously. How did you handle that with your guys? I mean, that's not an easy situation when you have a teammate pass away the way that he did.
Well, it was hard. It was devastating to our program because it was at a time where we had left campus, and it was all coming back in a week. And he was only with us for 2 months, but he made a huge impact in our program. I mean, all of our guys are devastated. We're still dealing with it today. It's not as present as it was, in mid-August, but we're still dealing with it. But he's a guy to impact us. He's gone, but he'll never be forgotten. We're gonna continue to remember him and what he did, because that summer, I mean, June and July, he was probably our most productive player. And he was starting to blossom into a player that we knew he could be. And, he was gone too soon.
How do you as a coach and as a program help the guys that are here? How do you help them grieve and kind of deal with losing a friend, losing a teammate like that so unexpectedly?
Luckily, we have some support people on campus. We have a sports clinical and sports psychology team in our athletic department, and they was right on hand when it happened, and they've been dealing with us from day one. We have a character coach in Bryan Page who's been with us during this whole process, helping these guys get through it. So it's been really, really great support. And I just try to be there and love on our guys and give them support, let them know it's going to be okay. And we're there to hug on them and love on them and make sure they understand that but at some point, life is going to move on, and we're going to have a basketball team and a season is going to come up. So let's figure out how we can turn that pain into purpose and still continue to go out and honor Dane with this season.
It also, I'm sure it helps where you have a group of guys. You mentioned the 9 people coming back. These guys already have a relationship, right? They already know each other, and they can kind of build on each other. I wanted to ask you about one of them specifically is Tony, because preseason all-league guy, one of the better point guards in the conference, right? What can we expect to see out of him this season, and what kind of improvements have you seen him make?
Well, he's our quarterback. He's a smart kid. He has great basketball savvy. Obviously, he has a skill to shoot the basketball, but his other skill is he's a team guy. He's a really good team guy. He cares about the team more than he cares about himself. We're going to move him off the ball to own the ball. I know he played a bunch of two guard for us last year. Majority of his time now is going to be at the point. And I think he's poised and ready to do that. He's worked on some things this summer, worked on his change of pace and his ball handling. He's always saw the floor very well. So now we'll get a chance to get him playing with the ball in his hand. We'll be a little bit different than what we were with JJ on the ball, but his skill set is really, really unique also.
If you look at your team, Crutch, last year, you second in the league in scoring at 84 points a night. You were 49% from the floor. That was second best. Best three-point shooting team in the league. You got to the line a ton. But you also rebounded the ball well, and you were good defensively. You were so balanced. It just seemed like you were so balanced and steady and consistent every night, and that's why you went 13-3 in the league. In terms of style, how similar do you feel this year's group will be to what we saw last season from the Mavericks?
We're not going to change much at all. We're going to be a lot similar. We'll be different because we don't have a guy like Markelle that could force mismatches and can take advantage of mismatches around the rim. But we have some guys, I think, that probably can spread the floor, can shoot the ball a lot better. But I think we're going to still play up tempo. We're still going to guard. We're still going to switch 1 through 4 defensively because I think we're athletic enough and we have length to be able to do that. But also we're going to throw the ball inside a lot more than we did last year to Isaac. He's worked on his game. He's changed his body. So he's ready to take on a bigger load. And that's an extension of what he did in the last 10 games at the end of the year. So now he's ready. He's matured. He understands what it is. So we're going to throw the ball to him 10 times a night.
When you say he's changed his body, I mean, Isaac Ondekande was this guy was ripped. I mean, this is a big physical specimen. Has he slimmed down? Is that what you mean? I can't imagine
he's
him
lost
getting
25 or 30 pounds.
Oh, wow.
He's redistributed his weight. My wife calls him Big Slim now.
Oh,
so
man.
He got a new nickname. But no.
He was Mr. Universe last year.
Yeah, but he slimmed down a lot. He's quicker. He's moving a lot better. He's jumping off the floor quicker. I mean, he's rebounding at a high rate right now. His fall camp has been unbelievable. So we're excited to see what he does this
Big
year.
Slim.
Now that he's lost 25 pounds, I think your next project has to be getting Cayenne Brown to lose 25 pounds.
Hey, by the way, he's doing it. Is he really? Oh, yeah. He's watching everything he eat. He don't do it at lunch anymore. So you call him and give him a hard time about that.
Yeah, good for him, man. In all seriousness, I love KB. He's one of my
I know
favorite
you do.
people. I've known him for a long time.
Yeah.
And I loved watching what he brought to your program last year. And I do think it's what I'm talking about is for the people that don't remember, you had the trash cans.
Oh, yeah, trash
fighting
cans.
trash cans,
Yep.
body slamming trash cans, turned into a wrestling thing that you guys did. And I think that kind of speaks to, you saw your season turn, in the middle of the year, right? And I think that finding a way to be able to develop that kind of culture and something that you guys have together as a team, like it seemed like just a gimmick, but stuff like that's what matters. That's what changes. That's what turns a roster into a team.
Yeah, and we talked about this a lot, and it was so organic when it started, and it started with Kine, but he started adding people to it and changed the whole theme from kicking the garbage can to wrestling the garbage can. so I mean, it took on a whole new life, and we got a lot of national attention with the garbage can skit, and it's won some awards throughout the year. But I thought it was fun for our guys because I thought it brought our guys closer together, and they knew at the end of the day we had to win. To be able to have that kind of celebration, and they all was looking forward to the celebration because no one knew what was going to happen.
So that's what it was. You guys didn't want to win a championship. You just wanted to see what the hell KB was going to do with the trash can.
Oh, I love that. We would be remiss, Coach, to not mention you start your season on the Field of 68, just across town at the Pentagon. Field of 68 opening day showcase. You get to take on Murray State. First of all, why do you want to be? When Jeff and Rob are reaching out and saying, "Hey, do you want to do this?" Why did you say yes? Why did you agree to come and be a part of this year?
Well, we thought it would be a good showcase for our program. We're talking about kicking off college basketball in a great venue like the Pentagon, and having these guys with Field 68 supporting it, and hopefully, Murray is a really good program. The history and the tradition they have, I thought they'd be a great place for us to start our season with a game in a city that we're familiar with and not that far away, and it's being supported by great people. So I was excited about that.
Well, we're fired up to have you there, man. It's going to be I believe you guys have the first game.
It's 12:30.
Right?
Yeah, the first game.
Yeah. You know that Alex is going to be doing the play-by-play for that, right?
Perfect.
Yeah.
Perfect. We get to spend some more time together.
That's right. I love it.
What's the this is the last thing I got for you, then we can get your guys up here, Big Slim and Tony. What is the one thing you think is going to be the biggest surprise for us when we're calling that game? Who's the one player, maybe a style of play that you guys have? What is going to be the thing where we watch that and we're like, oh, wow, I wasn't expecting to see that from Omaha?
Well, we got lucky and we picked up a transfer from Miami, Paul Jabet. Kind of a Markel, Frankie Fiddler type of player at that swing position. I think he's really going to help us a lot. Then we got a 7'1" kid that transferred from Long Beach State, and Chris Richardson, who's come along from day one in June to now. He's a totally different player than what he was when he first got to campus. So we're excited about him. Then all the returners, man. Valentino Simmons has been a guy that's redshirted last year from the Bahamas, but he's a big-time athlete. I mean, talking about a high motor. He surprised us so far in fall camp. So just the new guys, those three guys, but then our returners and Cam Thomas and Jay Sean Glover, Tony, Big Slim. We got so many guys back that we're excited about. Then we added those three pieces. So, and we got some depth. We got 7 seniors, 3 juniors. So our program's in a good place right now. Now we just got to show it.
Yeah, I think that's the exciting part about this. Like last year, it doesn't feel like it was just a flash in the pan. Like you've really built something special there, and it feels like we're going to see more of that with Omaha basketball.
Well, thank you very much. That's what we're trying to do. We're pursuit of excellence. That's what we're trying for.
I love it, Crush. Awesome. We
Thank
appreciate
you,
it.
Thank
we'll
you.
see you in Sioux Falls in less than a month.
See you in a month, man.
No doubt about it.
Thanks, Chris. Chris Crutchfield, the reigning Summit League Coach of the Year in the Omaha Mavericks. Picked second in the league, 13 first-place votes, though, behind St. Thomas. We're going to get to hear from Tony Osborne and Isaac Omdekane, a couple of the upperclassmen guys that were a part of that magical run. March Madness, sweeping the nation last season.
March
Madness. That's what they called it.
Tony, what's going on? Great to see you.
How's it going?
Big Slim. What's going on, man? How we doing? We're live. Big Slim. So you've we were told that you lost 30 pounds this offseason. So
Yes, sir, I did.
How did you go about doing that?
Really, I just watched what I ate. I didn't eat anything after 8, and then I just kind of refrained from drinking sodas a lot, and that's kind of what I just focused on.
What was the you say you watch what you ate? What's the one thing that you're sitting here like, man, I wish I didn't give that up?
The one thing that was hard to give up, I would say, is probably was kind of eating out. Like that's kind of what I would do a lot. So I'll go out and eat Chipotle a lot, and then sometimes I get some canes. So I just kind of stop with the canes, and I start with the Chipotle. And I'll go to the cafe and get me a nice. Yeah, I'll get the same thing.
No, I'm saying you're eating Chipotle and Raising Cane's at the same time.
No, this is like separate.
I was gonna say
this is separate.
Do is cut down one of them.
No,
There
this
you
is
go. That's
separately.
30
So I'll
pounds.
have like Chipotle after like a practice, and then for dinner I'll have Chipotle again. So what I just started to do is just go to the calf with the guys, and the food selection that they have there is pretty good and healthy and simple. So that's what I just started doing, and then keeping it that.
Tony, how have you seen, in terms of Isaac's body changing, how has that changed in terms of what you've seen on the floor this offseason?
Man, he's just in a lot better shape. The other day, we did a little ball screen. I threw him a lob, and he dunked it, and it kind of caught me off guard because he was not going to get that done last year. And I even think in this gym in the Summer League tournament, he pointed up for me to throw him a lob, and he just kind of looked at it and then jumped, and it kind of replayed in my head when he did go and dunk that one. So, but he's a completely different guy, and really just him getting in better shape is he's going to be able to play more minutes, and that's what we're going to need is for him to be on the floor because he makes an impact on both ends.
It makes life easier for you, right?
Yeah,
That's got to be at least 2 assists a game, just being able to throw it at the square, let him go get it.
Yeah, no, and even add a couple more assists just by throwing him the ball on the block and get out of his way and let him work. And if people come in there and try to double, he's a great passer and get it out. And really he's just gotten better as a player this whole offseason.
So you're from Congo,
yes sir,
correct?
Yes sir.
You didn't start playing basketball until when?
Until I got to America. I was basically 15 years old when I first started playing basketball, and it was a big transition, but it was something I was very passionate about. So I didn't really think much about it until like kind of after, when I look back at it, it's like that was a really big move I did. But being 15 years old coming to America to play basketball was a really risky move, but I'm really glad I did it though.
I heard a story that when you were growing up, since you didn't have a basket to play on, what you did was you drew a circle on the wall and you just shot against the circle on the wall.
I mean, if you look at my shooting right now, like that's why I'm still working on it, because like I was doing that because I was really trying to find a way to just play basketball. But like doing that, I was just trying to get myself to like just act like I was in the middle of the game, because I didn't have a hoop to shoot on, so I just trying to draw that circle and just trying to act as if I was just aiming at that. And that's when me making my shots, I would jump and hit the ball on the wall and act like that's a dunk that I would see from LeBron and just stuff like that. Just trying to find a way to be creative.
What was the most difficult thing to kind of pick up in that transition as you're going? Because I'm assuming you grew up a soccer player, right? You grew up a soccer fan. What was the hardest thing to kind of pick up in that transition from going from soccer
when
to
it came
hoops?
to basketball, the hardest thing was to pick up really was just understanding the game, really. I didn't really understand the rules as much. My first game, I got a pass from half court and I caught the ball and I just ran with it until I got the layup. And I didn't realize I didn't dribble, because in my head I was like, wait, when you get the ball, you can step into your score, but I didn't realize that you get 2 steps. So like that was just the transition that was hard. Otherwise, the footwork when it came to that and getting the ball handling and stuff like that kind of stuff was kind of not too hard. It was just time. That's all. Time consuming.
I wish we had video of him grabbing a ball.
Yeah, you don't want to see those.
He'd be pretty hard to stop if there was no dribbling.
Isaac, we could talk about your story a lot, but I want to talk about Tony quick. You're making a transition from being more of a 2-guard to a point guard this season. How has that transition gone, and what are some of the things you're working on in that regard?
Yeah, no, it's went well because Crutch told me in the spring that was the plan, and I whatever he says is going to be easy, and I'm going to listen. But really last year I had to do it when JJ would take his breaks. I'd slide over the one, and really I think the biggest thing for me has been watching guys that have done it in the past that maybe are more like me athletically. Like the other day I watched Colin Gillespie a bunch when he was at Villanova, and he did a good job of playing off 2 feet and just trying not to get sped up. And I'm sure at times this year there will be a stretch where it's hard for me to adjust, especially in those non-conference games playing against athletic long guards and things like that. But really just working on my ball handling and trying to score. And I think just, a big thing for me is, I'm not going to replace all those Markell and JJ scoring by myself. It's going to be a collective effort. So really just seeing how much better my teammates have gotten and be able to get them the ball in the right spot as a point guard.
When you're kind of making that transition over to the new position, what is there a different mindset that goes into it? Like when you're playing off the ball, it's score. How do you kind of flip that switch? And now it's like, all right, I got to set the table. I got to get him the ball where I got to make sure Isaac gets his touches. Has that mindset changed for you at all when you're playing?
Yeah, I mean, last year my role was to score and make shots when my time came. But right now it's, I've liked the thought of it as the beginning of the game, my teammates are going to get involved. And then, if I need to be the closer, I can go try to be the closer. And, I know I'm going to get the ball back late shot clock. So I'm not worried about getting touches or anything like that. And just really that I know that I have 4 dudes on the floor at all time that can score, and being the big thing as a point guard, I love watching football. The quarterback's job to win, and the point guard's job to win. So if you lose, it's your fault, and if you win, you did a good job of getting other people involved. So really just trying to win as much as I can.
Are you a Chiefs fan? You're from Missouri, right?
This is gonna sound weird. I'm a Chiefs hater, man. I'm Justin Herbert through and through. So anywhere Justin Herbert goes, I'll follow.
How?
So I like the Chiefs. I was Alex Smith. I liked him, and I even liked Mahomes the first year. And then I started looking around like, man, these people aren't Chiefs fans. Like they didn't go through the struggle of Matt Castle and things like that. So I was watching Pac-12 After Dark, and Herbert and Oregon were on, and I said, man, wherever he goes, I'm just gonna follow. So I've been 5 years loyal to Justin Herbert and the Chargers now.
That's the most ridiculous thing.
Yeah, it is. It is.
I can't. So you went through all of that time as a fan of the Chiefs, and they were terrible. And when they got good, you were like, "There's too many people that like them now. I'm out."
Yeah, no, and I got one good season. They were good when Mahomes' first year, but I never got a Super Bowl out of it. And every day at lunch, my friends would just talk about the Chiefs, and I couldn't take it, man. They're telling me how much better they are than the Chargers, and I couldn't argue with it. So I just had to take the lumps, I guess. And, hopefully I'm waiting for the Chargers Super Bowl sometime.
There you go. It could be this year. You never know.
I think I'm going to be waiting for a while.
That's a big-time zag. That's a big zag from Tony Osborne.
That might be the biggest fumble of all time. You could have 3 Super Bowls.
Man, I missed them all.
So, Tony, not a super loyal football fan, but a loyal basketball player, and you
Nice
as well,
segue.
Isaac. 9 guys coming back from this team last year. You decided to return and try and run it back and see what you can do and try and make it back-to-back Summit League championships. When you look at your group and that continuity, that was a big reason why you had success last year. How have you seen this group grow now that you've had another year all together, basically, as you get ready for another run?
Yeah, I told somebody over there, they asked kind of about our re-recruitment process, and I said there was none. I knew I was coming back, the entire time, and we knew we were going to lose JJ and Markel in that 5th rule pass. You just got to be realistic with yourselves, and I was glad Isaac came back and Lance and Cam. There was never really hesitation from any of us, and that's why we're going to have success, and that's why we did have success, is that you got used to playing with each other, and a lot of teams, they're kind of rebuilding a new team every year, and right now we're just kind of rebuilding what we had, but adding a couple pieces in there that are going to have to play a big part. And really it's just kind of trusting each other and know what we're going to do.
I think he kind of said everything right there, but I think for me, the biggest thing is just us getting closer to each other, understanding how to play with each other even more. I know how to play with Tony now more than I ever did before. The same thing with Cam, Jay Sean, and Lance, and everything like that. So I think from what we did last year, we all understood our roles, and we all tried to do our best to execute those roles. And this year, we still do the same thing. Like you said, we just added new pieces to kind of help us out. But at the same time, we're just going to do the same thing we did last year, but just even closer and more together. That's for sure.
Sorry about the flies.
The trash cans.
Yep.
But take me through how did that kind of start, and why was it such a thing for you guys?
So I told it over there too. We were 3-9. We were playing at Baxter versus Cal Poly, and we knew they were good. And it was the day before Christmas break, so those games are hard to play in. And we had got up probably 16 or something. They went on a run and kind of bit back into it at halftime. We were tied, or it was really close. And Coach Brown came in, and I don't know if he purposely kicked the trash can or tripped over it, but then he did hit it again. And it wasn't. I didn't even think anything of it. And we came back out of halftime and we won. And, he came back in and somebody reminded him the trash can was still there. So he beat it up or whatever. And it wasn't in that moment. We were like, man, like this is a thing. But then, after a couple of games, you realize, man, this is a thing.
It became a thing.
We won, rattled off 13 in a row. How are you going to switch up from that?
You can't.
Well, no, he really kind of took emphasis on that. And it was something that we all kind of were looking forward to after the game, after we win. After that, especially after a hard win, you come after the game and you're just like, okay, let's see what KB's got for us today. And
Sure.
he would come in and throw something around, but we didn't really see it as a big deal. We all just thought that was just him being who he is. Because he's always like that every day. Every time he walks into the gym, he's loud, he's expressive, very, intensive about his action, his words. So we just thought that's just him being who he is.
I mean, he was bringing in professional wrestlers to jump on the trash can at one point.
Man,
it got to be.
It kept us youthful, that is for sure. It kept us like we were young and kids again.
So KB is one of my best friends in the business, but I'll tell you this: you did break some news there. The fact that he didn't do this intentionally, he actually tripped over the trash can.
It was one of the two. He tripped over it or just hit it out of anger.
He tripped.
He tripped.
We
over
know,
it.
man. We know. You tried to take credit for this for too long.
Yeah.
The truth has come out.
Yep.
Tony, Isaac, appreciate you
We
guys.
appreciate you. Thank you.
Yeah,
Good
best
to
of
see
luck
you,
this
all
year,
right?
fellas.
Best of luck
Thank you.
this season.
Thank you.
Good seeing you, man.
Tony
Thank you.
Osborne, Isaac Ondakane, a couple
Big
of the
Slim.
senior leaders. Big Slim for the Omaha Mavericks. They won the title last year, picked second this year. We'll see how things shake out, but a lot of talent coming back for that Maverick squad.
Last but certainly not least,
South Dakota State.
there he is.
Bryan Peterson, new head coach of the Jackrabbits, coming over.
What's going on, Coach? How we doing?
guys.
We are live, man. We are streaming. The mics are hot. If you want to see something crazy about your players, don't do it yet.
Put the mic down.
Put the mic down. Yeah. What's going on, man? It's good to see you.
Good to see you guys. Yeah, can't believe we're already here. Media day and about 2 weeks into practice, so it's a lot of fun and had a blast with our guys.
So first time head coach here at the Division
At least
I
at this level.
Yeah, I was going to say the Division I level.
Yep.
How are you feeling about this adjustment, and what's the biggest change that you've seen moving that one seat over? It doesn't seem like much, but it's a whole lot different.
No, there are a lot of differences. The one thing that feels different is, you just got to make the final decision a lot, whether it's a travel thing, whether it's a recruiting decision, maybe something on the floor. Obviously, we have a very collaborative staff, want everybody's opinion, but at the end of the day, when you become the head coach, somebody's got to make the final decision. So that's been a little different, because in the last few years, it's just been give my 2 cents to Hendo and say, all right, let me know what you decide, but I was very fortunate with our previous staff with Hendo. He gave us a lot of autonomy. Honestly, was helpful and did a lot with him. And so it helped me get ready for this moment, but it is a little different. But I do say, having 9 returners, having a lot of experience back, having a great locker room, great group of dudes has really been helpful in the transition.
Yeah, I should ask you just because we're talking about Hendo, on a scale of 1 to Eric Henderson, what is your level of enthusiasm maybe during practice, during games? Nobody's that level.
Nobody's Hendo.
No, I mean, he's like, we kind of joke around. I think TJ would say he's kind of a cartoon character sometimes. Just kind of obviously jumping around and all his energy. But it's tremendous. I learned a lot from him because I'm a pretty serious guy. I'm pretty intense with my coaching. It was really good for me to be around him for 6 years. It helped me grow in a lot of ways in that way. But I'd say the intensity, the care factor every single day, there's a lot of similarities. We had a lot of similar thoughts on how we want to coach guys, how we want to build teams, how we want to play. But yeah, when it comes to like the crazy amount of energy and the goofiness and some of that stuff that Hendo is just really special with, I'm not probably quite to that level, but hopefully I got a few other strengths.
It's a little different for you taking over a program than it is for some of the other guys, even in this league, because of the fact that you've been there and you help recruit these guys. And there's a level of continuity on the roster that is different than I think probably 99% of the new Division I head coaches that are there. It's a situation where you're set up for success more than a lot of these other guys. And I got to imagine it was probably hectic getting a new job. It wasn't as hectic as other people had to deal with.
Yeah, I'm very grateful and fortunate to be at South Dakota State. It's an unbelievable university. President Dunn, Justin Sell, awesome leadership, aligns. That's why this place has been really good for a long time. So I understand if you're going to get a job, this is kind of how you want it to look. Now we got to go out and execute. We obviously got to go out and do our thing, but it was very helpful to be at a place like this when you take over a job as a Division I coach. Now I will say the transfer portal NIL world still is a little different, that we haven't quite had to experience at South Dakota State, to the level we did this past spring and maybe the last couple off seasons. But we're learning and growing. But no, it being here for 6 years, knowing kind of the landscape of the league, our team, and then I'm just, again, really lucky to have 9 guys that chose to stay and give us a really good core foundation, to start this thing off.
And I'm just really lucky that we're actually able to talk to you in person instead of having to talk to you.
Yeah, Zoom calls or in my car, yeah.
But so I mentioned that because we were previewing the Field of 68 opening day marathon that we're going to be doing, and you guys are going to be taking part in that. They have the nightcap.
Nightcap, late game, 8:30.
Yep.
So,
but the fans should be well lubricated by the time that they show up here.
Yeah, I hope so. That'd be great. Jackrabbit Nation, they'll fill the building, but I know they'll be really anxious for that 8:30 tip, and looking forward to getting out and playing in front of them. Our guys are super excited. It'll be a really tough test. I mean, Merrimack is a really good program. Coach Gallo does an awesome job. Very uniqueness, obviously. We all know, what they do. Obviously, the 2-3 zone, and very unique. And but it'll be a great challenge for us. But we're excited to get out and play somebody new.
Yeah, you were part of the tournament, or not tournament, I guess, part of the showcase last year. and got a really big win, a statement win over Will Wade's McNeese State. And that was a tremendous atmosphere in the Pentagon. I think we're hoping for something very similar, I think, this time around.
I love it. I love the same outcome, all of that. That'd be awesome. But we know it's going to be a challenge. But, yeah, it was a lot of fun, a great event. We're happy to be a part of it again. And, it's a really cool experience for our guys. I mean, you guys do a tremendous job of promoting this as the first day of mid-major basketball, and it's going to continue to grow as it has this year. And, that was an awesome win for us last year and just a really good, confidence booster, too, just because McNeese State, really good team. And we had a lot of new faces, and so that was a really big thing for us to come out and play well. It was great to get the win, but just to play well, and just kind of feel that. I think it really gave our guys a really good confidence boost. Like, you know what, we're going to be pretty good this year. We're going to have a chance.
I think one of the things last year that we saw in that game, really this region, this conference got introduced to Isaac Clough. And he ended up going on to have the year that he had, 17 points a game, 13 boards, 22 double-doubles. It was incredible to see the year that he had. Now, obviously, he's at Purdue. You can't just replace that level of production. That just doesn't happen. So how does this team now, even though you have a ton of guys back, how does this team adjust without the big Aussie in the middle of this time?
I think I've talked with our returners and then some of our new guys too. It's we all just got to elevate our game a little bit, just like I got to elevate my game. We just all have to do a little bit more. Nobody has to be Superman because Oscar's at Purdue for a reason. He's a tremendous player. He's hopefully going to go help them guys get to a Final Four and, cut the nets down. So we're not going to go out and get that guy again. But I do think with our young guys in our program, they can keep growing. And then I think everybody just has to give a little more. Everybody's just got to, and again, it doesn't need to be hey, you only averaged 10 a game last year. Now you need to get 20. No, it's just get a little, we just got to get a little bit more production from a lot of different guys and just got to keep growing. And then I think it's our connection has to be our biggest strength, with our team, because we do have a lot of returning players. So I tell our guys all the time, that's got to show up on the court. We got to be the most connected team, the toughest team every night. And hopefully that'll give us a chance to win the game.
Yeah. And I do think that it'll help when you have a backcourt that I don't know if I'd necessarily call them the most experienced, but you got guys that played together a lot. And Joe Seiler and Kalen Gary, who's here. When you're taking over a program and you got those two guys that are kind of running the show, that's got to give you a little bit of a confidence boost, right? Hey, even if I mess up, those two guys know what they're doing.
Yeah, no, I think the continuity of having players that have been in the program that I've coached was really helpful this offseason. And, when I worked with the guards mainly was kind of my area of focus as an assistant coach. So I spent a lot of time with those guys. So I knew that those, not only those two, but Jaden Jackson coming back that played obviously a role for us off the bench last year. I know all those guys are capable of giving a little bit more. They've played a lot of minutes. Now they're still kind of young with what you look at on the roster sheet, but, Joe's going to be the third year in our program. Kalen Gary's going to be in the fourth year of our program. He's played on NCAA tournament teams. So they know what it's supposed to look like. So certain days in the off season when we're grinding away, they know hey, this is what it's supposed to look like, or maybe not, and they can help me, elevate obviously the others around them.
Do you know who the best player to ever come out of White River is?
Hopefully Joe Seiler.
That's a debate.
What do you think?
He's from
Louis Krugman is the all-time leading scorer in the state of South Dakota, who's from White River. But yes, that's my hometown. So Joe's dad was my high school football and track and field coach. Unbelievable family.
Unbelievable.
And so it's been really fun to see, selfishly, from a tiny town, see someone else have that kind of success at this level. What he did last year, I thought, as a redshirt freshman, 12 points a game, running the show, was incredible. I expect you imagine, hey, we're going to take another step this year for Joe.
Yeah, no, we'd love to see it. And he's fully capable. He's a very skilled, talented kid, a great kid too. And he's got he's got a growth mindset too. So hopefully he can take that next step, become a little bit more efficient, kind of get a little bit more grit in some areas of his game. But he's got a tremendous scorer. We're expecting him to take that next jump. And it's been pretty cool to see his development since he got to campus a few years ago.
One of the cool things about SDSU, and then we talk about this all the time, it's a lot of local kids. It is kids from White River and the Smets and from Sioux City and from just this part of the world. And you've been able to win with those kids. There's a reason why you've been to 7 NCAA tournaments in the last dozen years and won 9 regular season titles. The coaching's great. The structure's great. And you're set up for success again this year. How do you now keep it rolling as you take over as head coach?
Brian? We just got to keep doing the same things that I've been doing. We just got to grow it, hopefully, and elevate it. That's obviously the goal, is to continue to do what we've been doing with our culture, but then just try to find ways to stack days and get it even better. But recruiting regional has been huge for this program, even before I got here. And, we're going to continue to do that. We're very thankful that there's good enough players around here, because there's obviously not a huge population here in the state, but we've been pretty lucky just in the last 3 or 4 years. There have been a lot of really good high school players that come out of the state. So hopefully we'll continue to get those guys. and be jackrabbits. And then because I think it's really important for stability. And I think you mentioned like this program's been good for a long period of time. It's because of stability. It's because you're able to keep that core group. And I think a lot of it has to do with maybe where they're from, but I think more importantly, our fan base, our how our guys feel and how they're supported on a daily basis. Even when there's other opportunities out there in NIL and all that stuff, I think our guys still really value that, of just how their student-athlete experience here at South Dakota State. And so, and obviously our South Dakota kids maybe feel that a little bit more just because they're local, but I know all of our guys feel that too.
Yeah, and there's also something to be said for being the place where even if you get 2 to 3 years of a kid being an all-conference kind of a player, and then he goes and he does what Baylor Shireman does and heads to Creighton, makes what he makes, and now is a first-round pick, right? There's room to be able to be the program that gets those kids ready. Like I think about how Coach K and Coach Cal, for a while there in the 2010s, changed what the script was for how to build one of the best programs at the high major ranks by saying we're just going to lean into the idea of we will bring these kids in, get you ready for the NBA, and we'll have the best players at our level playing for us while they're at our level. And I think that there's something to be said for programs like yours leaning into the idea of, hey, even if we only have you for 2 or 3 years, we want those best players that we can get at this level at that time.
Yeah, and as this process of the portal, NIL has continued to change and evolve every single year. Like we have probably just, I don't want to say like celebrated that, but we're not going to fight it anymore by any means. And so I think, how I got into coaching was player development. And so I just view it as, a player development piece. We're going to try to get you as good as we can, hopefully win a lot of games. And then if it organically happens for you to get some more opportunities towards the end of your career, then obviously we'll celebrate it. It's pretty cool. I mean, Baylor Shireman came back and worked out with our team a few weeks ago. Zeke Mayo is going to come to our first game at Field of 68 in Sioux Falls. So it's about relationships. Would I want to coach everybody for 4 to 5 years? Heck yeah. But at the same time, if a young man comes in and does their thing, plays really well, helps us win a championship, and if it organically happens, for them, then if it's the best decision for them to obviously maybe pursue something else, then I'm not going to say we're going to sell it. Like we're going to try to get that's not going to be the number one recruiting pitch, but if it happens that way, I think everybody's winning and everybody's probably having success.
It's hard to be upset at these kids with some of the money that they're making too. Like it's just a no-brainer.
And I think we're treating it as more like we're proud of those guys. We're proud of what they've gone to do. I mean, and it kind of maybe goes back to my JUCO days when I was a JUCO former player and a JUCO coach for 7 years. Like that was the whole deal. It was like you come here, you get better. Hopefully we will win a championship together. You grow, and then hopefully something better is for you. Now, again, we want guys to be at South Dakota State for 4 years, get their degree. But again, we also understand the landscape, and we're going to celebrate our guys if they do move on, if it's what's best for them.
And the portal works both ways, obviously. Like you get Trey Buchanan from Iowa, you get Luke Hartle, who had been at Wisconsin, then was a great player at Winona State in the NSIC. Could you tell us a bit about some of those new faces that we're going to get to see on the floor coming up in a couple
Trey
weeks?
Buchanan, University of Iowa, transfer. He redshirted for those guys last year, played in all their practices. Obviously, went against Big Ten competition. Really, really good shooter, tough, hard-nosed kid, knows how to play. He fits really well in with how we play our motion offense. We're super excited about him. And he just kind of brings a grittiness to him as well, too. So that's been fun to see. Luke Hartle, a lot of experience last year at Winona State, was a key guy for their team, newcomer of the year in that league, first-team all-league guy, another physical, tough guard. So we're excited about those two guys. Caleb Delzell is an older guy from Upper Iowa. Just played a lot of winning basketball. He's never been the star of his team, but I do think like with the portal, it's also about piecing together the best roster that fits together. And Caleb, we felt like could really fit with our roster and how we play. So we're excited about those three transfers. And then our two new guys, Jaden Rogers, freshman from prep school, Sunrise Christian, really athletic, strong kid, brings a little bit dynamic to our team. We'll see how he fit in, how he continues to develop. And then Davis Kerner, really skilled freshman from Marion, Iowa, and Limar High School. So those are our 5 new guys. And we're still trying to figure out where they all fit, but we're definitely pretty excited about all of them.
All right, last thing I got for you is just now that you are running the program and running the show, is there anything that you're going to do differently offensively or defensively? Is there a different tweak that you're going to have stylistically? Like, it's hard for me when you have someone stepping into that new chair. It's like you spent, 7 years working under Hendo?
6. Six. I mean, it's a long time.
Yeah.
Yep. And we worked really well together. And obviously we made a lot of decisions together. Obviously Hendo was the head coach. He made the final decision, but we're not going to change a whole lot. I mean, there's going to be, that's a really good word I've been using, tweak. We'll tweak a few things here because we got to tweak it to our personnel. It's not necessarily me. It's not about me. It's about what's best for this personnel and this team this year. And so those are going to be the subtle tweaks you'll see. But we're going to share the rock. We're going to shoot it. We're going to be skilled. We're going to play really hard. Defense is going to be a priority for us, especially in the half court. But again, it's always going to be about our personnel. What is best for this team to be the most successful team at March? And that's what we're going to grow to. But there's going to be a lot of similarities. I was telling somebody earlier today, it'd be kind of stupid for me to come in and I'm going to do my thing here. You know, when we got 9 guys back, 5 guys that played a lot, we need to think about what's best for this group of players, and that's what we're trying to do right now.
Yeah, I mean, if it was working, you might as well keep doing it, right?
Yeah, exactly.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Yeah, and hopefully we can just – because we weren't perfect last year, so what are the things that we can improve on with our personnel that we weren't great at last year? Those are the tweaks that we're trying to make in our program right now, and hopefully, you know, we'll get some good outcomes with it, but right now it's just a process.
Well, it all starts on November the 3rd here in Sioux Falls at the Pentagon and the Field of 16 opening day showcase. I know, right? It's going to be – before you blink. So Merrimack's on the docket. Bryan, we appreciate you, man.
Thanks, guys.
Good luck this season.
You,
okay.
Good to see you guys.
Thank you. Send you guys on over here. I think we got
a couple South Dakota boys. Kalen Gary and Matthew Moores will stop by, and a couple of experienced returners on this Jackrabbit squad. At SDSU last season, another 20-win season, 11-5 in conference. Lost in the quarterfinals, but had
Matthew, what's
a
going on?
really strong year.
Rob Dauster, good to see you. Kalen, good to see you, man. We are live. Mics are hot. Sit on down.
Hey, Kalen.
Welcome to the hot seat, fellas. Matt, before we get started, man, I do have to ask you, because I was doing a little research. I was doing my homework last night.
Yep.
Is it true that you played varsity basketball for 6 years in high school?
Yep. South Dakota played as a 7th grader.
You were all-state 5 times?
Yep.
5 years all-state. Did you know you could be all-state for 5 years? I didn't know that.
I did know that. I am from South Dakota, so I did know that was how it worked.
I didn't know you could do that.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's more for like the smaller schools or the numbers thing, but I don't know. At Yankton, it was maybe a little bit more of an anomaly where a 7th grader was playing, but I was just really fortunate to be able to do it because it was really, really good for me to do that because it, I don't know, taught me a lot of things right away.
What was it like being a 7th grader playing against seniors in high school?
It was a hard transition because some dudes got facial hair and they're just strong and jacked, and I'm just like, I can't guard any of you right now, but I'm going to try really hard to.
That was a long time ago now, by the way. We're talking about Matt in middle school. Now you're a senior in college, getting ready to be a part of this kind of new look Jackrabbit team with a new head coach, some new faces. You've had a chance probably to reflect a little bit on that journey. What has this basketball journey been like for you now as you kind of head to sort of the tail end of your collegiate career?
Yeah. I guess going from the start, like everything happens for a reason. And I'm very grateful for everything that's happened from middle school, high school, my year at Wisconsin to where I'm at today. Learned a lot of things and grateful for every coach and everyone who's helped me along the way. But also it's gone very fast and I'm now a senior. And so just trying to make the most of every single day is probably the most important thing for me right now. So, yeah.
I love that. Kalen kind of in the same boat a little bit, and you've got another year left after this, but you've had a chance now to be a part of this program for 4 years. You're one of the captains on this team. What's it like been playing with Matt the last handful of seasons, and what makes Jackrabbit basketball special to be a South Dakota kid?
I've known Matt since high school. We didn't talk too often, but he's always been – I've always honestly looked up to him because he was so good in high school. Like he was the big name when I was in high school, but just meeting him when we finally became teammates, he was a great dude. He's one of the most genuine dudes you'll ever meet, and for the South Dakota State, it's just the culture. Honestly, we've had a great culture there for I don't know how many years, but it's always, and you know. We're everyone's Super Bowl. It feels like we get everyone's best night at SDSU, and it's just to go out and compete against everyone each night and knowing you're going to get their best. It's special.
We did have a lot of guys say when we asked what the toughest place was to play in the Summit, Frost Arena, First Bank and Trust Arena, that was kind of on the top of a lot of people's lists. So people agree that they do give you your best shot every time out.
Kalen, you guys had a coaching change, obviously, this in the spring, and Hendo is now at Drake. Coach Peterson got moved up. There were a lot of people that would have, in that situation, put their name in the portal and seeing what else was out there. And both of you guys are obviously still here at South Dakota State. Why was that? Was that even something that you considered? And why are you back here?
Honestly,
at
no.
SDSU?
I wanted to stay at South Dakota State the whole time. I mean, just being 40 minutes away from my dream college, I never wanted to leave South Dakota State. And when Pete got the job, I knew for sure that I wanted to stay at South Dakota State. Just he's taught me so much about the game of basketball and just life, you know. I've learned he's a guards coach, so before when Hendo was the head coach, so I was around him every day.
That's what it was. You thought you were getting more shots, huh?
What's that?
You thought you were getting more shots.
Yeah.
You got the guards coach coming in.
Yeah, he's taught me everything I know about college basketball, and I know he's going to do everything he can to make us successful. He's one of the hardest workers I know. I joke around sometimes. I'm like, all he thinks about is basketball because he's just an absolute basketball wizard. But no, we're excited for the year and to play for Coach Peterson.
Yeah, and I mean, you've had that experience at the higher level already, right?
Yeah. I guess speaking to Coach Pete, and when he got the job, I knew in my mind right away that I wanted to stay at South Dakota State, but that only further emphasized like my relationship with him made me want to stay there. And not only that, like South Dakota State in itself is a very, very special place where you're going to get a really good degree. You're going to have relationships along the way that you're going to have for the rest of your life that are going to help you in some aspect that you're probably not even going to think of until it arises. So,
yeah, I mean, you have your network. You have, once the ball stops bouncing, you have people that you can rely on. You have an alumni night to go to. I was talking with someone the other day, like some of these guys that go to 3 or 4 different schools in 4 years. Where do you go to for alumni?
Which one do you go
for
to?
The alumni game?
Yeah.
Do you really have one? You don't really have one.
No.
Are you? Don't. Yeah. So it's nice to see a place like South Dakota State where it feels like college basketball is still college basketball. Right? Does that make sense?
Yeah, for sure. And like you were saying, South Dakota State is a special place, and we know that. I think a lot of people know that, and so we're very blessed to be part of a program where the culture is so strong, and it's going to continue to do that under the helm of Coach Pete.
Yeah. So you mentioned that change. Obviously, you know Bryan well. Like he's been your coach since both of you have been at South Dakota State. Very different personality, maybe, than Coach Eric Henderson. What have you seen in terms of like how practice has gone, how the program is established? What has changed maybe from last year to this year?
I mean, honestly, and not a whole lot.
Yeah.
We have a lot of returning guys, so he didn't want to change everything, you know. We still got sort of the same style that we play. We're just going to try to make the changes better. Or, I mean, make the deficiencies we had better. And he's still brings great energy into the gym, just like Hendo did. He coaches you hard. I mean, he's amazing coach, I tell you that.
What has really stood out? You say is like, what is the biggest thing that's kind of maybe been the difference now? I mean, you move that one seat over, it's not all that much space, but it's a completely different role that he's in now.
Yeah, I mean, for him, he, was assistant coach, and he played a really, really large role in what we did on a day-to-day basis. But just stepping into a new role, it's been a really smooth transition where he's able to, KG mentioned it, where sure, maybe coach us hard, but he's earned that with the respect and relationships that he's had just with all of us who've been there. And honestly, if he wasn't coaching us hard, then there'd be something that we might be doing that's wrong. And so he's really good at what he does, and so we put a lot of trust in him, and it's, two-way street where he has a lot of trust in us as well.
Yeah. Kalen, you mentioned just trying to work on some things last year that maybe you fell short in. What are some of those areas that have really been an emphasis here in the offseason?
I mean, I'd say my two-point percentage is going to need to be at a high level. Losing one of the best centers.
Losing a guy that shot 70% from the floor last year,
That, I mean, we don't have the tallest, dudes on the court probably, so we're going to have to rebound very well. I think we're going to have to be a scrappy bunch on the defensive end, and we're just going to have to find different ways to score two-pointers with losing Oscar in the middle. And that's just more movement on offense. We're going to have to create some advantage, like in ball screens, get to the ball and share it. We're still going to be the selfless bunch we've always been. And, yeah.
Do you have anyone that's just walking around with an Australian accent trying to make sure that void is filled?
It's hard to fill that void, especially just his personality, the way he goes about his business.
Last thing I got for you guys is we heard a little bit from Coach about some of the freshmen you got coming in. We didn't hear about Jaden Jackson or Bubs Alvarez. How good have those guys been? Have they developed? I remember when we did your game last year, I thought Jaden looked pretty good.
Yeah.
Played some really good minutes. What have you seen out of those guys?
Both of them, I think, have taken a step in the right direction where Bubs, he redshirted last year. And so he was really able to focus on getting stronger. Not only that, but like working on his game as well. And so he's really talented. And so he's worked really hard as well. So we're looking forward to seeing what he can do out on the court for us. And Jaden Jackson, he works really hard as well. I'm pretty close with him. That's probably why KG's laughing. But him and I room like every single road trip that we go on. So I just know he really, really cares about getting better and trusting the process. And so I know he's really excited for this next year. And I think he's going to make that next step for us.
That is one of the fun things about this team and this league. You get to see that growth from guys who do redshirt a year or stay in the program like you guys have, obviously, like that growth from year to year. That's one of the things we're excited about watching this season. We get to see your first game here in Sioux Falls at the Fenton. We get to do that game against Merrimack on the 3rd of November. You guys got to play in that showcase last year. What was that experience like opening up against McNeese?
I loved it. I mean, I thought the atmosphere was great.
Yeah, it was.
It was.
Last year we had a young bunch. Nobody knew what we really had. We came out and beat a really good team. We're really looking forward to November 3rd this year. The same thing. We got a new coaching staff, maybe some differences, but everyone's going to be surprised what we come out and look like. I can tell you that.
Well, the only person that wasn't surprised last year was Hendo. I don't know if you guys know this, but we were talking with him before the game. We were like, you got a bunch of freshman guards and you're going to go play McNeese State in the first game. And he's like, oh, just wait.
Yeah.
You'll see.
Yep.
And
he was right.
He ended up being right about that one. So appreciate you guys. Thanks for jumping on.
Thanks for having us.
You're 1-0 on the field of 68 right now. You know that, right? 1-0. So I need a promise that you will help push Coach Peterson to get you guys on every year as long as you keep winning, right?
Yeah.
Make that happen.
Let's do it.
Yep. Good seeing you guys.
Yep,
Awesome. Best of luck.
Matthew and Keelan, good luck, fellas.
Thanks for jumping on.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Yep.
Awesome. South Dakota State's looking to run it back under Brian Peterson now in his first season as head coach. So Jack Rapids picked to finish 3rd in the league this year. As we have said many times, the preseason poll does not matter very much, especially in this conference. So, Rob Dauster, I think that was our last squad.
That was
through here from Summit League Media Day.
9 teams, 18 players, 9 coaches, a commissioner, and 4 hours of Summit League hoops. I really do enjoy this conference, man. I think the coaches are engaging and fun. The players are engaging and fun. And I do think we're going to see some good basketball in this league this year. Give me your predictions right now. Boom. Who's winning it? And who's winning the regular season? Who's getting the bid?
That's a fantastic question. So if you want to just say, like, who's the most talented team, who's got the most coming back, like, I think the team that was picked to win the conference is probably the most likely. I think St. Thomas has that good balance of infrastructure, returners, exciting new guys. I mean, it's hard not to look at Omaha, though, at number 2 and think, man, they should maybe be number 1. If you really say, you lose the player of the year in the conference to the SEC, and you lose the league's best point guard to the Big 12. That's a lot of points and a lot of minutes to fill, but everybody else on that team is back. And I like Chris Crutchfield, man, like Kyan Brown, that staff, they know what's going on. Yeah. So it would not shock me if we have a rematch of those two on this floor come March on the 8th, going for a Summer League championship and a berth to the NCAAs. But also, it wouldn't be surprising me if we have North Dakota or Denver or one of these teams in the bottom third really pop.
Here's my prediction.
Go for it, Rob.
So I think that both St. Thomas and Omaha are going to be the top 2 teams for most of the year. I think there's other good teams in the league, but it feels like those two are just a little bit different. My prediction is that South Dakota is going to come on this court and they're going to win. And the reason I'm making that prediction is because if they win the conference tournament, we get to brand
the name Eric Peterson.
We get to name
style of
Peterson's
basketball.
style of basketball. So I'm trying to speak that into existence because we can have a lot of fun if we come up with that name.
That Coyote team, like when you break it down, as hard as they are to play, they've got some guys back that are pretty solid. Cameron Fens for a full season. Isaac Brunn's rolling. You never know. You just never know.
Fans out there listening to Cowboys from Hell and Pantera while he's getting ready to play. So, yeah, I think they're going to be locked in.
It is going to be a fun season. I think that's the thing about this league especially. There is just so much parity year in, year out. All of these teams have new faces. All of these coaches are good. They're well-supported programs. And the basketball is great every night. I think that's the one thing that makes this league so much fun.
And there's fan bases that care.
Yeah.
That's the thing about it. Like there's a lot of conferences where even if you look towards the bottom of the league, sometimes not even the bottom, in the middle of the league, you're not going to have big crowds.
You have a couple hundred people in the stands. Yeah, that's not the case here.
Oral Roberts was picked 9th in the league. They won 7 games last year. How many people do you think are going to be in those games every home game that they play?
3,000 in the Navy Center. Like that's the kind of, especially with the new coach coming in, excitement around the program. Like that's just what this league is about. This is I've always said this part of the world. Like football's great, this is basketball country. It really is, and you see that over the course of these 9 teams when they play at home. So a lot of positive things to talk about.
That's why we're doing our event up here.
That's right. Yes. So November the 3rd here in Sioux Falls at the Pentagon across town. 3 great games. That's a part of a 6-game slate that will also be out at Rock Hill, South Carolina. This is such an awesome thing that Field of 68 has been a part of now for the last 2 years.
Yeah, I mean, ideally, we would have an opening day in college basketball that would rival what the opening day is for football season or for baseball season. And we don't really have that. And what we're trying to do is create something where there's a level of excitement around the sport on the first day that the sport is actually going on. You know, I think one of the things you run into with college basketball is too much of it is it's just March is the only time that matters. You don't pay attention until after the Super Bowl. You don't care about it on Saturdays until college football is over. And there's too much good basketball going on in this sport beyond just what happens in the Power 4 conferences as well. So being able to shine a light on some of these other programs where there's a lot of really good things happening, and some of these other teams, some of these other places where there are fun storylines. I mean, look, we get – from this conference alone, we get South Dakota State and Omaha playing on it. We're going to be able to talk about the Jacks and talk about the Mavs and talk about the year that both of those programs had. And, by the way, they're both top 3 teams in the league. So.
Yes, they are. Yeah, so again, that's coming up in less than a month now. Again, Omaha taking on Murray State in the opener at 12:30. We get Eric Henderson's return, his debut in charge of Drake in that middle game. Who's Drake playing in that contest?
Northern Arizona.
Northern Arizona, which will be a lot of fun. The Lumberjacks coming up from Flagstaff. And then South Dakota State, the start of the Bryan Peterson era.
You knew it was Flagstaff right off the top of your
I'm
head?
a former Big Sky guy.
Yeah,
it's just one of those things.
Right.
But that's going to be Merrimack taking on South Dakota State in the nightcap. That's going to be a phenomenal day of basketball. If you can't be there in person, in Field of 68 YouTube, you can watch all those games. We'll be there. It's going to be a lot of fun.
It will be.
This was a lot of fun today.
It was.
What a pleasure, Rob, hanging out.
Yeah, I appreciate you jumping on and doing it.
Oh, man.
When Jeff Goodman decided to big time us.
Yeah. Was happy to step in. Happy to step in and fill those shoes. So on behalf of Rob Dauster and Trevor Valesi and Tucker and our entire crew here, I'm Alex Heinert. Thanks again for watching. You'll be watching this guy and the rest of the crew all as they go through media days, all building up to the opener on November the 3rd. We'll talk to you soon.